Chapter 478. Xiao Han participated in the second round of the Immortal Stone competition on the second day, and encountered an 8th-stage True Qi Talisman Formation Realm opponent who spoke arrogantly and asked Xiao Han to commit suicide. Just at this moment, an indifferent voice rang out from the arena. The second round of the Immortal Stone competition begins on the second day. The two contestants will each receive 1156 Immortal Stones and 159876 Immortal Stones. The winner will take the loser's Immortal Stones. The prize for this round is 40,000 Immortal Stones. Roar! All of a sudden, Xiao Han's opponent let out a terrifying roar like that of a wild beast. He became hysterical and completely insane. 159,876 Immortal Stones. Ha 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 ha! My luck. This is my, Zhuo Xiaofeng's, luck. I'd never imagined that this puny pig would have so many Immortal Stones. Ha ha ha! 159876 Immortal Stones. I can exchange them for the immortal pill I've been dreaming of. Ha ha ha! Pig, looks like you're quite lucky to have picked up so many Immortal Stones in the Genius Zone. However, it's all for me, Zhuo Xiaofeng. Die! Zhuo Xiaofeng's face was filled with viciousness. Rumble! Suddenly, a demonic aura as vast as the mountains and seas appeared on his body. Each aura could suppress 100 beasts and subdue the demons. Just this aura alone was not something an ordinary talisman formation realm cultivator could compare to. He was definitely an outstanding talent even among talisman formation realm cultivators. His thunderous attack could be said to be like a surging storm that eclipsed the sun and moon. All sorts of talisman formations were added to Zhuo Xiaofeng's attack. However, just as Zhuo Xiaofeng's aura climbed to its most violent peak and he attacked brazenly, Xiao Han also attacked. No, to be precise, Zhuo Xiaofeng did not even see how Xiao Han had attacked. Xiao! A faint saber light flickered rapidly like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, leaving no trace of its trajectory. The saber light was grand and magnificent, its aura sharp and murderous. It did not make one feel the sharpness of the saber Dao. Instead, there was a trace of the Dao. That one saber strike actually unleashed the torrential aura of saber Dao. This blade was vast, majestic, like a god, like divine punishment, like a heavenly rule. Like the wrath of the heavens, it was untraceable, yet it truly existed. This was the terror of the great accomplishment stage saber intent. It made it so that the opponent could not resist at all, and could only submit to the saber Dao. Xiao Han did not want to get entangled with Zhuo Xiaofeng at all. He immediately slashed out with his natal saber qi at the great accomplishment stage. This slash probably consumed all of Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. It was 1/50th of his natal saber qi. Just 1/50th of his life saber qi was not something that a stage 8 true qi talisman formation realm could block. All of Zhuo Xiaofeng's attacks were instantly pulverized by the saber intent. The saber light was as dazzling as fireworks, and a bloody gash suddenly appeared on Zhuo Xiaofeng's face. Then the clothes on his body were cut open. In the next moment, his body exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Instant kill. In front of Xiao Han's great perfection saber intent, the so-called super geniuses of a certain dimension could not even stand a chance. He was no different from a chicken or a stray dog. Phew, my saber intent is becoming more and more powerful now. Killing an ordinary opponent is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Effortless. The tempering of my mental strength and saber intent in the hallucinatory demon palace is truly effective. Xiao Han smiled faintly. At this moment, that indifferent voice once again resounded in the arena. The second round of the Immortal Stone competition has ended. The winner will receive a reward of 40,000 Immortal Stones and 1156 Immortal Stones from the loser's silk pouch. Night. Xiao Han was lodging in the garden outside the wooden house area. Xiao Han, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the others were gathered together and chatting happily. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Xiao Han, congratulations on your successful victory. I didn't manage to find any footage of you competing today. Heh, junior brother Xiao Han, you said that your opponent was a stage 8 true qi talisman formation realm cultivator. How was it? Did you beat him easily? Xiao Mingchu said with a smile. Eso. Xiao Han shrugged with a smile. Tomorrow is the third day, the third round of the Immortal Stone competition. Junior brother Xiao Han, will you still participate? Xiao Mingchu asked with a smile. Yes. Xiao Han nodded heavily. Judging from today's competition, most of the chivalrous heroes are still holding a wait-and-see attitude. Today's competition is even fewer than yesterday's. Today, only about 1 million competitions have been held. Tens of millions of demons are hesitating. They probably don't care about the reward of tens of thousands of immortal stones. As the competition progresses, the immortal stones reward will increase, and the true experts will appear. However, I'm eager to obtain the immortal stones, so I won't wait any longer. Let's continue fighting. Night. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the soft couch in the wooden house. In his brain and sea of consciousness, a bright and resplendent halo of mental strength spread out. After a few hours of nourishment, the natal saber chi that Xiao Han had used in today's battle was finally replenished. It's easy to replenish the natal saber chi that I used up today. Xiao Han smiled faintly. The third day, the third round of the Immortal Stone competition. In the arena, standing opposite Xiao Han was a bald demon with an aquiline nose. His eyes shot out a sharp light, as if they were going to pierce through space. The light yellow brocade pouch above his head actually contained a total of 53,876 immortal stones. His voice was hoarse, as if two treasured sabers were rubbing against each other. Die! You brat who still smells of your mother's milk. Pooh! Suddenly, a saber light flashed, and the bald demon with an aquiline nose was directly cut into pieces. His entire body was executed by 1,000 cuts. 1/50th of the natal saber chi. Xiao Han smiled confidently. The third day, the third round of the Immortal Stone competition has ended. The winner will receive a reward of 80,000 immortal stones and 53,876 immortal stones from the loser's brocade pouch. Not bad. I've earned quite a lot today. In this way, the number of immortal stones I have will be close to 300,000. Xiao Han was indeed very satisfied. The fourth day. The fourth round of the Immortal Stone competition. A proud and aloof demon in white died under Xiao Han's saber. 1/50th of the natal saber chi. This round, just the reward alone has reached 160,000 immortal stones. Moreover, I've also plundered 100,000 immortal stones from this guy. The fifth day, the fifth round of the Immortal Stone competition. Xiao Han won. Still used 1/50th of the saber chi. Reward 320,000 immortal stones. Obtained 130,000 immortal stones. Sixth day, the sixth round of the Immortal Stone competition. Xiao Han won. Still used 1/50th of the saber chi. Reward 640,000 immortal stones. Obtained 330,000 immortal stones. Seventh day, the seventh round of the Immortal Stone competition. Xiao Han won. Still used 1/50th of the saber chi. Reward 28 million immortal stones. Obtained 680,000 immortal stones. Xiao Han's aura was like a rainbow. In the consecutive Immortal Stone competitions, he used 1/50th of the saber chi to instantly kill his opponent. He would definitely not use a second saber, nor would he use a trace of the natal saber chi. To kill the enemy, his control of the heat was perfect. Moreover, the number of immortal stones that Xiao Han had accumulated had reached millions. This overwhelming victory was unstoppable. However, now that the Immortal Stone competition had reached this stage, more and more evil heroes were participating in the battles. Many experts finally revealed their terrifying combat strength that was close to abnormal. A chestnut-haired young man in linen clothes with a sword on his back. His expression was extremely cold. This person was the top expert among the tens of millions of genius evil heroes. Naga. Standing in front of Naga was a middle-aged evil hero with green curly hair. His cultivation had actually reached the 9th level of True Chi, the True Treasure Realm. As soon as he entered the arena, he took out his true treasure. A long earthy yellow rope that was extremely intelligent. As it swayed, it was like a dragon or a snake. Ha, kid, together with the millions of immortal stones in your pouch. Then, the 8th round's reward is also more than 2 million immortal stones. This is too good. Too good. After killing you, I can get enough immortal stones to exchange for the immortal key. Kid. I used my mind power to look through the scenes of your previous battles. Indeed, you are very powerful, killing people with one sword. But in front of me, it is useless. All the people you killed were at the 8th level of True Qi Formation Realm. And I am at the 9th level of True Qi Formation Realm. And you are only at the peak of True Qi Formation Realm. You can kill those at the True Treasure Realm, but facing me, who is 2 large realms higher than you have no chance of winning. You are hitting a rock with an egg. You cannot counterattack. I will let you know now that 2 realms higher is enough to crush you to death. So much nonsense. Even a 9th level of True Qi can be killed with 1 sword. The chestnut-haired Naga's mouth twitched with disdain. In the next moment, a blood-red sword light lit up. Naga's figure instantly blurred, almost disappearing. Puh, 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 puh. Then, the sword light spread out like a tide. Blood splattered everywhere. In a breath, the powerful evil hero at the 9th level of True Qi Formation Realm was directly cut into pieces by the blood-red sword light. Naga, at the peak of the 7th level of True Qi Formation Realm, directly skipping 2 large realms to kill a 9th level expert at the beginning. Inside Xiao Han's wooden house. Coincidentally, Xiao Han's mind power saw Naga's battles. Xiao Han frowned. So strong. This guy is too monstrous. His True Qi realm is very low, but his sword is very frightening. He can skip realms and instantly kill a True Treasure Realm expert. Unbelievable. What kind of monster is this? Xiao Han was shocked by Naga's battle strength. Not only Naga, under Xiao Han's mind power, he found at least 10 heaven-defying evil heroes whose battle strength was on par with Naga. This is really getting more and more interesting. If I can defeat these supreme experts, my accumulation will be very terrifying. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes were filled with an immortal battle intent. At the same time, in the light screen, ripples flickered. Thunder God body refining pills were exchanged by Xiao Han. Let's take a break for a few days and properly refine my body. Xiao Han decided. After a few days of battle, Xiao Han had accumulated a total of 4 million immortal stones. He did not hold back at all and exchanged for a total of 40 Thunder God body refining pills. Xiao Han was preparing to improve his body once again. The more Thunder God body refining pills he used, the closer Xiao Han was to successfully create the immortal body. Thunder God Tyrant Body. P.S. These few days, my wife has been hospitalized for a small surgery. I have to go to the hospital every day to take care of her, so I'm a little slow in updating. When my wife's condition is a little better, I will write more. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 479. After 7 days of continuous battles, Xiao Han won successively like a hot knife through butter, and he obtained the reward of a few million immortal stones in one go and exchanged them for an entire 40 Thunder God body tempering pills. I won't fight for now. I'll go into seclusion and digest these 40 Thunder God body tempering pills. I'll make the best use of them and make my body even more violent. Xiao Han told Xiao Mingchu about his decision to go into seclusion. Eldest senior brother, I've decided to go into seclusion for a few days. It was now the 8th day of the Celestial Stone competition. Tomorrow would be the 9th round of the Celestial Stone competition, and the number of Celestial Stones as a reward would reach a terrifying amount of over 5 million. Such a reward would definitely move the hearts of the true geniuses. As long as I win the 9th round, it's equivalent to directly getting a spot to enter the 2nd level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Tomorrow, the Immortal Stone competition will be completely heated up. There are many experts. Eldest senior brother, you must be careful. Yes, junior brother Xiao Han. I know what I'm doing. These few days, I'm trying to break through the barrier of the True Qi Level 9 True Treasure Realm. I won't be fighting for a while, Xiao Mingchu replied. If that's the case, junior brother Xiao Han, go into seclusion. Inside Xiao Han's wooden house. The light screen in the middle of the wooden house flickered with brilliant lights. Xiao Han stood in front of the light screen, his mind fluctuating continuously. Yes, after the first 8 rounds, some of the more than 40 million evil heroes were killed by their opponents, while others knew what was good for them and teleported away. Now, there are about 15 million evil heroes left. From tomorrow onwards, the reward of immortal stones is too tempting. 15 million evil heroes. As long as they have the slightest bit of ambition and aspiration, they will participate in the battle. Many geniuses are risking their lives. Cruel, tragic. Yes. I have to seize the time to cultivate, I can't lose to others. Late at night, Xiao Han stood tall and straight in the wooden hut. His entire body was wrapped in lightning and golden light, and crackling sounds were coming out of his body. His entire aura had the aura of an ancient thunder god. His gaze moved slightly, as if a divine punishment was about to descend. Suddenly, bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere and suddenly struck down, bombarding Xiao Han's body. These bolts of lightning were as thick as water buckets, and there seemed to be formations and talismans coiling around them. This didn't seem to be the lightning of the mortal world, but divine lightning of the immortal world. There didn't seem to be any power that could resist the divine punishment from the immortal world. The heavenly wrath of the immortal world. Under the bombardment of this kind of divine lightning, there was no way a mortal could survive. He would most likely be blasted into nothingness and dust in an instant. But Xiao Han could withstand it. With the foundation of the Thunder God body-tempering pills that he had consumed previously, he possessed the initial form of the Thunder God tyrant body. With the protection of the indestructible golden body, not only could Xiao Han safely withstand the violent medicinal power of the Lightning God's body-tempering pill, he could even perfectly absorb the medicinal power and transform it into a tonic to nourish his body. As he refined the Lightning God's body-tempering pills one after another, Xiao Han's physical strength rose steadily. During the process of refining the immortal pill and tempering his body, Xiao Han had entered into a state where he was alone, and he'd completely forgotten the passage of time. The cruelty of the immortal stone competition seemed to have nothing to do with Xiao Han anymore. Everything, whether it was life or death, honor or disgrace, success or failure, or the immortal emperor's treasure, it didn't matter. In a situation where his state of mind was extremely calm, Xiao Han's soul and mental strength were also becoming more and more stable. As the strength of his physical body rose, the upper limit of his mental strength also steadily increased. The great accomplishment stage saber intent was becoming more and more mellow and sharp. His understanding of the saber Tao was further enhanced. God knew how many days had passed. Finally, Xiao Han thoroughly absorbed and refined all 40 Thunder God body-tempering pills cleanly. In the wooden house, the spectacle of lightning and thunder also disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to normal. Phew! Xiao Han lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His breath seemed to contain the explosive and violent power of lightning. It was as if a single breath was enough to blow away an expert and turn a mountain into black ashes. Xiao Han's body and limbs were stretched out as much as they could. All the power of lightning was deeply hidden in the pores of every cell. Moreover, in Xiao Han's body, his blood was now the color of a colored glass. It was spotless, without any dirt or impurities. It was like the starry night sky, like the blue sea and blue sky, like the blazing sun. So comfortable, 40 Thunder God's body refinement pills have transformed my body once again. Right now, my body is clearly no longer an ordinary body. It has a little bit of the demeanor of an immortal body. And my strength. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His right hand slightly stretched out and grabbed the air. Now, I don't use any cultivation technique or methods, nor do I use any demonic techniques. My physical strength alone has already reached 6 billion ding. Moreover, my physical attack contains the power of the heavenly realm's lightning god. Unbelievable! 40 immortal pills actually made Xiao Han's pure physical strength reach 6 billion ding. This kind of physical strength was not inferior to the strength of a pure-blooded Pai Xiao and a pure-blooded Great Luan. It made Xiao Han completely look like a ferocious beast in human form. With this kind of strength, he could crush a mountain with just a finger. Moreover, after his physical body became stronger, not only did his attack power become stronger, his jumping ability, explosive power, physical strength, endurance, all of these were rising steadily. What was more terrifying was the lightning attribute in his attacks. This was the lightning attribute of the heavenly realm. Compared to the lightning attribute true Qi divine technique in the mortal world, it was countless times more powerful. It could be said that Xiao Han could compete with many geniuses with just his physical strength without using his natal saber Qi. Moreover, Xiao Han had a greater ambition. Now, I have only consumed 44 lightning god body tempering pills and I already have such a terrifying effect. My physical strength has reached 6 billion ding. What if I consume 10,000 lightning god body tempering pills to create the thunder god tyrant body? This is simply unimaginable. I can definitely tear an immortal apart with my bare hands. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han counterattacked. It was definitely a counterattack. The counterattack of a mortal. It was impossible for a mortal to consume immortal pills. Even if they could only consume a few immortal pills at most. They had reached their limit. If they consumed too much, they would definitely die. But Xiao Han could consume a large amount of immortal pills. This was absolutely unimaginable. Immortal pills. Pills that were specially made for immortals. Any mortal could use them. A miracle would definitely appear. Therefore, it was not strange that Xiao Han could transform his body to this state in a short period of time. The pure strength of my left arm's demon god palm is about 9 billion ding. However, I am confident that my physical strength can surpass the strength of my left arm's demon god palm in one fell swoop in a short period of time. Xiao Han was very sure. I need lightning god body tempering pills. I need more lightning god body tempering pills. I, Xiao Han, will successfully create an immortal body in the mortal world. For a moment, Xiao Han was also filled with ambition. Now, let's see how far the immortal stone competition has progressed. I want to participate in the battle. I want to earn immortal stones. Xiao Han shouted in his heart. His mental power fluctuated and swept across the light screen. He directly checked the inventory of lightning god body tempering pills. There are still 8,038 left. The inventory is not bad. It seems that there are no more monsters coming to exchange for this lightning god body tempering pill. Not bad. Xiao Han smiled with satisfaction. This lightning god body tempering pill seems to be specially prepared for me, Xiao Han. Then, he looked at the situation of the Immortal Stone competition. The 12th day. The Immortal Stone competition has already progressed to the 12th day. TSK. I didn't expect that I would cultivate in seclusion for a whole 4 days. Then, Xiao Han scanned the situation of the Immortal Stone competition in detail. Then, Xiao Han obtained some data. 1. The Immortal Stone competition had progressed to the 12th day. The 12th round. The reward of immortal stones had already reached a shocking 96 million. This was too terrifying. Tens of millions of immortal stones were enough to exchange for a blue or even a blue key. Moreover, the monsters who could advance to the 12th round must have a huge amount of immortal stones. Presumably, he also had a huge amount of celestial stones on him. If he was killed, he might also drop a terrifying amount of celestial stones. With such a large number of immortal stones, it was not a problem to exchange for immortal pills, immortal chi, immortal technique manuals, divine beast eggs, and special dharma treasures. When I first entered this huge hall, I saw a dazzling array of treasures, but all of them were so expensive that it made my hair stand on end. It made me feel like I was out of my reach, like I couldn't possess them. But now that the Immortal Stone competition has progressed to this point, the competition has reached a fever pitch. The prize for each competition is tens of millions of immortal stones, and it's impossible for me to possess them. The reward of the immortal stones is too ridiculous. It's like compounding interest. The first round was 20,000 immortal stones, and the second round was 40,000 immortal stones. This was not a big deal, but the rewards were accumulating like a snowball. Now, in the 12th round, the reward has skyrocketed to more than 40 million immortal stones. Tomorrow, in the 13th round, the reward is even more shocking. It will double to more than 80 million immortal stones. In the 14th round, the reward is more than 100 million immortal stones. Plus the immortal stones of the losers. TSK. Even Xiao Han was scared stiff. In the 12th round of the Immortal Stone competition, there were only about 200,000 chivalrous heroes left. There were more than 40 million chivalrous heroes who entered the giant hall, and now, there were only 200,000 left. That was crazy. That was right. Every round of the competition meant that exactly half of the chivalrous heroes who participated in the competition would die in the arena. After a few more rounds, the number of chivalrous heroes left would decrease rapidly. Of course, it did not mean that more than 39 million chivalrous heroes had been eliminated and died in the arena with only 200,000 left. There must have been a considerable number of chivalrous heroes who chose to quit in this intense, cruel, and bloody immortal stone competition. There were also some chivalrous heroes who had earned enough immortal stones and exchanged them for treasures that they wanted. Then, they quit while they were ahead and left. Moreover, Not all of the remaining 200,000 chivalrous heroes wanted to participate in the competition. Some of them might have stayed to watch the fun. However, one thing was certain. These 200,000 chivalrous heroes were all supreme experts. The weaker chivalrous heroes who wanted to take advantage of the situation were either killed or teleported out of fear. There was no weakling among those who could survive until now. Tomorrow, half of the 200,000 chivalrous heroes will probably die. The battles every day after that will be a battle between the strong. Xiao Han knew what was going on. At this moment, Xiao Han was shocked. Oh no! Eldest senior brother? There are still 200,000 chivalrous heroes left. I wonder if eldest senior brother. Is he still alive? Xiao Han's scalp went numb. He quickly took out the chivalrous hero token and anxiously sent a message to Xiao Mingqiu. Eldest senior brother, I'm out of seclusion. Eldest senior brother. Please reply immediately when you see my message. Chapter 480. Xiao Han went into seclusion to refine the 40 Thunder God body tempering pills. 4 days had passed unknowingly, and the Immortal Stone competition had reached an extremely cruel and tragic stage. The 12th round of the competition had ended. Out of the 40 million heroes, only about 200,000 were left. Not even 1 out of 100 were left. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly thought of his big senior brother, Xiao Mingqiu. Oh no! In our plane, eldest senior brother is definitely outstanding among his peers, a top-notch existence. However, in the vast universe in the infinite planes, he is too ordinary. In fact, among the heroes of the same age in the universe, big senior brother Xiao Mingqiu is considered weak. At this point in the competition, most of the remaining evil heroes are freakishly abnormal guys. If eldest senior brother were to fight against them, he would have no chance of winning. Concern leads to confusion. Now, Xiao Han was so nervous that he almost suffocated. He quickly sent a message to Xiao Mingqiu. After waiting for more than 10 breaths, the wooden house suddenly became extremely quiet, and Xiao Han could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Xiao Han's heart felt as if it was being gripped by an invisible hand. Did big senior brother meet with an accident? Xiao Han was shocked. However, finally, junior brother Xiao Han, you're out of seclusion? Haha. I just came out of seclusion today. Junior brother Xiao Han, come out and have a chat, Xiao Mingqiu finally replied to Xiao Han, reporting that he was safe. Thank God! Xiao Han exclaimed in his heart. The full moon shone brightly. The night sky was like a mysterious gem, so beautiful that it made people sigh. Xiao Han and Xiao Mingqiu. They stood in the garden. The fragrance of all kinds of flowers from the immortal world assaulted their noses. Congratulations, big senior brother. Congratulations, big senior brother. Xiao Han's face was full of joy as he said to Xiao Mingqiu. After a few days of seclusion, big senior brother has finally broken through the barrier. He broke through the 81st acupoint and reached the 9th stage of True Qi, the true treasure realm. This is really a great thing. Thank you, junior brother Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Mingqiu's body was full of true qi, and his whole body was like a beautiful pearl. It exuded a flawless luster, and its aura was smooth and pure. The cells in its body emitted a sandalwood fragrance that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. His temperament had also become like that of a celestial being. Level 9 True Qi. This competition for immortal stones is indeed like a fishbone stuck in my throat, and I won't be happy until I get it out. If I had stayed in this plane and didn't come out to explore the world, I'm afraid I would have been stuck at the 8th stage of True Qi for the rest of my life. It's hard to improve. Xiao Mingqiu sighed repeatedly. Junior brother Xiao Han, after you went into closed-door cultivation, I thought about it and decided to participate in the 9th round of the Celestial Stone competition. It's a gamble. That battle was too tragic. Xiao Mingqiu's eyes were filled with lingering fear, as if he was recalling the danger of that battle. That battle was the closest I've ever been to death in my entire life. I felt as if the Grim Reaper was descending. Fortunately, my opponent was too careless. At the crucial moment, a loophole appeared, and I was able to seize it. It was also that battle that allowed my accumulation to reach the peak, and my life force to reach the most intense and exciting moment. It was also that battle that allowed my accumulation to reach the true treasure realm. Moreover, Xiao Mingqiu paused for a moment and suddenly smiled. I've also obtained millions of immortal stones as a reward. Ha 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 ha. Millions of immortal stones. In addition to the 2 million immortal stones that I've plundered from my opponent's silk pouch, I now have nearly 8 million immortal stones. Ha 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 ha. Hee hee. Xiao Han was also happy for Xiao Mingqiu. Eldest senior brother, this way, you'll be able to exchange for the key to enter the second floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. You'll also be able to exchange for a lot of immortal pills, immortal qi, and even immortal equipment. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Mingqiu laughed heartily. Junior brother Xiao Han, I know my own strength. The second floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove is definitely more dangerous than this genius zone. It's not that I'm belittling myself, but with my strength, being able to escape from this genius zone unscathed is already a sign that my luck has reached its peak. Since I'm still able to extricate myself now, I won't linger any longer. It's better to quit while I'm ahead. I won't covet the immortal key to the second floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. But it's true that I can exchange for a lot of treasures with millions of immortal stones. I never thought that this adventure would not only allow me to break through to the 9th level of true qi, but also obtain an immortal treasure. Xiao Mingqiu revealed an expression of disbelief. Xiao Mingqiu paused for a moment and said fervently, Junior brother Xiao Han, if you need anything, you can use the immortal stones in my hands. Heh, eldest senior brother, I won't take your immortal stones. I'll earn enough immortal stones myself. Xiao Han nodded with certainty. Xiao Mingqiu suddenly looked at Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han, you've also been in seclusion for a few days. However, I can see that your true qi realm and your aura haven't undergone any obvious changes. However, your temperament has a subtle feeling compared to a few days ago. Junior brother Xiao Han, you should have made some progress in these few days of seclusion, right? Xiao Han used the spirit turtle true qi to perfectly conceal the aura of the thunder god tyrant body, making it impossible for Xiao Mingqiu to see through it. It's nothing much. I just gained a few kilograms of strength, Xiao Han said casually. Xiao Mingqiu didn't ask any further and immediately changed the topic. Junior brother Xiao Han, tomorrow is the 13th round of the Immortal Stones competition. The prize is more than 80 million immortal stones. In addition to the immortal stones from the loser's brocade pouch. Hiss. It's definitely more than 100 million immortal stones. What can't be exchanged for 100 million immortal stones? Junior brother Xiao Han, according to your temperament, you should be competing for the 13th round of the competition this time, right? Yes. Eldest senior brother. I'm eager to fight and plunder the immortal stones. Xiao Han nodded heavily. Junior brother Xiao Han, your battle intent is unparalleled. I believe your achievements after this seclusion will far surpass mine. However, junior brother Xiao Han, according to my observation, the demons who have the courage to participate in tomorrow's competition are all monstrous. They are unimaginably monstrous. Junior brother Xiao Han, you can go back to the wooden house and use your spiritual force to watch the battles of those supreme demons. It's too exciting and too profound. There are some images left on the light screen that haven't dissipated yet. It's a classic that will last forever. You can take a look at their fighting style first. All in all, junior brother Xiao Han, the battles from now on are getting scarier and scarier. I've never imagined that there would be so many monstrous demons in the same mundane plane. Sigh, it's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Thank you for your reminder, eldest senior brother. I'll carefully study the battle images of those monstrous demons later. By the way, eldest senior brother, what about the other demons in our plane? 12 people have died in our plane. The other 6 were extremely lucky and encountered extremely weak opponents. They won the battles and obtained some immortal stones. After exchanging for immortal pills and immortal qi, they were teleported away. There was still a small group of them who stayed in this area. However, they were not prepared to fight. They were just here to watch the show. They also wanted to see the performance of the #1 genius of our plane, junior brother Xiao Han. Everyone hoped that junior brother Xiao Han would be able to suppress all the heroes and show off his might. Luo Tianyu and brother Luo's battle results are similar to mine, and they already have millions of immortal stones. However, Brother Luo lost his left arm and right leg in the bitter battle. It's very tragic. The ancient giant of our plane, Xianxia, has accumulated 10 million immortal stones, and he's also hanging a sign that he doesn't need to fight. He's preparing to exchange for some treasures and return with a full load. Junior brother Xiao Han, your 5 slaves have the same battle results as Xianxia. After listening to Xiao Mingchu's narration, Xiao Han nodded repeatedly. It seems that the overall battle results of our plane are not bad. The two of them chatted for a long time before returning to their respective wooden houses. In Xiao Han's wooden house, Xiao Han stood in front of the light screen and used his mind to scan the battle situation of the Immortal Stone competition. Indeed, as Xiao Mingchu had said, some of the classic battles of the strongest heroes seemed to have been imprinted on the screen. It was rolling and playing, causing people to gasp in amazement. Xiao Han was also speechless as he watched. Roar! Brat die! A giant one-eyed man who was about 4 meters tall and had an aura as deep as the sea, causing people's hearts to palpitate. He was at the 9th level of true Qi. He directly took out his true Qi treasure that was condensed from all of his true Qi. It was a black iron bell. It was brightly colored and was surrounded by formations and talismans. It emitted an ancient aura of divine punishment and directly enveloped his opponent. As for his opponent, it was a skinny young man with maroon hair and hemp clothes. He carried a long sword on his back and had a very elegant temperament. It was Naga. Get lost. Naga curled his lips in disdain. His figure moved slightly and countless blood-colored sword chi, like a tide, covered his opponent's true treasure and body. Poo 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 poo. The densely packed sword chi flashed like meteors. In the next moment, the black iron bell and the one-eyed man were completely cut into nothingness. Not even a bit of residue was left. Too weak. Why do I always meet such weak existences? Naga shook his head in despair and sighed. Ha 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 ha. A giant man covered in black scale armor. His aura was like that of an ancient god that split the heavens and earth apart. On the stage, he unscrupulously laughed wildly. Die! 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 His opponent was a lone crane-like monster dressed in white. He was at the 9th level of true Qi and held a golden spear in his hand. The spear's shadow flew and the densely packed attack was like a flying meteor. With an unstoppable momentum, it bombarded the body of the black-scaled giant. Pooh! 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 The black-scaled giant's body exploded. The scales were blown into pieces and a mushroom cloud exploded from his body. However, ha 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 ha. This level of attack, are you trying to tickle me? Ha 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 ha. In the midst of the smoke, the black-scaled giant's body suddenly trembled. Then, his muscles, meridians, and bones all let out the sound of steel roaring. His body began to expand, grow bigger. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, constantly growing bigger. This is... The monster holding the golden spear had a look of horror in his eyes. I don't practice any special true Qi cultivation method. However, I am talented, ha ha ha. My body can expand and become bigger as I wish. Ha 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 ha. The black-scaled giant's body had already reached 30 meters, and he looked like a fiendish, ancient giant god. Every muscle of his was like an evil dragon. Die! The black-scaled giant slapped down, directly smashing his opponent into a meat patty. Ha 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 ha. A red-clothed youngster wielded a devilish battle blade. With a slash of his blade, countless savage beasts were born from the light of the blade. Then they drowned an opponent who was at the 9th stage of true Qi stage. After a few breaths, the herd of beasts disappeared, leaving behind a pile of bloody bones. Boring. The red-clothed young man sheathed his saber and sneered. Xiao Han had watched dozens of matches. The winners of these dozens of matches were unbelievably strong. Among these winners, some had tyrannical true Qi and divine arts, some took out their true treasures and directly suppressed their opponents, and some had special fighting methods. There were too many experts. These powerhouses were on a completely different level from the demons of the same age in Xiao Han's dimension. Who? Xiao Han withdrew his mental power and stopped looking at these heart-palpitating battle scenes. He then walked to the window and looked at the beautiful night sky outside. There are too many experts. To be fair and objective, there is a small group of them who are so strong that they can't be evaluated. They are simply unfathomable. Even if I exhausted the origin saber chi in my sea of consciousness, I might not be able to defeat this small group of elites. Xiao Han muttered to himself. Immediately, the battle intent in his eyes surged. No matter what, I must fight. I must obtain immortal stones and buy a large number of Thunder God's body-tempering pills. My path of cultivation is already clear. First, I must raise my physical body strength to the limit and use the Thunder God's body-tempering pill to create an immortal body. One Thunder God's body-tempering pill is 100,000 immortal stones. As long as I win tomorrow's competition, I can at least get over 1,000 Thunder God's body-tempering pills. Forget it, in tomorrow's battle, if my luck is bad and I can't avoid encountering that small group of elites, I'll fight to the death. The next morning, Xiao Han stood in front of the light screen, and his mental power shot into the light screen. Request to participate in the Immortal Stone competition. Ripples appeared on the light screen, and a passionate voice could be heard. Junior, this emperor admires your courage very much. Welcome to the 13th day, the 13th round of the Celestial Stone competition. Your opponent will be randomly selected. At this stage of the competition, almost all the weaklings have been eliminated. The remaining ones are the mortals below the age of 10,000 in this universe, the ones with the best combat strength. Only those who have the ability to participate in the next round can be called geniuses in the true sense of the word. They all have the potential to become immortals. Ha 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 ha. This emperor doesn't need to say more about the prize of the 13th round of the Celestial Stone competition. I believe you, Junior, already know. Now, put your immortal stones into the brocade pouch. The immortal stones in Xiao Han's hand were almost used up. He put the few immortal stones he had into the brocade pouch. Begin to choose your opponent. The almost fanatical voice sounded from the light screen again. Then, whoosh, 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 a strange light burst out from the light screen, and a vortex appeared. The next moment, Junior, your opponent has been randomly selected. Then, I wish you good luck. The 13th day of the Celestial Stone competition, the 13th round of the Celestial Stone competition, begin. Boom! The vortex in the light screen suddenly exploded with a powerful suction force, and Xiao Han's entire body was directly pulled into the light screen. Chapter 481. Xiao Han had finally entered the 13th round of the Immortal Stones competition. The reward was 92 million immortal stones. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A strange light flashed and a whirlpool appeared. Soon, Xiao Han was sucked into the light screen. A space crevice. On a square arena surrounded by misty primordial chaos. Xiao Han stood there quietly like a sword. The violent aura of the mighty body of the Thunder God was perfectly concealed by the true chi of the spirit turtle. Xiao Han's body was like an abyss, completely unfathomable. At first glance, he looked like an extremely weak existence. And the person standing in front of Xiao Han was his opponent for the 13th round of the Immortal Stones competition. Between the two of them, the winner would obtain a huge amount of immortal stones. The loser would be turned into ashes and would no longer exist in this world. It was a young man wearing a red robe. He had a pointy face, evil eyebrows, thin lips, and facial features. He looked extremely demonic. This young man was empty-handed. His face was evil and indifferent. There was a kind of arrogance and loneliness in his eye sockets. Occasionally, the corner of his mouth would curl up. It was a lawless arrogance that disregarded everything and rules. Judging from his life force, he was no more than 500 years old at most. However, judging from the fluctuation of his Xianxia, with just a slight breath, there would be countless formations floating around him. Furthermore, the quality of his Xianxia was extremely high. With just a slight estimation, Xiao Han could tell that this red-robed young man was a level 9 Xianxia cultivator, a true treasure realm expert. Impressive. The aura of this young man in red robe gives off an extremely dangerous feeling. Xiao Han was secretly on guard. His eyes were fixed on his opponent without blinking. Moreover, Xiao Han scanned the area with his spirit force. He saw that there was a light yellow pouch floating above the head of the young man in red robe. There were 7 million immortal stones inside. This guy actually has a high net worth. 7 million immortal stones. together with the reward of 8,192 immortal stones. Xiao Han's heart was trembling. It's over 100 million. The value of this battle was over 100 million immortal stones. Damn it. F***ck. Xiao Han couldn't help but lick his dry lips. Even though his opponent was one of the most powerful experts he had ever met in his life, the benefits of defeating him were simply too great, causing Xiao Han to feel restless. A feeling of being blinded by greed appeared in his heart. Xiao Han quickly activated his saber intent and managed to get rid of this rash mentality. He calmed down and withdrew his battle intent. He stared at the red-clothed youth with a clear gaze. As long as I defeat him, I can exchange a large amount of lightning god body tempering pills. Once I defeat him, I will be able to improve my body to an immortal body. Oh! Suddenly, the young man in red robes said, "There are only tens of thousands of immortal stones in the pouch. Trash. This is too trash." An expression of extreme disdain and contempt appeared on the face of the red-clothed youngster. There was also a deep sense of mockery in his voice. Acupoint Expansion Realm. I really can't imagine that a mere Acupoint Expansion Realm ant would be able to survive in this massive hall until now. Furthermore, he even dares to participate in the 13th round of the Immortal Stone Contest. This. Also, there are only a few immortal stones in the pouch. I can't believe there are only a few immortal stones in the pouch. Otherwise, it's impossible for the pouch to have so few immortal stones. Pitiful worm. Are you trying your luck in the 13th round of the Immortal Stones competition? Are you trying to see if you can meet a weakling? Ha ha ha. The young man in red robe burst into laughter as if he had just seen the funniest joke in the world. Childish. Ha 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 ha. This is too boring. This pitiful worm is a weirdo. He's just courting death. Whether or not I'm courting death, we'll talk about it after we fight. Xiao Han's state of mind was completely calm, neither arrogant nor rash, as calm as still water. One finger. The young man in red robe stared at Xiao Han with a cold smile. One finger? What do you mean? Xiao Han was startled. Just one move. I'll crush you with one finger. The young man in red robe said sternly. As he spoke, many strange scenes appeared above the red-clothed youth's head, rolling back and forth. Sometimes, cities appeared, streets that were as wide as plains, with many neatly built tall buildings, men and women of the mortal world, peddlers and servants, and people coming and going. Sometimes, a vast starry sky appeared, a grand universe, with planets moving about, flowing with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. Sometimes, some extremely large planets appeared, with vast territories, various demon race continents, human race planets, all of them vividly in front of his eyes. Of course, everything that appeared above the young man in red robe was an illusion, a mirage. However, it felt extremely real. Powerful mental energy rippled in the air. All of this showed that the illusions above the young man in red robe were constructed from his mental energy. It was as if the fake was real. This fellow's mental energy is extremely strong. Xiao Han also noticed it. Currently, Xiao Han's greatest reliance was also his mental energy. His extinguishing heaven and earth mental energy art had reached level 19, and the liquid mental energy planet in his sea of consciousness was on the verge of solidifying. Thus, Xiao Han was able to accurately judge the strength of other living beings' mental energy. This fellow's mental energy is roughly equivalent to the extinguishing heaven and earth mental energy art. His mental energy is at the peak of the 10th set of mental energy finger technique. Although it's far from mine, it's still not bad. With a cultivation of 9th level true chi and a strong mental energy, this young man in red robe was indeed a supreme expert. Forget it. There's no point in talking anymore. For an insignificant ant like you, a single sentence from me is already a gift to you. Dang. I'll directly blast you into pieces and obtain a huge amount of immortal stones as a reward. Dang. Pacify the world, heaven and earth finger. The young man in red robe finally made his move against Xiao Han. He pointed his finger forward. At the same time, the figure of the young man in red robe suddenly became blurry and distorted, almost disappearing. In the entire world, there seemed to be only his finger left. Boom! This finger in Xiao Han's eyes, constantly enlarged. It burst forth with a power that could destroy everything and sweep the heavens and earth. This finger, with the fingertip as the center, caused the space to shatter. A terrifying cyclone was formed, and an ocean storm suddenly erupted. This finger flickered with changes, like a sea-stabilizing divine needle, stabbing toward Xiao Han. Pooh, 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 pooh. The space around Xiao Han's body shattered like glass. A monster at 9th level true qi. This was a killing blow executed by driving all the true qi in his body. This young man in red robe did not place Xiao Han in his eyes at all. He claimed that he would use a finger to crush Xiao Han to death. However, when he really made his move, he used his full strength, showing no mercy at all. He was decisive in killing, not giving Xiao Han any chance to escape. His ruthlessness was on full display. Ha 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 ha. You are just an expanded acupoint realm ant. I will crush you into nothingness with a single finger. The young man in red robe said arrogantly. Like a will-o'-the-wisp. His voice was filled with absolute confidence. Indeed, a casual strike from this young man in red robe could already be considered as an ordinary expanded acupoint realm expert. Even a pinnacle 8th level true qi talisman formation realm expert would be crushed in an instant. One must know that when he was expanding his acupoints back then, even though his foundation wasn't very solid. However, the number of times he expanded his acupoints had accumulated to 200 times. The offensive power of his pure true qi was 12 million ding. When he was at talisman formation realm, he cleansed the true talisman 10 times and raised the quality of his true qi. The offensive power of his pure true qi had also reached a terrifying 4 billion ding. When he was at talisman formation realm, the formation created by the true talisman raised the offensive power of his pure true qi by another 20 times, reaching an offensive power of 80 billion ding. Finally, when he entered true treasure realm, the offensive power of his pure true qi had increased by 2 times. Without using any true qi cultivation technique, his offensive power of pure true qi had reached 160 billion ding. This offensive power was absolutely terrifying. For example, in Xiao Han's realm, there was an ancient powerhouse who was ranked near the top. He was also a level 9 true qi stage true treasure, Shangguan Wudi. However, when he took out the true qi treasure, the yin-yang mirror, that was transformed from his true qi, it only had a maximum attack power of 20 billion cauldrons. In the demon hero world of Xiao Han's dimension, this kind of offensive power was already considered shocking. However, if it was used in front of this young man in red robe, it would be a complete joke. If he didn't use any true qi cultivation technique, without using any magical treasures, this young man could easily kill an ancient powerhouse like Shangguan Wudi with a single finger. There was no doubt about it. Right now, the young man in red robe was pointing at Xiao Han. Just by using a trace of his true qi cultivation technique, his offensive power had already reached 200 billion ding. This finger was enough to shatter a planet. It could shatter the tectonic plates of a continent. Too strong. His true qi attack is too strong. It's even more terrifying than the elders of our dimension. He can even fight against the Tower Master of our dimension. These are the superheroes from the alternate dimensions. Their methods are indeed extraordinary, completely beyond my imagination. I, Xiao Han, have finally exchanged blows with an expert of this level. Previously, when the strength of my flesh shell increased to 6 billion cauldrons, I thought that even if I didn't use my natal saber qi, this strength would be enough to compete with the many monsters from the alternate dimensions who are participating in the Celestial Stone competition. However, I never expected that most of the peerless geniuses would have a strength of several hundred billion cauldrons with just a casual strike. This is simply too heaven-defying. Xiao Han finally knew how powerful he was. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han made a bold decision. I'll temporarily keep my natal saber qi and mental strength as my trump card. I'll try my Thunder God Tyrant body. Xiao Han also knew that from this moment on, the opponents he would encounter in every round would be extremely abnormal. Moreover, his battle would also be detected by other powerful demon heroes through the light screen with their psychic waves. This kind of competition was similar to the competition system. It was progressive and determined by life and death. If he revealed all his trump cards in advance, it would be unwise. For example, if Xiao Han used his natal saber qi and was known by the other powerful demon heroes, they would pay more attention to Xiao Han. Once they encountered Xiao Han in the next round, they would know that they knew their enemy and it would be disadvantageous to Xiao Han. Roar! In the nick of time, Xiao Han released the shield of the spirit turtle True Qi, and the violent strength of his physical body surged out at once. Every pore on his body emitted the divine light of thunder. Xiao Han's body and limbs were completely stretched out. His aura soared to the sky. Above the arena, streaks of lightning appeared out of nowhere. These streaks of lightning were as thick as buckets and were entwined with many formations. The talismans and the power of the lightning gradually formed a funnel-shaped vortex. The wind and clouds changed color, and a song of praise from the immortal world could be heard from within. With Xiao Han as the center, it was faintly discernible. The ring was surrounded by electric sparks, causing the red-robed youth to feel his body go numb, as if he had been electrocuted. What kind of physical body is this? In the next moment, the red-robed young man burst out with a question. His tone was filled with obvious surprise, but he quickly calmed down. He sneered continuously. So he's been hiding his strength. He's actually a physique cultivator. Moreover, his physique is very special. It seems that he has an extremely strong lightning attribute. However, the strength of his physical body is less than 10 billion ding. Ha ha ha. It's rare for someone to condense 10 billion ding of physical body strength, but it's still too weak. Moreover, everyone knows that in the path of cultivation, True Qi is the king while the physical body is the auxiliary. Only those who cultivate True Qi can become immortals. No matter how strong your physical body is, can it be stronger than True Qi? Ha ha ha. Dang. Poof! Suddenly, the red-robed young man's finger directly poked Xiao Han. Boom! A violent mushroom cloud rose from Xiao Han's body and soared into the sky. A series of explosions. Xiao Han's entire body was wrapped up in a raging vortex of True Qi that was like a violent storm. Under the strangling of the True Qi whirlpool, the air and space on the arena were completely destroyed, evaporated, and shattered. Ha 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 ha. The attack power of this finger is definitely more than 200 billion ding. Do you think your physical body with less than 10 billion ding can withstand it? Ha 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 ha. I'll poke it into nothingness. The red-robed young man's figure finally stopped flickering and became solid on the arena. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back and his face was filled with pride. How boring. Poking a tiny ant to death. Boring, boring. However, the red-robed young man roared in a stern voice at the next moment. I've won. I've obtained 92 million immortal stones as a reward. Ha 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 ha. With these rewards, I'll have more than 100 million immortal stones. I can exchange them for any magical treasure I want. Ha ha ha. However, a brilliant golden ray of light burst out from the True Qi whirlpool, accompanied by the whistling of thunder and lightning. Amidst the smoke, one could see Xiao Han slowly walking out of the true energy vortex, which was like a disaster. At this moment, Xiao Han's entire body was covered in blood. His entire body was in a mess, and his steps were slow and unsteady, like an old man with one foot in the grave. However, he was not dead. He did not explode from the poke. What? He's not dead? What's going on? The red-robed young man's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. That finger just now had an attack power of more than 200 billion ding, and it landed on his body. Furthermore, he did not activate any defensive magical treasure. I've poked him with that finger. His physical defense is less than 10 billion ding. How could he not die? What kind of physique does he have? That's right, Xiao Han was not dead. The 44 Thunder God's body tempering pills had increased the strength of Xiao Han's physical body to 6 billion ding. However, that was not the most important thing. The miraculous effect of the Thunder God's body tempering pills was to evolve Xiao Han's body, causing Xiao Han's life level to undergo a transformation. If a mortal could enjoy an immortal pill, the benefits they would receive would be indescribable. It could be said that Xiao Han's current body already possessed the embryonic form of an immortal body. There was a world of difference between an immortal body and a mortal body. Therefore, Xiao Han did not shatter after taking the attack from the red-robed young man head-on. Although his entire body was riddled with wounds and looked extremely miserable, an immortal body was still an immortal body, so Xiao Han did not die. Moreover, after taking the attack head-on, the medicinal power of the Thunder God's body tempering pills that had accumulated in Xiao Han's pores, cells, blood, tendons, and bones, and had yet to be fully refined to its fullest, melted once again and refined his body. The strength of Xiao Han's physical body had actually increased. Moreover, his immortal body was even more condensed and compact. Chapter 482. Xiao Han used the strength of 6 billion cauldrons of flesh shell to forcefully withstand the killing blow of a powerful enemy, the red-clothed youth. The red-robed youth's attack had reached 200 billion cauldrons. It shook the heavens and earth, and it could even destroy a planet. However, it didn't kill Xiao Han in a single blow. Thunder God Tyrant Body. Immortal Physique. Now, Xiao Han truly understood the wonders and greatness of an immortal physique. In a situation where there was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, the immortal body would not be destroyed by the opponent. If he was immortal, even if Xiao Han had 100 billion cauldrons of strength, he would still have been stabbed to death. There was no suspense. Great! Immortal Physique. This is the immortal physique. Moreover, to completely create the Thunder God Tyrant Body physique, I will definitely need 10,000 Thunder God Body tempering pills to be able to succeed. Right now, I have only consumed 44 Thunder God Body tempering pills. There is still a long way to go before I can truly condense the immortal physique. However, even so, I was still able to withstand more than 200 billion cauldrons of attacks. My immortal body is truly immortal and indestructible. Furthermore, after enduring this violent attack, the medicinal power of the Lightning God's body tempering pill that had settled in Xiao Han's body was even more abundant and perfectly dispersed. As a result, the strength of Xiao Han's flesh shell rose to 7 billion cauldrons. In the midst of the smoke, Xiao Han limped towards the red-robed youth. There was an exceptionally strange smile on his face. This caused the red-clothed youth's scalp to involuntarily go numb, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Moreover, he even had the misconception that the person he was facing was not a human. It was like a primordial beast. What's going on? The red-clothed youth's eyes twitched. It kept twitching and throbbing. The moment I hit him, I could already feel it. It was a solid hit on his body. He didn't use any defensive magical treasure at all. He actually didn't die. It must be a rare special constitution. At this moment, the red-robed youth. His eyes suddenly lit up, and an inexplicable look of pleasant surprise appeared in the depths of his eye sockets, as if he had obtained some unexpected joy. Ha 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 ha. Good physique. Such a good constitution is as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Good. I'm going to kill you, but I'll leave your corpse intact. Your corpse is in my pocket. I know a special technique for refining corpses. Although your cultivation base is low, your constitution is very strong, and your genes are perfect. After I kill you, I'll use a secret technique to refine your corpse. Refine it into my corpse slave and become a great help to me. Ahahaha. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of incomparable pride appeared in the eyes of the red-clothed youth. In the next moment, boom! Inside the red-clothed youth's body, resplendent holy light shot out in all directions. Light filled the sky, beautiful beyond compare. A total of 88 star-shaped lights burst out from the red-clothed youth's body. Every 5-pointed star seemed to be able to contain the 4 seas and the vastness of it all. Each 5-pointed star. It was like a bottomless abyss. It was a true acupoint. 88 true acupoints. This red-robed young man had opened 88 acupoints in his body. He was only 3 acupoints away from reaching level 10 true Qi, the celestial eye realm. The next moment. Boom! 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 From the red-clothed youth's body, from each of his true acupoints, billions of true Qi runes rushed out. In an instant, a hurricane filled the sky. Countless true Qi runes surged in the air and combined, forming thousands of formations in an instant. Then, magical treasure. Beast King's soul-severing saber. The red-robed youth waved his right hand, and countless true energy talismans, billions upon billions of spell formations, all gathered together to form a demonic war saber. The red-robed youth gripped it tightly in his hand, and a powerful aura began to spread out. The aura of a true expert circulated around his body. Magical treasure? Level 9 True Qi. True Treasure Realm. All the true Qi in the body condenses into a magical treasure, and the attack power increases dramatically. Xiao Han's heart instantly tightened. Since I am going to refine you into my corpse demon and use you as I please, then this body of yours must not be damaged. Your body is very perfect. If your body is damaged even the slightest bit, it would be a waste. The red-clothed young man looked at Xiao Han with a cold gaze. The demonic saber in his hand shone with an eerie luster, as if it was the light of hell, illuminating the blade. There were many natural patterns, formations, mysterious runes, and many bloodstains on it. There were even vengeful spirits entwined around it. It was just a saber, but inside the saber, one could feel that there were countless ferocious embryos wriggling. It was as if there were countless ferocious creatures coming back to life, trying to break free, trying to kill, and trying to devour people. What was even more terrifying was that inside the saber, one could vaguely hear the roars of tens of thousands of beasts. In a trance, it gave one the illusion that they were in ancient times. You will die under my magical treasure, the Beast King's soul-severing saber. You will die a worthy death. The red-clothed youth looked at Xiao Han with an extremely charitable gaze. In my realm, this slash is enough to kill many people at the 9th stage of true qi, who are at the same stage as me. Moreover, if you die under the Beast King's soul-slashing saber, not only will your corpse not suffer any damage, you won't even feel pain. You should feel honored. The red-clothed youth slowly raised the saber and pointed it at Xiao Han. Xiao Han's mind moved slightly. He looked at the Beast King's soul-severing saber, and a strange expression appeared at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. In the resting area of many evil heroes, inside a wooden house, the sack-clothed, chestnut-haired peerless genius, Naga, happened to be watching the battle between Xiao Han and the red-clothed youth. This move again. The corner of Naga's mouth twitched slightly, and a serious expression appeared in his eyes. This guy's magical treasure is strange, he thought. It's an unconventional attack, and it's difficult to defend against it. With this Dharma treasure battle saber, he won consecutive battles and obtained quite a number of immortal stones as a reward. This time, his luck is heaven-defying. Chapter 518518 Chapter 518 on the red-clothed youth's body. After the red-clothed youth easily defeated Xiao Han, it was entirely possible that he would become their mortal enemy in the upcoming competition. All of the spectating evil heroes focused their attention on the demon-severing saber. All of them focused on the demon-severing saber in the red-clothed youth's hand. On the arena. There's something strange about this magical treasure, Xiao Han said, sensing that something was amiss. Die! Shockingly, ripples spread out from the blade of the demon-severing saber. In the next moment, an enormous primal chaos elder snake burrowed its way out of the saber. The snake had horns on its head. It exuded an aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. This was definitely a god beast from ancient times, and it could devour all life in existence with a single sweep of its body. Next, a Pishio burrowed its way out of the saber, its body covered in beautiful golden scales. Then came a Qilin, a heavenly dragon, a horned dragon, and a flood Wyrm. Terrifying archaic divine beasts appeared one after another. These archaic divine beasts were peerless fiends of their generation. They shook fiercely, causing space to collapse. Primordial divine beasts emerged one after another, densely packed together from the red-clothed youth's blade. In a short period of time, this space was densely packed with hundreds of primordial divine beasts. The strength of each primordial divine beast was definitely comparable to a level 9 true Qi human. In other words, in the blink of an eye, the young man in red had summoned hundreds of primordial divine beasts from the demonic battle saber that were on par with a level 9 true Qi human. Hundreds of god beasts were so powerful that they could overwhelm anything in their path. Even a pagoda lord from the mortal plane would have to retreat, not daring to face them head-on. The beast tide erupted. Hundreds of primordial divine beasts charged toward Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han didn't move. Xiao Han's expression was calm and unruffled. I see. The red-clothed youth's magical weapon, the demon-severing saber, wasn't an explosion of true energy, but a mental attack. All the god beasts are formed from mental energy. That's right. I could tell from the start that the red-robed young man's mind power was extremely powerful. It turns out that his trump card is a mind power attack. Ha. It's really luck. Ha. If his magic treasure attacks mainly rely on true Qi and erupt with an attack power of hundreds of billions or trillions in one go, I'm afraid it won't be easy to resist even if I have an embryonic immortal body. But if his trump card is a psychic force attack, then that's exactly what I want. In terms of mental energy, he's not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Roar. Soon, Hundreds of primordial divine beasts completely surrounded Xiao Han, tearing and tearing at him. Ha ha ha. Die. The red-clothed youth let out a satisfied laugh. This move of mine is a mental energy attack. All the god beasts are formed from my powerful mental energy, and are specifically used to destroy the opponent's soul. When the mental energy storm transforms into the god beasts, even if the opponent's realm is higher than mine, their soul will be scattered. However, bang! All of a sudden, the hundreds of primordial divine beasts surrounding Xiao Han shattered like glass, exploding into pieces. They turned into light spots. This level of mental energy is too weak. Xiao Han smiled indifferently. The liquid star of mental energy in his sea of consciousness emitted a rumbling mental energy vortex. It completely swallowed the mental energy light spots created by the hundreds of giant beasts. Pooh! Ah, my mental strength, my head, my sea of consciousness. In the next moment, the red-clothed bewitching youth let out a heart-wrenching, lung-splitting howl. The bewitching battle blade in his hand fell to the ground with a thump. He held his head with both hands and fell onto the stage. He kept rolling and rolling, and he kept hitting his head against the stage. He let out the howl of a dying beast, and blood kept spurting out. Mental energy backlash. Mental energy attacks were specifically used to attack the soul. It was impossible to guard against and simply ignored the physical defense. However, there were advantages and disadvantages. For example, if one faced an existence with a stronger mental energy than oneself, then rashly releasing one's own mental energy to attack would definitely cause one to suffer a backlash. One would suffer instead. Just now, Xiao Han had calmly swallowed the mental energy wave released by the red-clothed youth. This caused the red-clothed youth to instantly collapse. His sea of consciousness was scattered. In almost an instant, he had become an idiot. Boom! Xiao Han's feet stomped on the ground. He directly leaped to the front of the red-clothed youth. His right leg swept out and with earth-shattering force, he kicked the red-clothed youth's head. Bang! In just a moment, the red-clothed youth's head exploded like a watermelon. It exploded and shattered. On the arena, an indifferent voice resounded. On the 13th day, the 13th round of the Immortal Stone competition has ended. The winner will receive 92 million immortal stones as a reward and will plunder 7 million immortal stones from the loser's brocade pouch. Ha ha, I'm rich. Xiao Han saw the densely packed immortal stones flying like locusts into the brocade pouch floating above his head. His face immediately lit up. He was so happy that he couldn't control himself. Thunder God's body tempering pill. Lots and lots of Thunder God's body tempering pills. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 483. The 13th round of the Celestial Stone competition. Xiao Han had killed an extremely powerful genius hero, the red-clothed youth, with one strike. His head exploded with a kick. This allowed Xiao Han to obtain a total of 62 million celestial stones. He earned a lot in an instant. Moreover, Xiao Han killed his opponent with ease. Logically speaking, it would be difficult for Xiao Han to win against an expert of this level unless he used his great accomplishment Natal Saber Chi. He might even be defeated. Moreover, even if he used his great accomplishment Natal Saber Chi, he would need to use up all the Natal Saber Chi in his sea of consciousness and consume a huge amount of mental strength to kill his opponent. In this way, Xiao Han would lose 8,000 of his own. He would need a lot of time to replenish the great accomplishment Natal Saber Chi in his sea of consciousness. He would miss the next round of the competition. However, Xiao Han's luck was really heaven-defying. His opponent's ultimate trump card was actually mental strength. He gave up the advantage of his true Qi realm and tried to use mental strength to kill Xiao Han. This was a complete attack with a weak point, and it happened to be the target of Xiao Han's spear. Xiao Han was ecstatic. He returned with a full load and directly disappeared from the arena. At dusk. Sunset. In the garden outside Xiao Han's accommodation area. Ha 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 ha. Junior brother Xiao Han, you are too fierce. Today, when you defeated that red-clothed opponent, I happened to use my spirit wave to look at the entire process. Amazing. Junior brother Xiao Han. The opponent was so strong and was at the 9th stage of true Qi, but he still died in your hands. Furthermore, you exploded his skull with a single kick. Too brutal, really too brutal, Xiao Mingqiu said. Xiao Mingqiu's face was filled with ecstasy. He was practically glowing. Junior brother Xiao Han. This celestial stone competition has been going on for a long time. Every round of the competition is a real universal level genius. Our plane is extremely weak. Logically speaking, we are not qualified to win. However, junior brother Xiao Han, not only did you win, you won in such a clean and efficient manner. Truly heaven-defying. Truly heaven-defying. The future of our plane is completely entrusted to you, junior brother Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, Xiao Han's 5 demon hero slaves, and Yan Qi and the other demon heroes. They surrounded Xiao Han like stars surrounding the moon. Unrestrained congratulations and praises. It was almost like worship. Little brother Xiao Han. I can only use the word unfathomable to describe you. Strong, ridiculously monstrous. And you've been improving all along. Luo Tianyu exclaimed in admiration. Right now, Luo Tianyu looked very miserable. He had lost his left arm and right leg. However, the true energy in his entire body became profound and brilliant. Strange light overflowed. He had also broken through. After Xiao Mingqiu broke through to level 9 True Qi realm, Luo Tianyu also broke through. In this way, Xiao Han's world had 2 more demon heroes with level 9 True Qi. On the demon hero ranking, they had the ability to compete for the ranks of the ancient giants. Brother Luo, you've suffered. Xiao Han sighed with slight regret. Ha ha ha. It's nothing. Luo Tianyu didn't care about his injuries at all. Oh. Big brother Luo, you are quite open-minded. I admire your broad-mindedness. Xiao Han sighed. Luo Tianyu said with a straight face. Little brother Xiao Han, it's not that I'm being magnanimous. Strictly speaking, I've profited. I've profited greatly. Little brother Xiao Han, think about it. With my strength at level 8 True Qi, it's already a miracle that I was able to survive in this immortal stone competition. Moreover, I've broken through to level 9 True Qi. What's more? Ha ha ha, I've actually accumulated millions of immortal stones. I can exchange them for immortal pills, immortal qi, immortal techniques, and rare books. Ha ha ha. Luo Tianyu was indeed satisfied. His face was glowing. He didn't feel remorseful for losing his limbs. That's true. With Big Brother Luo's cultivation, you can completely use your true qi to replace your limbs. Xiao Han nodded. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed together. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. At this moment, Yan Qi also took a step forward. With a flattering smile on his face, he nodded slightly at Xiao Han and said, Little brother Xiao Han, I really have to congratulate you for defeating a strong opponent. Heh, the immortal stones you have now are 100 million. Tens of millions. This is too rich. You're too rich. As he spoke, jealousy and burning greed could be seen from the depths of Yan Qi's eyes. This, little brother Xiao Han, can you share a little bit of the immortal stones with me? At this moment, Yan Qi's entire body was flowing with rippling immortal qi. It was as if there was an immortal weapon hidden in his body. Hearing Yan Qi shamelessly asking for immortal stones from him, Xiao Han was furious. However, he maintained his composure and said mockingly, Yan Qi, I heard that you've participated in a few rounds of the immortal stone competition. Your luck is pretty good and you've accumulated millions of immortal stones. Why? You have enough immortal stones for yourself, and now you want me to share some with you. Ha ha ha, aren't you being too greedy? No. It's not like that. Yan Qi hurriedly explained. Little brother Xiao Han, I've indeed obtained millions of immortal stones. However, I've exchanged for an immortal weapon armor and an offensive immortal weapon. Now, I don't have many immortal stones left. However, I still want to exchange for an immortal key to enter the second floor of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure trove. I'm still lacking a few million immortal stones. Little brother Xiao Han, you're very rich now. A single hair of yours is thicker than my waist. Just a few million immortal stones. To you. Noisy. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes became extremely cold and stern as he said sternly. Get lost. You're just a two-faced villain. How dare you ask me for immortal stones? Get away from this young master. You want immortal stones? Sure. Go and participate in the competition yourself. Once you win each of the following competitions, you'll receive more than 100 million immortal stones directly. Xiao Han, you! Xianxi's face turned red from the scolding. However, he did not dare to say anything. Although he had exchanged for a defensive and offensive immortal weapon, his cultivation realm was too low. He could not unleash the power of the two immortal weapons at all. Therefore, he did not dare to argue with Xiao Han. Humph. Xiao Han, it's a small world. Forget it. I'll teleport out now. You better not die in the next arena. Xianxi's eyes flashed with a malicious look. A vicious look flashed across his face as he flung his sleeves and left resentfully. He naturally did not dare to participate in the Immortal Stone competition. After Xianxi left. All right, junior brother Xiao Han. Don't bother with such a despicable person, Xiao Mingqiu said with a smile. Xiao Han said with a smile. I understand. Xiao Han paused for a moment before asking again. Eldest senior brother. You won't be participating in the next Immortal Stone competition, right? Yes. We're not strong enough. We won't go and die. Xiao Mingqiu smiled and said. However, we will all stay here and cheer for junior brother Xiao Han in battle. Ha ha ha. Little brother Xiao Han, you have enough immortal stones now. You can exchange them for any treasure you want. Luo Tianyu laughed. Xiao Han thought for a moment. Then, he said decisively. Eldest senior brother. Big brother Luo. Everyone, I'll return to the wooden hut and exchange for some items I want. After that, I'll continue my seclusion cultivation. I'm afraid I'll be in seclusion for a few days. I wonder if I'll be able to make it to the last round of the Immortal Stone competition. All right. Junior brother Xiao Han, go ahead. Xiao Mingqiu and the others nodded. Inside the wooden hut, Xiao Han stood in front of the light screen and scanned the room with his psychic energy. Xiao Han looked through the treasures stored in the hall. Oh! We don't have many defensive and offensive celestial treasures left. Special celestial treasures, sword immortal puppets, portable celestial residences, all of them have long been exchanged for. All kinds of immortal pills and immortal aura have also been exchanged for a lot. Xiao Han murmured to himself. The Immortal Stone competition has ended. There were a total of 13 rounds, and many of the fiendish heroes had enough immortal stones to exchange for treasures as much as they wanted. Now there aren't many treasures left in the huge hall, and many of the fiendish heroes have exchanged for a large portion of them. Xiao Han was very calm as he looked at the decreasing treasures in the hall. He was not impatient at all. These special immortal weapons, defensive immortal weapons, and offensive immortal weapons are all made by immortals. And they're used by immortals. Mortals like us can barely use immortal weapons, but we can't unleash their full power. So, it's useless. Mortals like us can't use the treasures in the hall for now. Not only are we unable to use the immortal weapons, but ordinary mortals can't even use the immortal pills and immortal chi, right? Although I can refine the Thunder God body tempering pill, I might not be able to refine the other immortal pills and immortal chi. It doesn't matter. Even if all the treasures are exchanged, I don't care. Most importantly, don't let the Thunder God body tempering pill in the hall be exchanged. Xiao Han scanned the hall with his mental energy and stared at the Thunder God body tempering pill in the hall. Thunder God body tempering pill. Each pill is worth 100,000 immortal stones. 7,000, 10,000. The Thunder God body tempering pill in the hall is far from enough for me to exchange for. Xiao Han's spirit was lifted. In the next moment, 7,000 Thunder God body tempering pills are enough for me to exchange for a portion. Exchange in bulk. Suddenly, Xiao Han inserted a huge number of immortal stones into the light screen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, the Thunder God body tempering pills, which were mixed with the lightning of the celestial realm and strong medicinal aura, glittered with jewels and dense electric arcs, swam like dragons and snakes. They jumped out of the light screen and were caught by Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. I have 130. 62 million immortal stones, Enough to exchange for more than 1,000 Thunder God body tempering pills. More than 1,000. Ha 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 ha. To what extent can it refine my body? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han had long wanted to obtain a large number of Thunder God body tempering pills to refine his immortal body. Moreover, the previous battle had allowed Xiao Han to experience the domineering and majestic immortal body. Now, it could be said that his long-cherished wish had been fulfilled. Half an hour later. 1,306. I've squandered all my wealth. 130. 62 million immortal stones. I've exchanged for 1,306 immortal stones. To be continued. Chapter 484. In the wooden hut. Xiao Han sat cross-legged. 1,306 Thunder God body tempering pills floated around Xiao Han as if they had a mind of their own, constantly emitting celestial lightning. In the space around Xiao Han's body, thunder and lightning intertwined. In the blink of an eye, many phantoms appeared. In the space, only countless four-clawed golden dragons could be seen pulling the chariot. 999 virgin boys and 999 virgin girls could be seen playing the drums and playing the bells. The singing was like the sea, and the holy light was like the tide, covering the sky and covering the sky. The wind and clouds changed color. It was a grand spectacle. Whew! Xiao Han took a deep breath. His entire body was evaporated by the medicinal energy of the 1,306 Thunder God body tempering pills. He only felt refreshed and his entire body was comfortable. There was actually a feeling of enlightenment. What a strong medicinal effect. So good. I'm dying of happiness. Just being steamed by this medicinal aura makes me feel that every pore and cell is surging with joy. Good. Time to take the immortal pills. Refine them into my body. To further condense the immortal body. Xiao Han immediately entered the state of know one and know me. He reached out to take a Thunder God body tempering pill and put it in his mouth. Boom! The abundant medicinal effect of the immortal pill instantly spread out in Xiao Han's body. Rumble! 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 Inside Xiao Han's body, rolling thunder sounded, shocking the heavens and the earth. At this moment, his entire aura seemed to penetrate heaven and earth, closely combining with the world of thunder in the celestial world. One is not enough. The next moment, Xiao Han grabbed several Thunder God body tempering pills with both hands and suddenly swallowed them. At the same time, Xiao Han's indestructible golden body. It was also activated to the limit. The boundless golden tide was activated. It rolled and rolled. As one immortal pill after another was consumed and refined, Xiao Han's body was getting closer and closer to a celestial body, and the pure power of his flesh was also rising. Xiao Han no longer cared about the next celestial stone competition. He devoted himself to refining the immortal pills and condensing the celestial body. One thing was for sure, once Xiao Han came out of seclusion, he would definitely advance at a tremendous pace. He was no longer who he was before. Night. In a huge garden, there were a few extremely arrogant people, as if they were the most powerful heroes in the world. They gathered together and talked freely with each other. Among them was the Naga. Besides that, there was a huge man who was covered in black scale armor, and his aura was like that of an ancient god who had split the heavens and the earth apart. There was also a strange man with brown skin, a peerlessly powerful golden sword light flashing above his head, and an overwhelming aura. All three of them were extremely powerful. Today's competition. I don't know if you've checked. Naga smiled. I've seen them all. The black-scaled giant shrugged his shoulders. Some of the competitions are indeed extremely valuable. Among them, there were some ruthless people whose combat power was on par with ours. However, the majority of the matches are still very ordinary. It makes me feel very bored. There are some dark horses among them, right? The devilish man with reddish-brown skin smiled strangely. That fellow who is known for his tyrannical mental energy and has condensed all of his true energy into a magical treasure, the Beast King's soul-severing saber, struck out with his saber. Using 10,000 beasts to directly destroy the opponent's soul, it can be considered a powerful technique. Originally, I thought that fellow, as long as he did not meet us, he would be able to hold on for a few rounds. However, who would have thought that he would fail miserably in today's competition, and get his head smashed by a kick? However, The one who killed him was not a powerful existence, but a rookie at the cave expansion realm. This can be considered as the biggest dark horse in today's competition. Yes. Naga nodded. I've paid special attention to this competition. It is indeed a little interesting. I've also studied this competition a little. The black-scaled giant man's eyes suddenly flashed with a greedy and evil expression. The fellow who killed the Beast King's soul-severing saber has a special physique. It is a special physique that is only born among the human race in the countless planes of the universe. Oh! Naga and the devilish man with reddish-brown skin turned their heads at the same time, looking at the black-scaled giant man. Yes, Li Xiaotian, you are also a freak, a rare person with a special physique. Regarding this point, you have the right to speak. The devilish man with reddish-brown skin nodded. Humph. The black-scaled Li Xiaotian coldly snorted, his expression becoming even more arrogant. That's right, I have a special physique. In my blood, there is the precious gene of the celestial meteor body, which allows me to automatically control my blood vessels, bones, and muscles. It allows me to explode with tyrannical defensive power, as well as physical combat power. In a breath's time, I can transform into an ancient giant, with a body that is tens of feet long. Yes. The fellow who killed the Beast King's soul-severing saber has a special physique of the lightning attribute. This point, I will definitely not be wrong. Oh, lightning attribute? The devilish man with reddish-brown skin frowned slightly. A special physique of the lightning attribute should be very powerful, right? Naga also had a curious look on his face. Li Xiaotian was very pleased with himself as he said slowly. Very powerful. Lightning is the most violent and unstable force in the world. Lightning represents divine punishment, and the wrath of heaven. Strictly speaking, the lightning attribute is even more powerful than my celestial meteor body. Moreover, it is almost impossible for a mortal to have a lightning attribute physique. The lightning attribute physique should be a type of celestial physique. Moreover, among the celestial physiques, it is one of the most powerful types. It can communicate with the heavenly realm's divine lightning, and no tribulation can harm it. So powerful. Naga could not help but sigh softly. That kid doesn't seem to be that great. The devilish man with reddish-brown skin was also slightly disdainful. Of course, I also admit that he is not completely useless. To be able to forcefully withstand the attack of the Beast King's soul-severing saber, with less than 10 billion cauldrons of physical strength, his physique is indeed domineering. However, he defeated the Beast King's soul-severing saber by luck. His mental strength is extremely strong, and the Beast King's soul-severing saber's magical treasure is also a mental attack, so it just happened to hit that fellow's strong point. After suffering a mental backlash, the Beast King's soul-severing saber was defeated. However, no matter how strong that guy's mental strength was, it wasn't strong enough to release his mental strength and turn it into a weapon to directly attack. In short, that guy was just sloppy and ordinary. To encounter any of the three of us, they were all instantly killed. There's no suspense. Ha ha ha. Yes, he is still extremely weak now. That's because his lightning-attributed constitution has yet to fully mature. Right now, he is only a small sapling, extremely tender. However, his potential is extremely great. Suddenly, Li Xiaotian roared. I want to fight with that kid. If I get my hands on his body, if I assimilate his genes, my body will become even more violent, and I'll advance by leaps and bounds. In fact, my genes will be even more powerful than before. There was a possibility of lightning element appearing. Both of you, please help me. If both of you are in the next competition, when you encounter that kid, please kill him and leave his corpse intact. After that, hand his corpse over to me, and I'll use sufficient immortal stones to exchange for it. Ha ha ha. The devilish reddish-skinned youth laughed non-committally. That depends on whether or not he has the guts to participate in the next immortal stone competition. Assimilate and refine his corpse? Very disgusting. Naga also shook his head and smiled indifferently. Inside Xiao Han's wooden house, the entire house was filled with the divine light of thunder and lightning. Xiao Han had been in seclusion for an unknown number of days. However, at this moment, as his body became stronger and his lightning attribute became more and more vigorous, The speed at which he consumed and refined the Thunder God's body tempering pill also became faster and faster. At the beginning of his secluded cultivation, Xiao Han could only consume a few immortal pills in one go and needed to refine them for a while before continuing to consume them. But later on, Xiao Han could often grab and eat immortal pills by the handful, and his refining speed was extremely violent. Right now, there were only a few hundred Thunder God's body tempering pills floating around Xiao Han's body. After an unknown period of time, there were only a dozen or so Thunder God's body tempering pills floating around Xiao Han's body. Boom! Xiao Han grabbed all of the dozen or so immortal pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Gulp! He swallowed them all. Refine! The last dozen or so Thunder God's body tempering pills. Refine them all. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with lightning. His divine might was awe-inspiring. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning snaked out from above Xiao Han's head like a dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. At this moment, Xiao Han also slowly stood up. Shockingly, Xiao Han had inadvertently and casually breathed in. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the entire wooden house shook. It was as if a bolt of lightning had suddenly exploded in the middle of the wooden house. I've finally refined 1,306 Thunder God's body tempering pills. This feels great. Moreover, I, Xiao Han, have never possessed such great power before. Ha ha ha. This power is so strong that I can't control it for now. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han's eyes shot out lightning, and every cell in his body emitted a terrifying rumbling sound. He flicked his fingernails slightly, and the air would explode and be obliterated. Suddenly, the shadow of a thunder god appeared behind Xiao Han. This thunder god stood on dark clouds, wearing a thunderbolt battle robe and a crown on his head. He ruled the world with dignity and majesty. All the lightning in the immortal realm was under his command. 700 billion cauldrons. Xiao Han prepared for a while, and finally got used to the power he currently possessed. The violent lightning around him gradually receded into his body. Then, he sealed it up with the spirit turtle's true qi. Xiao Han's presence became completely gentle, and tranquil. However, he knew very well that after refining 1,306 Thunder God's body tempering pills, the pure strength of his body had reached a terrifying 700 billion cauldrons. His entire body carried a terrifying tearing and explosive power. An immortal physique is indeed an immortal physique. It's too powerful. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed complacently. When he opened his eyes slightly, millions of lightning bolts flashed, as if his eyes were hiding all the lightning in the world, or even the entire immortal realm. It was also like the thunder god had descended into the mortal world. Moreover, as long as Xiao Han did not purposely conceal it, and did not purposely conceal it with the spirit turtle true qi, then there would indeed be faint immortal qi flowing on his body, circulating and forming. Chapter 485. Xiao Han took 1,306 Thunder God body tempering pills in a row, which made his body more like an immortal body. He was one step closer to the perfect Thunder God body. Xiao Han's body was covered in lightning, and his breathing carried the anger of the heavens. The power of his flesh shell had increased to 700 billion cauldrons. The improvement was so great that even Xiao Han couldn't believe it. In Xiao Han's dimension, the powerhouses on the monster ranking list, like Shangguan Wudi, had a maximum attack power of 20 billion cauldrons when they used their true qi treasures. With the attack power of 700 billion cauldrons, if Xiao Han were to return to his dimension and encounter powerhouses like Shangguan Wudi, he would be crushed with a flick of his finger. The difference was too great, like the difference between heaven and earth. His life was on a completely different level. In other words, the current Xiao Han had already completely surpassed the living beings of his plane. Xiao Han wasn't even afraid of the Pagoda Master. The Pagoda Master had the body of a half-immortal. He collected the scattered immortal qi in the dimension and refined his body, so that his mortal body had traces of immortality. However, he hadn't taken any immortal pills. He couldn't be like Xiao Han and consume immortal pills in large quantities. Even the immortal qi contained in one Thunder God body tempering pill was not something that the Pagoda Master could collect in an ordinary dimension. In other words, the quality of Xiao Han's body was actually better than the Pagoda Master's. If I were to encounter that red-clothed young man with a saber again, I wouldn't give him any chance at all. Even if I didn't use my mental strength to deal with him, I wouldn't have given him any chance. Even if I don't use my mind power, I can still tear him apart with my bare hands. Xiao Han was very confident. But very soon, Xiao Han used the spirit turtle's true qi and concealed his violent, pulsating aura. He became very normal. His state of mind was also stabilized. It's too early for me to be happy. I have to take 10,000 Thunder God body tempering pills to perfect my immortal body. Only then can I create a perfect immortal body. I've only taken a little more than 1,000 pills. It's still far from perfect. Immortal pills were immortal pills. That was why Xiao Han had achieved such an absolutely heaven-defying improvement. It wasn't strange at all. Alright. I don't know how many days I've been in seclusion this time, nor do I know how far the Celestial Stone competition has progressed, or how many rounds it has been. I hope the Celestial Stone competition hasn't ended yet. I still need to continue fighting to obtain Celestial Stones to exchange for the Thunder God's body tempering pill. Xiao Han stood up and looked out of the window. It was already late at night. In the air outside the wooden hut, there was a kind of cold and austere atmosphere. Xiao Han slowly walked to the orchard outside the wooden house. He stretched lazily and picked many immortal fruits to fill his stomach. He ate until his teeth and cheeks were filled with the fragrance, and he cried out in satisfaction. Afterward, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to send a message to Xiao Ming-chu. Instead, he returned to the wooden house. Xiao Han stood in front of the screen. Spiritual fluctuations swept in. After cultivating in seclusion for a long time, Xiao Han was eager to know the progress of the Celestial Stone competition. After some observation, tomorrow is the 20th day of the Immortal Stone competition. I've been in seclusion for 6 whole days. However, the last time I consumed dozens of immortal pills, I went into seclusion for 4 days. This time, I consumed and refined more than 1,000 immortal pills, but I only went into seclusion for 6 days. I think it's because of my seclusion this time that I have a foundation. Therefore, when I consume and refine the Thunder God's body tempering pill, I can eat it by the handful, and the refining speed is getting faster and faster. Tomorrow is the 20th day of the Celestial Stone competition. I've been resting since the 13th round, and I've already missed 6 rounds of the competition. The Celestial Stone competition has been going on until now. There are only about 20,000 evil heroes in this giant hall. Sigh, I wonder how many evil heroes have died in the arena in the past few days. Hiss. Tomorrow's competition, the Celestial Stone prize, the compound interest. Oh my god. In the 13th round, the prize has already reached more than 80 million Celestial Stones. Then, the 20th round? If it's multiplied like this, wouldn't it be amazing? Xiao Han did a quick calculation, and he almost fainted from the shock. According to the rules of the Celestial Stone competition, the prize of tomorrow's 20th round will reach billions of Celestial Stones. Oh my god! It was really terrifying. The value of a Celestial Stone competition was as high as billions of Celestial Stones. Xiao Han forced himself to calm down. He gathered his psychic power and carefully observed the rewards for the Immortal Stone competition. As Xiao Han scanned the area with his psychic power, there was a flash on the screen, and a calm voice could be heard. Juniors, the Celestial Stone competition has now reached the 19th day, the 19th round. According to the rules, tomorrow will be the 20th round of the competition. However, I hereby announce that tomorrow, there will be a temporary truce. But don't think that the Celestial Stone competition is over. I mean that tomorrow, there will be a one-day truce so that the evil heroes who want to continue participating in the competition can recuperate and build up their strength. This is because the next round of the competition will be a battle between the strong. It's a matter of life and death. Oh, a truce tomorrow? Xiao Han was stunned. However, he did not think too much about it. He pricked up his ears, held his breath, and listened to the message left by Immortal Emperor Ju Dao again. Up until now, the Celestial Stones that the outstanding ones have obtained and the Celestial Stones that the losers have obtained, I'm afraid some of the participants have already obtained billions of Celestial Stones, right? Ha ha ha. That's amazing. To be able to accumulate billions of Celestial Stones is a badge of strength. No matter how lucky the weak ones are, it's impossible for them to accumulate billions of Celestial Stones. Congratulations to the strong ones. However, the current situation should be All the evil heroes who have billions of celestial stones must be very vexed, right? This is because the treasures in the storage of the Genius Zone's giant hall must have been exchanged. There's not much left. All of you must have celestial stones but no treasures to exchange, right? Yes. Even if I have billions of celestial stones in my hands, I really can't exchange for any treasures. Xiao Han's spirit wave swept through the storage. Yes, all kinds of defensive immortal equipment, offensive immortal equipment, and special immortal equipment were almost all exchanged. The storage of celestial pills and celestial chi was relatively large, but there were not many left. To Xiao Han, there were only 2,487 Thunder God body tempering pills left in the storage. Motherfastress Kerr. Xiao Han cursed inwardly. Before I went into seclusion, there were still 7,000 Thunder God body tempering pills in the storage. I exchanged for more than 1,000 Thunder God body tempering pills. Until now, there are 2,487 left. They have been exchanged for thousands of celestial stones. Xiao Han's heart was filled with regret. This Thunder God's body tempering pill's medicinal effect is extremely overbearing and unyielding. If it wasn't for the fact that I cultivated the indestructible golden body technique, I wouldn't have been able to withstand it. There's no way I can refine it either. The heroes in this realm definitely didn't exchange for the Thunder God body tempering pills for themselves to consume and refine, but only for the sake of exchanging. As long as it was an immortal pill, they would exchange for it if they had enough immortal stones. Then, they would return to their own realm and hire an alchemist to do their best to refine a neutralizing medicine. Emperor, Minister, Assistant Envoy. Damn it! Xiao Han was furious. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao left a message. Once again, it was transmitted from the light screen. That's right. I've said it before. This is merely the first layer of this emperor's treasure trove, the outermost layer. In this life of this emperor's, I've accumulated an enormous amount of treasures, and my wealth is comparable to a nation's. In the entire immortal world, this emperor has the most treasures, and their quality is also the most precious. However, to tell the truth, the treasures stored in the Genius Zone aren't that great. Defensive immortal treasures are the armors worn by ordinary true immortals. Offensive immortal treasures are also used by ordinary true immortals in the immortal world. All sorts of immortal chi and immortal pills are nothing in the immortal world. In fact, even the immortal arts and Taoist manuals placed in the Genius Zone are common goods in the immortal world. Ha ha ha. To tell the truth, any one of the treasures in the Genius Zone is enough to make you mortals fight for it with your lives. However, it's not an exaggeration to say that the Genius Zone is a place where this emperor piles up trash. Ha ha ha. The real good stuff is at the back. The treasures in the Genius Zone in the first layer have all been exchanged, so be it. It doesn't matter. Now, this emperor will tell everyone responsibly that once you enter the second layer of this emperor's treasure trove, the quantity and quality of the treasures will be much higher than in the Genius Zone. In that case, the immortal stones in your hands won't rot in your hands. Now, you can exchange them for immortal cards. Immortal cards are the currency used to enter the second layer of this emperor's treasure trove. Those who have extra immortal stones can exchange them for immortal cards now. When you enter the second layer of this emperor's treasure trove, you can use the immortal cards to exchange for some items. Of course, the second layer of this emperor's treasure trove has some special rules and tests. It's not just about immortal cards. The rules of exchanging immortal stones for immortal cards. 1 billion immortal stones for 1 unit of immortal cards, which is also 1 immortal card. 1 billion immortal stones for 1 immortal card? Immortal cards can be used in the second layer of Immortal Emperor's treasure trove? Xiao Han finally understood. However, he was helpless. Xiao Han had almost no immortal stones left. Moreover, even if he had immortal stones, he would definitely exchange them for the Thunder God's body tempering pills in the storage first. I'm unable to gather 10,000 Thunder God's body tempering pills in this giant hall of the Genius Zone. I wonder if there are any more Thunder God's body tempering pills in the second layer of Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. Or perhaps there are other immortal pills or treasures that can perfectly replace or even surpass the Thunder God's body tempering pills. At this point, there aren't many treasures left in the storage. I believe everyone has exchanged for the immortal keys to enter the second layer of this Emperor's treasure trove. Then, The following Immortal Stones competition is to fight for the only purple immortal key. Secondly, it's to prepare for the second layer of this Emperor's treasure trove to prepare for the immortal cards. However, everyone can leave now. There's no need to continue with the competition. The competition after this will definitely be extremely tragic. No genius hero can guarantee that they can defeat an equally talented opponent. There's no need to gamble with their lives, right? Yes, you can leave now. Yes, you can return to your hometown and come back to explore when the second layer of this Emperor's treasure trove opens. Of course, if you have the heart of an expert and are not afraid of death, this Emperor will not stop you from continuing the competition. The last remaining evil hero will obtain the only purple immortal key. Well, tomorrow, all the evil heroes who are staying in the giant hall, think about it carefully and see if you want to continue to participate in the Immortal Stones competition. Once you make the decision to continue the battle, use your psyche to touch the light screen and apply for a battle. However, once you apply for a battle, you can't withdraw until the end. In other words, applying to continue the Immortal Stones competition is equivalent to entering a cycle of death. You're not allowed to withdraw in the middle. Only one will survive in the end. Chapter 486. When Xiao Han heard Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's message, he was shocked to the core. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words were very clear. Otherwise, he would withdraw and not participate in the following Immortal Stone competition. Once they applied to participate, they had to fight to the end. The one who survived would be the final victor. The only existence. For example, if 100 people apply to participate in the next battle, then no matter how monstrous they are, how bright their future is, or how heaven-defying they are, 99 of them must die in battle. There was only one survivor. The success of a general is built on the bones of 10,000 people. And to be honest, is there really a need to continue fighting? Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. After the first 19 rounds of battles, those who could survive until now and still stand tall, which one of them didn't earn enough immortal stones? Which one of them didn't exchange for many treasures? Even the celestial key to enter the second level would be in his hands. What was the point of fighting? For honor? For the title of the strongest? Or perhaps it was for that purple immortal key? Yes, there was only one purple fairy key. Indeed, those who could obtain the purple fairy key were worthy of their name. They were the strongest people under 10,000 years old in the entire universe. However, according to Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, the difference between the purple immortal key and the other immortal keys was that it could bring more people into the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. The red immortal key could teleport one person to the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. The orange immortal key could teleport 3 people to the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. The yellow immortal key could allow 10 people to enter. The green immortal key could allow 20 people to enter. A blue immortal key. It could allow 50 people to enter. Blue fairy key. It could allow 70 people to enter. Purple immortal key. The number of people he brought in was indeed enough, reaching 200. But it was meaningless. Selfishly speaking, as long as he could enter the second level, that would be enough. Why would he care about others? Of course, if we continue to fight, we'll accumulate a terrifying amount of immortal stones. After exchanging them for immortal cards, I can also make full use of them when I enter the second floor. Xiao Han nodded slightly. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice continued to spread. You have 1 day to think about it. You can apply to continue fighting for the entire day tomorrow. The deadline for applications will be tomorrow night. In the light screen, it will show the number of people who are still fighting. After that, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice could be heard. The silence dissipated. The screen became quiet again. Should I continue fighting or teleport out? Xiao Han paced around the wooden house. I don't even have the immortal key to enter the second level. How can I not fight? Furthermore, I still need to obtain enough immortal stones to exchange for the Thunder God's body tempering pills in stock. Forget it. In any case, there's still a full day before the deadline to continue fighting. I'll go out and take a breather first. Xiao Han temporarily calmed down and walked out of the wooden hut. He took out the Devil Hero token and sent a message to Xiao Mingchu. Eldest senior brother, are you still in the giant hall? Not long after, Xiao Mingchu replied, Junior brother Xiao Han, you're out of seclusion? Yes, Brother Luo and I are still in the giant hall area, waiting for you to come out. Junior brother Xiao Han. Now you should know the rules announced by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Come out and have a chat. Yes. Eldest senior brother. Xiao Han stayed in the garden outside the wooden house. The shadows of flowers were sparse, and the moonlight was graceful. At this moment, it was noisy in the garden area of the other wooden houses. Many devil heroes were discussing and deciding what to do. Everyone, are you going to stay or leave? I'll teleport away now. I won't apply to participate in the Immortal Stone competition. There's no need to take the risk. I've already exchanged for a lot of immortal pills and immortal equipment. I've also exchanged for a yellow immortal key, which means that I've obtained the quota to enter the second level. Moreover, including myself, the yellow immortal key is enough for 10 people to enter the second level. I've achieved my goal and completed the task. I'll teleport away now and return to my hometown in glory. I'm leaving too. Everyone, let's meet again when the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove opens. There aren't many treasures left in the Genius Zone. There's no need for us to continue fighting. Once we apply to continue fighting, we can only fight to the end. Only one person can survive. This is simply courting death. Although I've always been proud of myself, after all the encounters in the Genius Zone this time, I've learned that there's always someone stronger than you. I'm not strong enough to fight to the end. If I participate rashly, I'll be courting death. Everyone, see you later. I didn't intend to continue fighting. I'm staying to watch the show. Ha ha ha. I won't leave for now. There's still a good show to watch. Yes. Brother, I'm also here to watch the show. There will definitely be conceited people who will apply to participate in the next battle. That'll be a good show. It'll be a heavyweight contest that can only be encountered by chance. I can't miss it. Xiao Han saw many chivalrous heroes teleporting away. Of course, there were also some who chose to stay. Some continued fighting, and some watched the show. Junior brother Xiao Han. Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, Xiao Han's 5 devil hero slaves, and a few other devil heroes all came to Xiao Han's side. Little brother Xiao Han, you've finally come out of seclusion after a few days. Luo Tianyu smiled. The final stage of the Immortal Stone competition is coming. Yes. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. The exploration of the Genius Zone is indeed coming to an end. Everyone sat down. They continued chatting. Junior brother Xiao Han, are you going to continue participating in the competition or withdraw? Xiao Mingchu asked with a frown. Probably to continue fighting, Xiao Han said honestly. I still want to enter the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure, but I don't have an immortal key. I have to fight and obtain immortal stones to exchange for a place to enter the second level. I won't enter the second level. I'm really not willing. But, Master, once you apply to continue fighting, you can't withdraw midway. You have to defeat all the opponents. One of Xiao Han's devil hero slaves said worriedly. Master, there's no need to take the risk. We all have some immortal stones. We'll be able to exchange for a place to enter the second level for Master. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. He did not know why, but the battle intent in Xiao Han's chest was getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Han already had the embryonic form of an immortal body. His physical strength had reached 700 billion cauldrons, and his physical defense was extremely strong. After refining 44 Thunder God body tempering pills, he suffered 200 billion cauldrons of attacks. Now that he had consumed more than 1,000 immortal pills, he was already immortal. A lesser success immortal body would be even harder to be killed by mortals. Moreover, Xiao Han had the natal saber chi of the great success stage to protect him. He could fight against any genius in the mortal world and would not be at a disadvantage. If I can fight to the end, not only will I obtain the purple immortal key, but my accumulation will also be even more terrifying. My mind will be sharpened and untainted. This will be of great benefit to me when I break through to the talisman transformation realm. Xiao Han blurted out. Junior brother Xiao Han, I was right. According to your temperament, you will indeed continue fighting. However, there are some strong opponents. Junior brother Xiao Han, you must not underestimate them, Xiao Mingchu hurriedly said. Eldest senior brother, I understand. Xiao Han nodded. Heh. Little brother Xiao Han's ambition is higher than the sky. Since that's the case, we won't persuade you anymore. We will stay here and watch little brother Xiao Han's battle. We will cheer for little brother Xiao Han, Luo Tianyu said seriously. I believe that the final victor standing on the stage will be you, little brother Xiao Han. Thank you for your encouragement, brother Luo. Xiao Han thanked him and then joked. If I can obtain the purple immortal key, I can bring 200 people into the second level. When that time comes, I'll bring everyone in together. Ha 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 ha. The joking immediately relaxed the atmosphere. After a short while. Actually, most of the fiends will not choose to continue fighting. There won't be many fiends applying to continue fighting tomorrow. Most of them are unwilling to fight for their only chance of survival, Xiao Mingchu said rationally. We'll know the number of fiends who will continue fighting tomorrow night, Xiao Han said with a smile. The next day. In a wooden house. The genius Naga with chestnut-colored hair stood in front of the light screen with an arrogant face. Continue fighting. Only the final victor can live. Ha! Good. What an interesting rule. I, Naga, will continue fighting. All those who obstruct me, Naga, will be turned into dregs. Ha 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 ha. Boom. Naga's spiritual wave shot into the light screen, requesting to continue participating in the Immortal Stone competition. In another wooden house, the huge man, Li Xiaotian, who was covered in black scale armor, had come to a decision after an entire night of pondering. I was born with a special physique, and my defense is unbelievably strong. Even if my attack is not as strong as the other fiends, I can still kill them if they can't kill me. Participate. Continue fighting. Boom. Li Xiaotian's spiritual wave also shot into the light screen. At the same time on this day, a group of the strongest fiends applied to continue fighting. At dusk, Xiao Han stood in front of the light screen with a faint smile on his face. Let's fight. My goal is to enter the 4th level of Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, the core level. I want to obtain Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. I, Xiao Han, am possessed by the demon god's soul and the cosmic giant beast's egg. I'm almost a person who can't even survive. I'm not afraid of being cut into pieces, and I dare to pull down the emperor. I, Xiao Han, am not afraid. Fight. Continue fighting. Xiao Han's spiritual wave also shot into the light screen, requesting to continue fighting. The night. Xiao Han stood in front of the light screen. At this moment. Yes, the time limit for applying to continue the Immortal Stone competition is up. At this point, a total of 32 of the bravest, strongest, and most tenacious genius fiends will participate in the final battle. Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's indifferent image was transmitted from the light screen. To be continued. Chapter 487. In the middle of the wooden hut. Xiao Han stood in front of the light screen. At this moment, the light screen was overflowing with colorful lights. Wisps of mysterious light rose from it. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's solemn voice was transmitted. 32 people? Including me, there are only 32 Xianxia who applied to continue participating in the Immortal Stone competition? Xiao Han suddenly understood. However, to be honest, 32 people were willing to fight to the death. This number was already very good. That is to say, only one of the 32 Xianxia will survive. At this moment, swoosh, a mystical beam of light suddenly shot out from the light screen and shone onto Xiao Han's body. Suddenly, Xiao Han's entire body was translucent. Before Xiao Han could react, his image had already appeared on the light screen. At the same time, swoosh, 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 on the light screen, the images of the Xianxia appeared one after another. After a few hundred breaths, the fluctuation on the light screen stopped and solidified. Xiao Han hurriedly took a closer look. At this moment, on the light screen, the images of 32 Xianxia were neatly listed. On the light screen, Xiao Han saw a young and handsome version of himself. His eyes were resolute and his facial features were slightly immature. Xiao Han clicked his tongue in wonder. Looking again, other than himself, among the remaining 31 Xianxia, there were only 3 female Xianxia. The rest were all male Xianxia. Moreover, each Xiaoxia's physical characteristics and temperament were completely different. There was a guy with a sinister face. There was also a guy with a kind face. There was a black person. There was a person with reddish-brown skin. There was a tall and huge one like an ancient god. There was also a thin and cold one like a snake or scorpion. That chestnut-haired guy is also here. Is he also participating in the Immortal Stone competition? Xiao Han's expression slightly froze. On the light screen, he saw Naga's image. For Naga. Xiao Han also had a deep impression. Xiao Han had seen Naga's battle before. Naga was only at the Talisman Transformation Realm, but he instantly killed a 9th-level True Qi cultivator. This was a battle where he killed someone at a higher level. It was very classic. TSK. If I didn't remember wrongly, that chestnut-haired fellow is at the Talisman Transformation Realm. I am at the Acupoint Expansion Realm and he is at the Talisman Transformation Realm. Our True Qi realm is at the bottom amongst the countless geniuses. However, his previous performance was very stunning. But I never thought that he would be able to fight until now. He did not die in the arena. Moreover, he even participated in the Celestial Stone competition. This fellow is a formidable opponent. Xiao Han instinctively felt that he didn't want to meet the Nagas. 32 brave warriors. This emperor thought. After the rules of the Fairy Stone competition were announced, most of the evil heroes would give up. There would probably only be a few chivalrous swordsmen joining in. But, yes, a total of 32 chivalrous heroes chose to fight to the end. You are all peerless geniuses with great wisdom and courage who do not fear death. This emperor is moved by you all. Ha 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 ha. In fact, with this kind of crushing power and bravery, one wouldn't be far from becoming an immortal. Ha ha ha. In order to become an immortal, one had to go through many tribulations and tribulations. The immortal path is not about riding a crane and being carefree. It is about cutting through thorns and thorns, putting oneself on the edge of death to survive. Then, among the 32 chivalrous swordsmen, only one will survive. According to this emperor's experience, this elite should have at least a 50% chance of eventually becoming an immortal. Oh? The one who defeats all the opponents and survives has at least a 50% chance of ascending to the immortal path and becoming an immortal? Xiao Han's expression also changed slightly. A 50% chance of becoming an immortal. This was already a very, very high probability. It was extremely difficult for mortals to ascend to the immortal path, and the chances were slim. Often, in countless ordinary mortal planes, there might not even be one immortal born. Some so-called geniuses had the potential to become an immortal. In fact, the probability of becoming an immortal was definitely only 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. For example, in Xiao Han's plane, the genius Garen, who died in Xiao Han's hands, was said to have the quality to become an immortal. However, if he did not die, there was only 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in a million chance of becoming an immortal. Now, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, the third immortal emperor in the history of the immortal world, said that as long as one stood out among the 32 chivalrous swordsmen, he would have a 50% chance of becoming an immortal. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's evaluation was absolutely authoritative. Xiao Han was very tempted by this. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded in the light screen. Then, everyone, I will now announce the rules of tomorrow's competition. Xiao Han immediately listened attentively. The 32 chivalrous swordsmen will fight in pairs. The winner will advance to the next round, and the loser will die. Tomorrow, the top 16 will emerge from the 32 chivalrous swordsmen. Then, there will be a 3-day break to determine the top 8. Then, there will be a 3-day break to determine the top 4. Before the finals, there will be a 7-day break. Chivalrous swordsmen, the opponents you will encounter will also be determined randomly. It is not predetermined by humans. The random selection of opponents has some element of luck. Those with strong luck can avoid strong opponents. To avoid early encounters. To become an immortal, luck is also very important. However, I believe that among the 32 chivalrous swordsmen, none of them are weak. The competition to advance to the top 16, the 16 pinnacle battles will be held at the same time tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we will randomly decide who your opponent will be. Alright, this emperor has finished announcing the rules. Everyone, rest up and build up your energy. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice finally dissipated. Phew. Random selection of opponents. Xiao Han breathed out a mouthful of turbid air and then walked out of the wooden house. Outside Xiao Han's wooden house. In the garden and orchard. Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu and the others had already arrived and were clustered around Xiao Han. They were discussing nervously. The atmosphere was slightly depressing. Junior brother Xiao Han, we have seen the images of the 32 chivalrous swordsmen through the light screen. Some of them are very impressive. We have a very deep impression of them. We've seen their previous battles through the screen. They're all top-notch monsters, extremely abnormal. Xiao Mingqiu said nervously. I didn't expect that. There are still so many people participating in the final battle. This is really crazy. Out of the 32 people, 31 will die. When I think about it, it really makes me sigh. Luo Tianyu shook his head repeatedly. Including junior brother Xiao Han, there are a total of 32 chivalrous swordsmen from 32 different mortal planes. Each chivalrous swordsman is the strongest existence among their peers. In the countless mundane planes, they all have the ability to summon the wind and rain. But now, they actually have to fight each other in pairs, and only one can survive in the end. This is really cruel. Say, 31 people will die. Just these 31 people. 4 weak planes of our level, even if we get 1 or 2, we'll still be able to deal with them. We can also rise up. It is really a pity to die in vain. This immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is really. In the name of being a genius zone, he distributed his treasures to many genius chivalrous swordsmen, and even said that he wanted to groom a successor to inherit his orthodoxy. But from his current actions and rules, he is not cherishing geniuses at all. If he cherishes the gifts from the heavens, he would not let the strongest existences kill each other. This is really a reckless waste of resources. Heh. Xiao Mingqiu smiled faintly. In the eyes of a monstrous immortal emperor, mortals are just ants, dust. The so-called genius chivalrous swordsmen are nothing more than stronger ants in the eyes of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao sees us as pawns to play with, and does not care about our lives. There's nothing to be regretful about. Yes. One of Xiao Han's chivalrous swordsmen nodded. If mortals die, they die. Immortals will not care about these things. Junior brother Xiao Han, now let's see who you will encounter in the first round, the battle for the top 32 to the top 16. Xiao Mingqiu looked at Xiao Han. Among these powerful chivalrous swordsmen, there are a few who are extremely abnormal. However, I am most worried about a monster who is only at the talisman transformation realm. Yes. That guy seems to be called Naga. Luo Tianyu also echoed. This person is the most terrifying. Is it that chestnut-haired guy? Xiao Han blurted out. Yes. That's the guy who can kill people above his level like chopping melons and vegetables. Xiao Mingqiu said cautiously. Junior brother Xiao Han, I have watched Naga's battles many times. His battles are very terrifying. Xiao Mingqiu's expression was aghast. Xiao Han was stunned. In every battle of Nagas, no matter who his opponent is, he will cut them into pieces with one sword. Xiao Mingqiu said in horror. He has never used a second sword. I have never seen such a fast sword. There are rumors that Naga can kill thousands of ultimate variant demon emperors with one sword. Luo Tianyu also trembled in fear. From the previous battles, any opponent that meets Naga is not worthy of his second sword. Xiao Han touched his nose and smiled indifferently. I don't think I will be so unlucky to meet Naga in the first round, right? Of course, even if I really meet him, I have no way out. I can only fight. I will be cautious, but I will definitely not be afraid. Deep into the night. In a fragrant garden. The chestnut-haired Naga, the black-scaled Li Xiaotian, and the brownish-red bewitching man gathered together. Tomorrow, the battle will begin, and the opponent will be randomly decided. Li Xiaotian smiled. Naga, what I am most worried about is that I will meet you early. No worries. Li Xiaotian. If we meet in the arena, you will die very quickly. There will be no pain. Naga smiled coldly. Because my sword is very fast. I kill people in 1,000th of an instant. Those who die in my hands will not feel pain. My sword is a merciful sword. Ha ha ha. Naga, I also promise you that if I, Li Xiaotian, meet you, I will also let you die without any pain. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 488. You are no match for me. Naga's lips curled into a mocking smile. Li Xiaotian, don't overestimate yourself. You might be able to win if you meet someone else, but if you meet me, Naga, you will die. That's not necessarily true. Li Xiaotian's eyes twitched wildly as he gritted his teeth. It's still unknown who will win. All right, Naga, Li Xiaotian, don't argue with each other. The devilish man with reddish-brown skin hurriedly came out to mediate. 32 people will first be divided into 16 groups to fight. At least in the first round, the probability of us meeting each other is relatively low. He paused for a moment before continuing. In fact, I have also looked at the images of the 32 people. The kid who killed the Beast King's soul-severing blade actually appeared in there. Expanded Point Realm Trash, after being silent for a few rounds, has now jumped out and actually dared to participate in the final battle. This is truly a miracle. This is courting death. Li Xiaotian licked his lips. I thought that kid had already teleported away. Who would have thought that he would appear again? I hope that my first opponent will be him. That way, I will be able to advance steadily in the first round. This will increase my confidence. Furthermore, I can obtain his corpse and refine his bloodline genes. The first round is very important. If we can win, it will greatly increase our confidence and morale. I also hope that we will meet that expanded Point Realm kid in the first round. The devilish man with reddish-brown skin also said with certainty. Naga curled his lips in disdain. It seemed that no matter who he met, to him, it would be the same. The outcome would be the same. Inside Xiao Han's wooden house. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed. The liquid spiritual power planet in his sea of consciousness pulsated vigorously, releasing the primordial divine light, that bright and resplendent spiritual power halo. That bright and resplendent mental power halo seeped out, illuminating the entire wooden house. The origin blade chi of the great accomplishment stage was like an evil dragon. It resided in the sea of consciousness. Every cell in his body was emitting the light of the immortal world. Xiao Han's body glowed brightly, faintly emitting traces of the immortal body. Currently, Xiao Han's physical strength had reached 700 billion cauldrons, and he could attempt to break through to the 20th level of the exterminating sky decimating earth mental technique. He even had 21 sets of spiritual finger seals. However, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to break through to the next level. Tomorrow was the day of the battle. Xiao Han had to be completely focused and adjust his body's condition to its peak. I hope I can defeat my opponent tomorrow. After that, there would be 3 days of rest. In these 3 days, I can make the best use of my time to break through the follow-up of the exterminating sky decimating earth mental technique. Tomorrow I must win. No matter who the opponent is. Xiao Han's eyes turned, his fighting spirit rising. So what if it's Naga's? The night passed. Day had arrived. Wang. From the light screen in the middle of the wooden hut came the urgent sound of a short flute. Then, Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's voice resounded. All 32 evil heroes, please get into position quickly. Now, you will be randomly selected for the first round of 32 to 16 opponents. It's time. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. He leaped to the side of the light screen and stared at it. In Xiao Mingchu's wooden hut. Xiao Mingchu stood nervously in front of the light screen. He put his hands together in a praying position and silently prayed. The strong are as many as trees in a forest, a battle of life and death. I hope that Junior Xiao Han can avoid the most terrifying guys. Out of the 32, only one will survive. I hope that it will be Junior Xiao Han. Is it starting? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. The muscles at the corner of Naga's eyes twitched. His eyes flashed with boundless killing intent and arrogance as he stared at the light screen. To me, Naga, any opponent is like a blade of grass. It doesn't matter who I meet. Xiao Han stared at the light screen. At this moment, Wang. On the light screen, the images of the 32 evil heroes began to rotate rapidly. The speed of rotation was abnormally fast. Faster and faster. In the beginning, Xiao Han could still rely on his powerful mental strength to grasp the positions and trajectories of the 32 images on the light screen. But towards the end, the images of the 32 chivalrous men were completely distorted and turned into rays of light and shadows. Even Xiao Han's mental fluctuations could not be seen clearly. At this moment, boom! The light screen shook. The images of the 32 evil heroes suddenly lined up one by one, matched in pairs. Evil heroes, the battle of the top 32 has officially begun. Your respective opponents have been randomly selected. After 10 breaths, you will be transported to the arena. The first round of the battle of the top 32 is also considered the Immortal Stone competition. There are 20 rounds in total, and the rules for the Immortal Stone rewards will not change. I wish you all good luck. The opponent was selected. Xiao Han scanned with his mental strength and found that his opponent was actually a black evil hero. It's a black man. Before Xiao Han could react, a beam of light shot out from the light screen and directly enveloped Xiao Han. A whirlpool suddenly appeared. In the next moment, Xiao Han was already swept into the light screen. Chaos on all sides. Xiao Han stood on a square-shaped arena. Across from Xiao Han was his opponent, the Black Demon Hero. The Black Devil's feet seemed to be suspended in the air. His body was extremely huge, and the space around his body was completely distorted. Under the distorted space, it was impossible to distinguish his appearance. People could only vaguely see that his skin was charcoal black. Countless mysterious patterns and talismans were intertwining. This Black Devil was constantly emitting a pressure that could cause one's will to collapse. 9th level of True Qi, True Treasure Realm. Xiao Han had already assessed his opponent's realm. At the same time, Xiao Han also saw a light yellow brocade bag floating above the Black Vigilante's head. There were countless celestial stones stored inside, and they were as numerous as the sands in the vast ocean. It seemed that this Black Devil hadn't taken the Immortal Stone yet. He exchanged it for an immortal card. As long as I defeat him, I will be rich. Xiao Han could not help but lick his lips. But very quickly, Xiao Han put away his distracting thoughts. His heart was as calm as an ancient well, and he quietly observed his opponent. Before he entered the arena, Xiao Han was still a little nervous before the big battle. But now, standing on the arena and facing his opponent in a life-and-death battle, Xiao Han surprisingly calmed down. The saber intent in his sea of consciousness swept across, causing him to enter a supreme realm where there was no one and no me. In his heart, there was no longer any filth. Everything was clear. Good. Very good. Very good, said the Black Fiend. The Black Devil let out a violent rumbling sound. In the surrounding space, the sun and moon sank, and the stars swayed. In his tone, it was full of relief. Xiao Han was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that the top 32 life and death battle. The first opponent I encountered was actually you. The Black Devil spoke with fervor and assurance. There was a kind of high and mighty posture, as if he was the king of the world. It seemed that he had firmly grasped Xiao Han. Oh, I get it now. It's because my Zhenqi realm is insignificant, only at the expanded aperture realm. As such, you were overjoyed to meet me, thinking that you would be able to defeat me effortlessly, right? Xiao Han burst into laughter. At that moment, Xiao Han controlled his body perfectly, hiding the power of furious lightning in every single pore and cell on his body. At the same time, he used the spirit turtle's true qi to envelop his life force. As a result, it was impossible to tell just how tough Xiao Han's body was. He did not disguise the pulses of his true qi at all. His cultivation at the 6th layer of true qi was exposed without restraint. It was a mixture of truth and falsehood, filled with deception. Yes. On one hand, it's because you are indeed the weakest in the top 32. This is publicly acknowledged. In reality, every single one of us wanted to encounter trash like you in the first round. That way, we could defeat you easily and advance to the next round. Moreover, the increasing confidence goes without saying. Looks like my luck is indeed heaven-defying. There are a total of 16 battles. I could have encountered 16 different opponents, but I just had to encounter trash like you. Do you think I should not be happy? And I recognize you. You recognize me? It can't be, right? We come from different planes. It's impossible for us to have any interaction. You actually recognize me? Xiao Han was dumbfounded. I saw that you came from the same plane as that trash. You and that trash still call each other senior and junior brothers. The black demon roared. His tone was filled with resentment and hatred. You mean, my eldest senior brother? Xiao Han was stunned. That bastard killed my most beloved and most valued disciple, Kino, in the arena. Unforgivable. However, after that trash did not dare to fight anymore. Even though I wanted to avenge Kino, I could not find a chance. Originally, I planned to kill that trash after leaving the Genius Zone. At the same time, I would ask our pagoda master to send troops to destroy your plane. But now, I did not expect that I would encounter you, that trash's junior brother. Die! I will blast you into pieces. I will avenge my disciple Kino. Roar! The black demon let out a beast-like howl. In an instant, his battle intent rose. His entire aura became flawless, flickering, and unpredictable. It was like a dazzling pearl spinning under the starry sky. He had already pushed his true chi divine art to the limit. Xiao Han was on high alert. He was ready to deal with any changes. The spirit turtle true chi that sealed the power of his body was also ready to be released at any time. It erupted with the power to tear apart continents and destroy planets. At this moment, die! Die with my disciple Kino. The black demon flicked his finger. Countless true talisman arrays were born and destroyed. Immediately, a terrifying destructive power filled the entire arena. All the space was compressed and twisted. Supreme Maha Infinite Vajra Divine Strength Technique. Streams of hurricane-like true energy burst out from the black man's fingertips. Rumble! Rumble! The space trembled. The black demon's body emitted an aura that was like that of an ancient god. His true chi divine technique had the domineering aura of a king. It swept through everything. It was much stronger than the Beast King's soul-severing saber that Xiao Han had encountered before. In a trance, Sanskrit chants rang out. A dark shadow rose up behind the black demon. It looked like a bald statue. Its hands were clasped together, and it was chanting some mysterious spell. Boom! A giant golden finger as tall as a pillar pierced through the sky and pressed down on Xiao Han. This giant golden finger emitted a brilliant golden light. One could see densely packed runes and arrays on its surface. It had the terrifying power to destroy everything. The power of this finger was absolutely heaven-defying. It could crush everything. This black demon was a miraculous genius in his dimension. When he was in the expanded meridian realm, his meridian expanded by 300 times. The pure true chi attack power was 18 million ding. When he was in the talisman transformation realm, he refined the talismans 10 times, increasing the quality of his true chi by 400 times. The pure true chi attack power also reached a terrifying 8 billion ding. When he was in the talisman formation realm, the arrays created by the talismans increased the pure true chi attack power by 20 times, reaching 160 billion ding of pure true chi attack power. Finally, when he entered the true treasure realm, the pure true chi attack power increased by 2 times. Without using any true chi cultivation technique, his pure true chi attack power was around 320 billion ding. At this moment, the Black Fiend had activated a peerless true chi divine art, the supreme great Maha Infinite Vajra Strength divine art. His attack power was forcibly increased to around 600 billion cauldrons, and he attacked Xiao Han. Die! Blast them into ashes. The black demon bared his teeth. He wanted to kill Xiao Han in one blow. He did not want to give Xiao Han any chance. He wanted to turn Xiao Han into ashes. Heh! Xiao Han instantly entered battle mode. Release! Thunder God Tyrant Body. Boom! Xiao Han's spirit turtle true chi spread out. Shockingly, the space between the heavens and the earth was constantly tumbling. Dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed. Xiao Han's entire body seemed to have become tall and strong. He pointed at the sky and stepped on the ground, looking like a king. Chapter 489. The Immortal Stone competition in the Genius area had finally reached its climax. Tens of millions of elite chivalrous heroes under the age of 10,000 came from different planes of the universe. Each of them had their own ambitions, aspirations, and pride. Finally, they gathered at the first level of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, the Genius area, to compete for the many treasures. Until now, there were only 32 people who still had the courage and competitiveness. 32 genius chivalrous heroes fought in pairs. In the battle for the top 32 to the top 16, Xiao Han met a black chivalrous hero. That black chivalrous hero used his true chi to support a true chi divine skill, and had a violent attack power of 600 million ding. With this attack power, it was not impossible for him to kill people and destroy a small planet. In Xiao Han's plane, Shangguan Wudi, an ancient giant on the chivalrous hero ranking, was at the 10th level of true chi and could be ranked in the top 30. But his maximum attack power was only around 200 million ding. If he met this black chivalrous hero, he would be poked to death with one finger. Even if this black chivalrous hero went to Xiao Han's plane, he could single-handedly fight all the chivalrous heroes in Xiao Han's plane, and directly destroy the chivalrous tower, which was known to be undefeatable. At this moment, in addition to the top 32 chivalrous heroes who were about to fight to the death, there were still more than 10,000 chivalrous heroes who stayed in the giant hall to watch the show. In Xiao Mingchu's room, because there were only 16 battles, Xiao Mingchu's spiritual wave swept through and found the battle between Xiao Han and the black chivalrous hero, this guy. Seeing the black chivalrous hero, Xiao Mingchu almost bared his teeth, and there were flames of anger in his eyes. This black chivalrous hero once threatened me. At that time, I killed his disciple in a round of competition. After killing his disciple, he declared that he would take revenge and exterminate all living beings in our realm. Now that he has encountered junior brother Xiao Han, he will definitely vent his anger on junior brother Xiao Han and use the cruelest methods to deal with junior brother Xiao Han. At this moment, boom! 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 When the black chivalrous hero used his ultimate attack, the entire light screen shook, and numbers actually rose in the battle between Xiao Han and the black chivalrous hero. 618. 7 billion ding. With the attack of the black chivalrous man, the light curtain shook violently and a golden light bloomed. A clear set of data appeared in front of him. What was this? Was this the attack power of the black vigilante? Was it read by the light screen? Xiao Mingchu cried out involuntarily. He had completely lost his composure. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he almost fainted from fright. Was he still human? This attack actually contained the power to destroy a planet, an ancient powerhouse of our plane. No, it wasn't just the ancient potentates. Even the elders and the pagoda masters didn't have that kind of power. Crap! Junior brother Xiao Han, how are you going to block it? Xiao Mingchu's heart tightened, and he felt like he was suffocating. Although junior brother Xiao Han is monstrous, his strength is only around 100 million cauldrons. These few days, junior brother Xiao Han has been extremely mysterious. He hid himself and went into seclusion. I think he must have made great progress. But 100 million cauldrons of strength can't increase too much. It can't suddenly increase. Crap. This black man's strength is dozens of times that of junior brother Xiao Han. It's like hitting a stone with an egg. Junior brother Xiao Han. You have to hold on. Luo Tianyu's room. Luo Tianyu stood in front of the light screen. He screamed in shock. 618. 7 billion cauldrons. This is beyond my understanding. Could it be that this is the power of an immortal? How can a mortal have this kind of power? Even the most powerful chivalrous hero in our plane can't reach 100 billion cauldrons. Little brother Xiao Han, actually encountered such a strong opponent. At the same time, the tens of thousands of chivalrous heroes who were watching the battle were extremely nervous. When they saw the battle between Xiao Han and the black chivalrous hero, they couldn't help but conclude with a few words. Heaven and earth. Among the 16 life and death battles, only this one has the least suspense. The winner can be decided almost instantly. On the arena. Evil creature, die under my divine ultimate skill, the supreme Maha Infinite Vajra divine strength technique. The black chivalrous hero released his divine power and poked at Xiao Han like a deity. At this time, in a breath, Xiao Han also directly released the restraint of the thunder god tyrant body. Crackle! Crackle! Suddenly, in the pores of Xiao Han's body, lightning intertwined, thunder talismans circled, and immortal light bloomed. His strength rose steadily. The first battle must be won cleanly and cleanly. Full power. Xiao Han did not hide his strength at all. The power of 700 billion cauldrons was added to his body. At this moment, Xiao Han stood tall like a deity. His entire body was invincible. The light from his body purified all the filth of the mortal world. The divine thunder of the immortal world judged all living beings. Countless lightning bolts crisscrossed, the wind blew, the clouds surged, the sky changed color, and illusions appeared everywhere. From behind Xiao Han, a thunder god rose up, as if it was real. This thunder god stepped on dark clouds, wearing a beautiful robe with mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, and a crown on his head. He was majestic and commanding, above all living beings, ruling the world, and no one dared to disobey him. All the lightning in the sky and on the ground were under his command. The 5 elements, 8 trigrams, yin and yang qi existed for him. Die! Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and countless phantoms appeared in his eyes. The 4 seasons, the sun and moon, mountains and rivers, all living beings, the immortal world. When Xiao Han opened his eyes, billions of lightning bolts, divine light, and holy light shone, as if all the lightning in the world was hidden in his eyes. Roar! Xiao Han let out a long roar that shook the surroundings. The entire arena showed signs of collapsing. Pucci! Xiao Han's body moved, and he had already forcibly torn the space apart, and punched out. Boom! This was the fist of the embryonic form of the immortal body, driven by the power of 700 billion cauldrons. He did not hold back too much. This fist was the descent of the deity. This punch was full of power. Pucci, without waiting for the black man to react, his true chi absolute kill attacked. It was forcibly torn apart by Xiao Han's fist. Waves of chi rolled everywhere, sweeping in all directions. In all directions, there were gloomy shadows. Xiao Han's fist broke the strong enemy's attack. His body slightly flashed, and he had already flashed in front of the black demon, and once again punched out. He did not give the opponent a chance to react at all. Boom! This fist. Once again, it exploded with a power of 700 billion cauldrons, sweeping in all directions, dominating the wilderness, crushing everything. Evil creature! The black demon felt Xiao Han's mighty and terrifying power, and a fierce and ominous premonition rose in his heart. He immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was too late for him to move and dodge. He could only activate the true chi talisman array in his body and collide head-on with Xiao Han. Xiao Han's fist was too fast. His embryonic form of the immortal body could cross time and space in a flash. It was not something the black demon could dodge at all. Bang! Finally, Xiao Han's fist and the black demon's true chi counterattack collided head-on. It was like a collision of comets. Heaven and earth seemed to tremble. However, puff! The black demon violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The true chi in his body was shaken by Xiao Han's fist until it was scattered like water ripples, unable to condense. In all directions, space exploded, and mushroom clouds rose violently. Moreover, Xiao Han's fist contained violent thunder and lightning elements. When his fist blasted out, there was a dense electric light. Like a dragon or a snake, mercury spilled on the ground, pervasive, and penetrated into the black demon's body. The electric light was like a thin thread. Thousands of threads penetrated into the black demon's body. Bones, meridians, blood, even the sea of consciousness. A strong sense of numbness instantly seized the black demon, causing his thinking and reaction speed to slightly slow down. His entire body's movements were also slightly sluggish. Evil creature! Get lost! Die! The black demon howled in horror. Boom! Xiao Han was simply unforgiving. Another punch, bombarded out. Xiao Mingchu's wooden house. The light screen shook violently. Shaking. Following Xiao Han's punch, the light screen suddenly exploded with a dazzling golden light. 7,000, 000, 000 cauldrons. Xiao Mingchu clearly saw that it was exactly the power of 7,000, 000, 000 cauldrons. Kakik, kakik. Xiao Mingchu was completely suffocated. His neck seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, and a strange owl-like sound came out. After a long time, He wailed as if he was in a dream. 7,000 cauldrons? This power. What is going on? This is junior brother Xiao Han's power? Xiao Mingqiu completely did not dare to believe his eyes. He suspected that this 7,000 cauldrons of power came from the black demon, and not from Xiao Han. Xiao Mingqiu used all his strength to rub his eyes, and stared at the light screen as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, the light screen continuously shook violently, and one by one, new data continuously appeared. Boom! 7,000 cauldrons. Boom! 7,000 cauldrons. Boom! 7,000 cauldrons. Looking carefully at the screen on the screen, Xiao Han was closing in step by step, punching out one punch after another. Every punch landed on the black demon's body. The black demon kept retreating, spitting out blood. His face was extremely ferocious, and he was in a sorry state. Imminent danger. It really is junior brother Xiao Han. His power. 7,000 cauldrons. Xiao Mingqiu was on the verge of collapsing. Freak! What a freak! What a monster! Heaven-defying! A few days ago, junior brother Xiao Han's limit was only around 100 million cauldrons, but now, it has exploded to 7,000 cauldrons. How is it possible for him to improve so rapidly in just a few days? Xiao Mingqiu was incoherent. This is definitely a rare thing. On the stage. Bang, 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 bang. Xiao Han continuously punched out, bombarding the black demon's body. More and more lightning bolts drilled into the black demon's body, causing him to be in a sorry state. His whole body was paralyzed, and he could not control himself. Da, 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 da. Xiao Han still did not know fatigue. Like a god descending to the mortal world, he punched out again and again. He was in high spirits. Every punch swept through the universe, dominating the world. His skin was now glittering and translucent, and immortal lightning flowed through it. His 5 viscera, 6 bowels, bone structure, and blood vessels rumbled as if they were being punished by the heavens. His physical strength, the embryonic form of the immortal body, was so tyrannical that it could even destroy a steel mountain. The black demon no longer had the ability to fight back. He could only keep retreating, spitting out blood, his mouth spitting out meaningless threats, wailing and cursing. At this moment, pooh! All of a sudden, a foul stench filled the air. From the black demon's crotch, some filthy things fell out. He was actually beaten up by Xiao Han, and shit came out. Chapter 490. Xiao Han was beating up the Black Yao repeatedly. Furthermore, the strength of each of Xiao Han's punches was exactly 700 million cauldrons. The black man was only able to block the attacks and had no strength to fight back. He was beating the shit out of him. Furthermore, the Black Yao's Zhenqi was greatly depleted. On one hand, he had to use his Zhenqi to defend against Xiao Han's punches. On the other hand, he had to use some of his Zhenqi to defend against the lightning divine light that was invading his internal organs and meridians. He was being pushed back step by step. It was only a matter of time before he was killed by Xiao Han. In countless wooden houses, the chivalrous swordsmen who were watching the battle were now almost in a state of stupefaction and astonishment, staring at the light screen stupidly. On the light screen, the figure of 7,000 cauldrons rose continuously, causing the light screen to tremble. It seemed as though the light screen was about to explode. How is this possible? This kid, how did he manage to unleash a force of 700 million ding? He is only at the expanded acupoint realm. How could his small body contain such a violent and destructive force? Could it be that he used some kind of immortal artifact to raise his strength? A white-robed middle-aged man was shocked. Immortal artifact? It is definitely not an immortal artifact. A red-robed, one-eyed man had a cold expression. However, there was an unconcealable fear in his eyes. Furthermore, his strength is purely the strength of his physical body, and not the strength of his true energy. Could it be that this is the special physique that is known to be as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the boundless countless plains? A jade-like man wearing a crown and apricot yellow dragon robe stood in front of the light screen and nodded his head. It is not difficult to unleash a maximum attack power of 700 million ding. Not only the top 32 participants in the final battle could produce such a level of attack. Even the experts who did not participate in the top 32 were able to unleash a force of 700 million ding. Even the experts who did not participate in the top 32 were able to unleash a force of 700 million ding. However, to be like this young man and continuously unleash a force of 700 million ding, that was too difficult. A force of 700 million ding. Every time it was unleashed, it would consume a huge amount of energy. If one didn't have enough foundation, even after dozens or hundreds of such extreme attacks, one would still be exhausted. But this young man had already thrown out close to 100 punches, and each punch contained exactly 700 million cauldrons. This was too difficult. Even I can only unleash a force of 700 million cauldrons 200 times. After 200 cycles, one would no longer be able to maintain it, and the power would gradually weaken. This youth's power was surging and imposing, lasting and long, dense and tenacious, wave after wave like the tides of the rivers, the sun, and the moon. Continuous attacks. Every punch was incomparably violent. Under such continuous attacks, even a half-immortal's body would explode sooner or later. Powerful, too powerful. However, this black demon hero was also powerful, to actually resist for so long. They haven't been completely defeated yet. There's no weakling in the top 32. In the arena, Xiao Han was getting more and more ferocious. One punch after another, as if he didn't know fatigue. An immortal physique is an immortal physique. You are indeed the best in the world. Xiao Han was getting more and more excited the more he fought. In layman's terms, in addition to the ability to resist attacks, the immortal body is also very tough. If my true chi strength reached 700 million cauldrons. But a few more punches would definitely consume a lot of my strength. Seriously speaking, although true chi attacks were powerful, they would be consumed for a long time. One would also be drained and hollowed out. But at this moment, Xiao Han didn't show any signs of exhaustion at all. This was also the huge advantage of the immortal body. There was a huge difference between the immortal body and the ordinary body. At this time, the black demon hero was like a candle in the wind. He was beaten back by Xiao Han, and the space around him was being obliterated and peeled off. Suddenly, true treasure. Golden Buddha sacred robe. Suddenly, every acupoint of the black demon hero's body burst out with Xianxia precious chi. In an instant, a golden Kasaya Buddhist robe was put on the black demon hero's body. This was a magic treasure that the black demon hero condensed all the true chi in his body and transformed into. It was a defensive magic treasure. Before this, the black demon hero had been waiting, or it could be said that he was exhausting himself. Although he was beaten back by Xiao Han, he had never taken out his magic treasure. After all, the magic treasure was evolved from the whole body's true chi and essence. Once it was broken, he would immediately run out of oil and be at the mercy of others. Therefore, he would not easily take out this defensive magic treasure. The black demon hero thought that Xiao Han's continuous attacks were fierce at the beginning, but as time went on, he would definitely be weakened. Each attack was 700 million cauldrons, and it was impossible to attack hundreds or thousands of times. As long as he could withstand Xiao Han's storm-like attacks, he would have a chance to turn the tables. However, Xiao Han had already smashed out thousands of punches, and not only did he not weaken at all, but he also became more and more courageous. This caused the black demon hero's psychological defense to completely collapse. He had no choice but to take out his defensive magic treasure. It's useless. Xiao Han completely ignored the black demon hero's magic treasure. If the black demon hero had turned all the true chi in his body into a magic treasure to resist at the beginning, Xiao Han would have some trouble. But now, the black demon hero's momentum had weakened, and he had consumed a lot of his true chi. He could barely take out his defensive magic treasure, but it was also an arrow at the end of its flight. Bang! 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 Xiao Han punched out fiercely one after another. Violent beating. Violent beating. At the moment when the fists were thrown out, there was a strong burst of lightning. It was as if he was communicating with the thunder god of the immortal world. In the lightning of the fists, the shadow of the thunder god was appearing and disappearing. Each of Xiao Han's punches had the power to collapse heaven and earth and cut off the ocean. His fists did not have any magical powers, nor did they have any techniques. The only thing they had was power. Absolute power, speed, endurance, and toughness. Each of Xiao Han's punches hit the Black Demon Hero's magic treasure Buddhist robe, destroying a large area of golden light. Each punch hit the flesh, like a dragon or a tiger, like a wolf or a leopard, like a meteor smashing the ground, like the arrival of a natural disaster. After hundreds of punches, finally, Xiao Han punched down, and the golden light of the Black Demon Hero's defensive magic treasure completely dimmed. Then, the magic treasure golden robe shattered inch by inch, exploded, and the true chi formation inside the golden robe collapsed inch by inch. Pooh! The Black Demon Hero looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood, and then subconsciously howled. Don't fight anymore. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. How could Xiao Han care so much? He attacked like a storm, and now, every punch landed solidly on the Black Demon Hero's body. The Black Demon Hero was immediately beaten up like a big shrimp, and his body arched. Then, the true chi inside his body also exploded, and the true chi formation protecting his internal organs was destroyed one after another, and exploded. The Black Demon Hero's skin. Like a piece of porcelain, fine and dense cracks appeared on it. In the end, Poochie, it suddenly exploded and turned into a handful of powder. This Black Demon Hero, who was at the 9th level of true chi, was actually blown up by Xiao Han. Who? Xiao Han stood proudly, and his expression suddenly became calm. His breathing was neither fast nor slow. Xiao Han had blasted out thousands of punches, and each punch contained 700 million cauldrons of strength. Only then was he able to completely destroy the Black Devil. However, at this time, Xiao Han did not show any signs of exhaustion, and his expression gradually became indifferent. It's really hard to deal with. After spending so much time and punching so many times, I finally killed this Black Demon Hero. It seems that there are no weaklings in the top 32. However, I have already passed, and advanced to the top 16. At this time, Xiao, the light yellow brocade pouch that originally belonged to the Black Demon Hero suddenly opened. The densely packed immortal stones, the number seemingly endless, rolled into Xiao Han's brocade pouch. At the same time, Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's voice also sounded. Congratulations, congratulations, you have successfully passed the top 32 battles, and entered the top 16. According to the rules, you will receive a reward of 248 billion immortal stones. Junior, 10 billion immortal stones can be exchanged for an immortal card. After entering the second floor of this Emperor's treasure trove, you can use the immortal card. The top 32 to top 16 battles have ended. Junior, you have 3 days to rest. 3 days later, you will once again randomly select an opponent for the top 16 battles. And at this time, Xiao Han, more than 500 million immortal stones? Ha 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 ha. I received more than 500 million immortal stones as a reward. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. This is awesome. Xiao Han was overjoyed. Moreover, after the Black Demon Hero was killed, all his immortal stones were plundered by Xiao Han. From the Black Demon Hero, a total of 8 billion immortal stones were plundered. Ha 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 ha. In other words, I now have 700 million immortal stones. Inside Xiao Han's wooden house. Xiao Han stood in front of the light screen, and his mind quickly swept through the inventory. Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixir. The Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixir in the inventory must not be exchanged by the other demon heroes. Now that I have a lot of immortal stones, I can use all the Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixir in the inventory. Xiao Han was impatient. The Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixir was the key for Xiao Han to improve his combat power and create an immortal body. The reason why Xiao Han's combat power could soar to such a monstrous and heaven-defying level in such a short time was entirely because of the Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixir. Whoosh! There are still 2,179 elixirs left. Xiao Han's body shook. Damn it, the last time I checked the inventory of the Thunder God's Body Tempering Elixir, there were still 2,487 elixirs left. Now that I've checked, another few hundred elixirs have been exchanged. I can't be intercepted and killed again. Exchange. 2,179 Thunder God's body tempering elixirs. Exchange them all. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. From the light yellow brocade pouch, immortal stones rolled into the light screen like flowing water. At the same time, Thunder God's body tempering elixirs with strong medicinal properties and dense thunder light shot out from the light screen and floated around Xiao Han's body. After a short while, 179 Thunder God's body tempering elixirs, exchange them all, without missing anything. That's great. Xiao Han's expression changed. His right hand grabbed a large handful of elixirs, about dozens of elixirs, and sent them into his mouth. Today, the scene of my battle with the Black Demon Hero must have been repeatedly studied by the other 15 demon heroes. They probably thought that they had already seen through my trump card. However, as long as I can refine more Thunder God's body tempering elixirs, I will once again create a shock for everyone. Thunder God's body tempering elixirs, refine them for me. Xiao Han was impatient and swallowed a large number of elixirs like a whale. His entire body shone with a golden light and thunder as he frantically refined the elixirs. The strength of his body rose again. The embryonic form of the immortal body became more and more compact, stable, and gradually approaching perfection. Chapter 491. In the first round of the Immortal Stone competition, Xiao Han defeated the Black Devil and successfully entered the top 16. As a result, Xiao Han received billions of immortal stones as a reward. In a spurt of energy, Xiao Han completely exchanged for all the Thunder God's body tempering pills in the vault of the enormous hall. 2,179 Thunder God body tempering pills only cost him 200 million immortal stones. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of multicolored celestial world lightning coiled around Xiao Han like dragons and snakes. Xiao Han did not have any distractions in his mind as he swallowed large amounts of immortal pills while tempering his body. Right now, Xiao Han's immortal body was already in its embryonic form. His body and genes were no longer ordinary. He had laid down a solid foundation. Therefore, he could take large amounts of immortal elixirs now. As soon as he swallowed the immortal pills, his body would automatically absorb and refine them. Then, he would activate the golden light of the immortal golden body incantation to perfectly refine the medicinal properties and scatter them into Xiao Han's genes. Against the heavens. Although he had defeated his opponent in the first round, the Black Devil completely crushed his opponent and left him with no room for resistance. Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. However, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. He knew that in the next round, the opponent he would encounter in the top 16 would be even more terrifying. None of the devil heroes who could enter the next round from the top 32 were weak. Every devil hero in the top 16 was absolutely a heaven-defying existence, a killing machine. For example, Naga, who claimed to kill with one sword. If Xiao Han did not improve his strength, he would not be confident in facing Naga now. In these 3 days of rest, he had to improve his combat power without delay. Xiao Han did not go out at all, seizing every minute and second. He cultivated. He did not have time to meet with Xiao Mingqiu and the others. He did not even have time to watch the other battles of the top 32. Cultivate. 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 Outside the wooden house where Xiao Han lived, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others were in a heated discussion. It was full of fanaticism and disbelief. I really didn't expect junior brother Xiao Han to improve so quickly in just a few days of seclusion. The junior brother Xiao Han from a few days ago is like a different person now. Xiao Mingqiu said with a flushed face. Our plane has been weak since ancient times. Now, a powerful figure has risen up. Junior brother Xiao Han. That's 700 billion cauldrons of energy. It's definitely enough to kill many of our plane's elders. He can even wrestle with the pagoda master. Great! Little brother Xiao Han, you've really risen to power this time. If he can return to this plane now, it's not impossible for him to destroy all the demons in our plane by himself and realize the unification of the human race. Luo Tianyu was so excited that he thumped his chest and stamped his feet. It howled in a low voice, its eyes filled with blazing worship. Afterward, Luo Tianyu said after a slight pause. Such a heaven-defying improvement, Could it be that little brother Xiao Han consumed some immortal pill or immortal qi? One of Xiao Han's slaves, the demon hero, chimed in. According to the ancient legends, in our mortal world, there are mysterious incidents of immortals reincarnating. Could it be that Master is an immortal from the upper realm who descended to the mortal world and reincarnated? Alright, stop making wild guesses. Junior brother Xiao Han has just entered the top 16. He will encounter even more powerful opponents. Junior brother Xiao Han must defeat these strong opponents so that he can escape unscathed. Xiao Mingchu restrained the joy on his face. He said cautiously. All of us have seen the other matches in the top 16 through the light screen. Every match is thrilling. Every match can be called a classic. Other than junior brother Xiao Han, which of the other 15 demon heroes are weak? Seriously speaking, even though junior brother Xiao Han's power has soared and he's famous now, compared to the other 15 advanced evil heroes. Xiao Mingchu hesitated for a moment, his expression becoming more and more solemn. Then he said word by word. Junior brother Xiao Han has no advantage. He only has an extremely violent attack power and an abnormally strong flesh shell. However, his attack method seems to be a little simple. Moreover, in the other matches, there are a few demon heroes whose power surpasses junior brother Xiao Han's 700 billion cauldron. Hearing this, Luo Tianyu and the others' expressions became gloomy. Worry was written all over their faces. Junior brother Xiao Han must know his current situation better than us. Therefore, during this 3-day break, junior brother Xiao Han will definitely continue his closed-door training. Let's not disturb him, Xiao Mingchu said seriously. Of course. Luo Tianyu and the others nodded. In a wooden house. The imposing figure, Li Xiaotian, who was covered in black scale armor and had an aura like an ancient god, stood in front of the light screen with a cold expression. He was using his mind to look at the battles of the top 32 that had already ended. In the battles of the top 32, Li Xiaotian's luck did not seem to be very good. He actually encountered a celestial vision realm expert with 93 open true meridians in his body. However, Li Xiaotian's strength was too tyrannical. In a single exchange, he slapped that celestial vision realm expert to death. At this moment, Li Xiaotian was watching the battle scene of his match. On the light screen, Li Xiaotian's godlike figure appeared. Ha 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 ha! Die! However, as soon as these powerful existences clashed in the arena, the heavenly sword sect's disciples were shocked. She was cut by Naga's sword, dismembered into thousands of pieces, and died from 1,000 cuts. A square-faced, green-robed demon warrior. On the stage, he used his true chi killing technique and shouted, Monarch true chi. Suddenly, he turned his opponent into dust. The light screen vibrated continuously, and the data of 22,987 billion cauldrons burst out. A red-brown-skinned demon man with a demonic red sword aura floating above his head attacked. The entire stage was filled with demonic red sword shadows. These sword shadows divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, the entire stage was filled with red sword auras. There were thousands and tens of thousands of them. Pooh! 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 Every red sword aura burst out with the data of 1 billion cauldrons. Tens of thousands of sword auras formed a sword formation. With a single attack, an opponent who was not weak would explode into gas. There are a lot of strong people. Li Xiaotian laughed sinisterly as he watched and studied these battle scenes. Finally, his mental power stopped on Xiao Han's battle scene. In the scene, Xiao Han continuously released a power of 700 billion cauldrons, and finally killed the black demon warrior. This brat! Li Xiaotian's pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes stared straight at Xiao Han in the scene. Special physique. Lightning attribute. A few days ago, when I saw his battle, he definitely did not hold back. His limit is definitely not more than 10 billion cauldrons. However, in today's battle, 700 billion cauldrons. In just a few days, his strength had actually advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching such a level. What kind of physique is this? Could it be an immortal physique? No. Absolutely impossible. An immortal physique can't appear in the mortal world. Then, it's possible that his lightning attribute physique is extremely high quality, infinitely close to an immortal physique. There's also a possibility that the lightning gene in his body has awakened in just a few days. Thus, he was able to obtain such abnormal progress. Roar! I must meet this person. In the top 16 battle, I must meet this person. This person is my, Li Xiaotian's, opportunity. The celestial meteorite physique gene in my body has already been exhausted, and my strength can no longer advance. However, if I can kill this person, refine his corpse, and strip away the lightning attribute gene in his body, then I can break through the shackles, causing the celestial meteorite physique to have the lightning attribute. With a dual attribute special physique, I will be invincible in the world. In the mortal world, there will no longer be an opponent for me. If I can meet this person in the top 16 battle, kill him and refine his corpse, then in a few days of rest, my strength will advance to an unimaginable level. At that time, defeating Naga will be easy. Only by meeting this person in the next round and obtaining his corpse, can I possibly fight to the end and become the only survivor. This brat's limit is not held back at all. Right now, it's 700 billion cauldrons. 3 days later if I meet him, then I can still easily deal with him. If I drag this on for a few more days, then it's hard to say what kind of progress he will have. Roar! Li Xiaotian let out a heart-wrenching howl. I must meet this brat in the next round. Chapter 492. In Xiao Han's wooden hut. At this moment, the entire wooden hut was filled with lightning. Xiao Han seemed to be wrapped in layers of thick lightning cocoons. He floated in the air with his legs crossed, surrounded by thunder god body tempering pills, like planets orbiting around him. Countless thick lightning bolts seemed to have a mind of their own as they formed numerous lightning dragons, lightning tigers, lightning cheilants, lightning pishio, lightning palaces, ancient lightning temples. They swirled around Xiao Han and merged into his body. Xiao Han's entire body emitted a kind of divine light that did not belong to the mortal world. As the bolts of lightning entered Xiao Han's body, they illuminated his entire body. Vaguely, some of the miraculous conditions in Xiao Han's body could be seen. At this moment, every meridian and bone in Xiao Han's body seemed to have formed a separate realm. As he continued to absorb the power of the thunder god body tempering pills, this realm became more and more perfect. The inner wall of Xiao Han's meridian actually formed a crystal wall. Space crystal wall. The color of this crystal wall was like a glazed jade, and it was engraved with complicated inscriptions of the thunder god. These inscriptions, every word and symbol recorded the glory, majesty, and invincibility of the thunder god. In addition, in every pore of Xiao Han's body, there were endless thunder and lightning elements. Each thunder and lightning element could create a feast of thunder and lightning in the secular world and create a disaster. This body was definitely not that of immortals. This was the embryonic form of an immortal body. There were gods' inscriptions and traces of immortals in his body. Xiao Han felt that the surging power in his body could definitely suppress the void, dominate ghosts and gods, and make all enemies retreat. Xiao Han looked solemn. He grabbed a large handful of thunder god body tempering pills with his right hand and sent them into his mouth. Crackle! Crackle! From within Xiao Han's body, the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. Xiao Han's cultivation had completely entered a state of no one and no self. However, in the outside world, the monsters who had advanced to the top 16 were each making final preparations for the upcoming battle of the top 16. Some of the monsters were repeatedly analyzing the scenes of the battle of the top 32, looking for the weaknesses of the opponents that they might encounter in the next top 16. Some of them were conserving their energy and adjusting their fighting state. Under the moonlight, in an orchard garden, the chestnut-haired Naga sat beside the stone table. There was an evil smile on his lips. A devilish man with reddish-brown skin. He squatted on the thick branch of an immortal tree and ate an immortal fruit with a smile. Li Xiaotian, clad in black armor, stood like a lone crane with his hands behind his back facing Naga's. Tomorrow, the round of 16 will begin at the same time. The three of us are likely to become enemies in the arena. Fight with your life. Naga smiled playfully. Nothing much. Before we become opponents, we can still be considered friends. The bewitching man with reddish-brown skin threw away the immortal fruit in his hand and wiped his hands. I think you've studied the 16 matches in the top 32, right? I didn't study this. Naga smiled arrogantly. To me, I don't need to deliberately study anything. To me, any opponent I encounter is the same. Naga. Don't be too arrogant. Li Xiaotian turned around. Who knows, in the next round of 16, you might fail miserably. Hee hee. Naga only laughed coldly. Yes. Li Xiaotian, that kid with a special physique, has made great progress. He actually managed to enter the top 16. The devilish man with reddish-brown skin looked at Li Xiaotian and paused for a moment before shrugging. However, from the current situation, the weakest one is still that kid. 700 billion cauldrons of physical strength would indeed be shocking to others. However, to people at our level, 700 billion cauldrons of physical strength is still not enough. Now, the one I hope to meet the most is that kid. Li Xiaotian's eyes were filled with a fanatical expression. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips as he said fiercely. Heh. Li Xiaotian, you might not be able to defeat that kid. Maybe you will die in his hands. Naga raised his head and sneered. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Naga's comment, Li Xiaotian laughed angrily. What a joke. Naga, you're too funny. I, Li Xiaotian, am unstoppable, crushing everything with my strength. You say that I can't defeat that kid. Ha ha ha. He only has 700 billion ding of strength. He can't even break through my defense. With such little strength, if I want him to die, he will die. His progress is very fast. Naga said thoughtfully. In this world, it is impossible for an ordinary person to improve to this level in just a few days. There must be a secret on his body that no one knows. Suddenly, Naga's mouth curved into a devilish smile as he muttered to himself. Right now, even I'm a little interested in that kid. The battle will start tomorrow. If I meet that kid, Naga, I want you to open your eyes and see how I trample on him. Li Xiaotian flicked his sleeves and left. In Xiao Han's wooden house. Boom, 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 boom. Divine thunder roared. The divine light was like a tide. At this time, the thunder god's body tempering pills that surrounded Xiao Han's body had been completely refined by him. Phew! Xiao Han let out a long breath of turbid air. I've finally refined all 2179 thunder god's body tempering pills. Not a single one left. Now, Xiao Han's casual breath could shatter the spatial crystal wall. With just a thought, he could create a storm in the mortal world, a lightning disaster. Xiao Han felt that his immortal body was becoming more and more solid. Moreover, there was a faint sign that he could communicate with the immortal world. However, the number of Thunder God's body tempering pills that Xiao Han had refined was less than 5,000. It was still a long way from the 10,000 immortal pills needed to perfectly create the Thunder God's tyrant body. Seriously speaking, the current Xiao Han could at best be said to have a half-immortal body. However, in the mortal world, it was extremely terrifying and rare. This time, he condensed his immortal body. Compared to last time, the most obvious difference was that Xiao Han could now control the thunder attribute in his body at will. Without using the spirit turtle true qi, he could hide the faint immortal qi and thunder divine power in his body into his pores and cells, without leaking any trace. If he wrapped it with the spirit turtle true qi, it would be even more seamless. As for strength, Xiao Han had already reached a terrifying 3 trillion cauldrons. The speed of his improvement was simply astounding. It only took him 3 days to go from 700 billion cauldrons to 3 trillion cauldrons. This was something that rarely happened in the universe in billions of years. However, it was not strange when he thought about it. This abnormal speed of improvement was not because Xiao Han's talent was heaven-defying. In fact, it was completely the effect of immortal pills. It was because immortal pills were heaven-defying. However, it did not mean that Xiao Han was useless. The other monsters here had also exchanged for all kinds of immortal pills, but none of them could enjoy immortal pills like Xiao Han. Moreover, he had taken thousands of immortal pills in large doses. Gradually, Xiao Han absorbed the violent lightning in the wooden hut into his body. All of them were absorbed into his body. Soon, the wooden hut became peaceful and tranquil. Xiao Han's aura was also restrained. Walking to the front of the light screen, Xiao Han scanned it with his spirit and blurted out, "Tomorrow is the battle for the top 16. After a pause, Xiao Han could not help but touch his nose and murmur to himself. I don't know which opponent I will encounter tomorrow. But it doesn't matter. With my current strength, no matter who I encounter, I will not be afraid. Heh. Speaking of which, I am quite looking forward to tomorrow's battle. The incredible improvement this time made Xiao Han's confidence soar. After that, Xiao Han took the time to quickly observe the other 15 battles of the top 32. Xiao Han saw Naga kill his opponent with one sword. He also saw Li Xiaotian's violent suppression. Each is more abnormal than the other. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. After that, Xiao Han completely relaxed and walked out of the wooden hut. He wandered in the moonlight garden, eating some immortal fruits and enjoying a few immortal world flowers. Xiao Han used all kinds of methods to relax before the battle. After that, he sent a message to Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others, asking them to come out and chat with him for a while. Now, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others talked to Xiao Han as a celestial being. The night was silent. The next day, noon. After a night of complete relaxation, Xiao Han's current state of mind was extremely full. There was a kind of spirit piercing through the sky, even a feeling of being reborn. He walked steadily to the front of the light screen. The battle for the top 16. There was a steady smile on the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. At this moment, buzz. From the light screen, there was a sudden sound of a short flute. Xiao Han's spirit slightly tightened. Then the voice of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao resounded. Ha 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 ha, after 3 days of rest, I think the 16 strongest evil heroes must have adjusted their vitality to the best state, right? Ha ha ha. Good, you should all be impatient. Then, the 16 evil heroes. Please get into position quickly. Now, we will randomly draw your opponents for the top 16. It's about to start. Xiao Han was slightly holding his breath now. Who will my opponent be? At the same time, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the other evil heroes who were watching the battle, were nervously staring at the light screen. They all knew that the battle for the top 16 would be more exciting than the battle for the top 32. It would be more exciting, more cruel. I can't wait to harvest the next life. The corner of Naga's mouth curved into a sinister smile. Xiao Han stared at the light screen. At this moment, buzz, buzz, buzz. On the light screen, the images of the 16 evil heroes began to spin rapidly. The speed of the rotation was unusually fast. Faster and faster. At the beginning, Xiao Han could still rely on his tyrannical and boundless mental strength to grasp the positions and trajectories of the 16 images on the light screen. But towards the end, the images of the 16 evil heroes were completely distorted and turned into rays of light and shadows. Even Xiao Han's mental strength could not be seen clearly. At this moment, boom! The light screen shook. The images of the 16 evil heroes suddenly lined up one by one, matching in pairs. In an instant, it became a situation of 8 pairs against each other. 8 pairs against each other. Half of the 16 evil heroes would fall on the arena. Dear evil heroes, the battle for the top 16 has officially begun. Your respective opponents have been randomly selected. After 10 breaths, you will be transported to the arena. The Immortal Stone's reward for the top 16 battle will exceed 10 billion. It can be exchanged for 10 immortal cards to be used in the second level of this Emperor's treasure. Enough idle chatter, let the battle begin. You will be transported to the arena. Good luck to everyone. The opponent was chosen. Xiao Han scanned with his mental strength and discovered that his matched opponent was actually clad in black scale armor. His aura was like that of a god. Li Xiaotian. The top 16, Xiao Han's match, Li Xiaotian. Chapter 493. Xiao Han's opponent had already been randomly selected in the battle of the 16-8. It was Li Xiaotian. In the mortal world, he was a rare one in 100 million with a special physique. In the top 16, he was considered a top expert. His body could change shape at will, reaching a height of 1,000 feet, like a god. With a slap, he could shatter a 10th level true chi, a celestial eye realm opponent. In that split second, some information about this Li Xiaotian appeared in Xiao Han's mind. This person, I've watched his battle videos. In every battle, he was incomparably arrogant, and his killing intent was heaven-defying. Every time before he killed his opponent, he would call out his name. His name is Li Xiaotian. At the same time, in the depths of the light screen, waves of colorful vortexes swept out, and in an instant, Xiao Han was swept into the light screen. The arena. In all directions, there was chaos. Xiao Han was already standing on the arena. In front of Xiao Han stood Li Xiaotian, who was covered in black scales and had a domineering aura. This Li Xiaotian, just casually standing there, gave people a feeling of ancient desolation. His aura was so strong that it made people tremble in fear, causing the space in all directions to be in an unstable state, as if it was about to collapse. In every pore and cell of his body, danger lurked restlessly. Slaughter, savagery, madness, ruthlessness. In addition, above Li Xiaotian's head, there was a light yellow brocade bag floating. Inside, there were more than 10 immortal cards neatly placed. Each immortal card was worth 1 billion immortal stones. Li Xiaotian? The aura on Xiao Han's body was completely different from Li Xiaotian's. Li Xiaotian was full of sharpness, but Xiao Han was calm and collected. Xiao Han's thunder god tyrant body had already begun to take shape. He was already extraordinary. It was an out-and-out half-immortal body. If he released his aura, it would definitely be brilliant and brilliant. However, he was already able to retract and release it freely, returning to his original state. Xiao Han was calm, even harmless. One was a magma volcano that could erupt at any time. The other was a calm but unfathomable pool. At this moment, facing Xiao Han, Li Xiaotian's eyes were filled with boundless ecstasy. His entire face convulsed, his body twitching non-stop as he looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he let out a long laugh. Ha 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 ha. Luck path. Sure enough, I met you. Ha 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 ha. His wish came true. His wish came true. Ha 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 ha. This is the fate of Li Xiaotian. It seems that the rise of me, Li Xiaotian, cannot be stopped. Inside Xiao Mingchu's wooden house. Now, Xiao Mingchu's face was as white as a sheet of paper, and even his breathing had become hurried. His spiritual fluctuation locked onto the light screen and stared closely at the scene of Xiao Han and Li Xiaotian. His heart was gradually sinking into depravity. Not good. I'm really unlucky. Why did junior brother Xiao Han have to meet this abnormal guy? This person is one of the best in the top 16. In the battle of the top 32, this person's punch directly burst out with a strength of 1.9 trillion ding. He can kill people and ghosts with just a thought. And the most frightening thing is that when this person killed his opponent in the top 32, he definitely had some strength left. That is to say 1.9 trillion ding of strength. It's definitely not his maximum attack strength. In that case, what was the limit of his attack power? Furthermore, this person's defense was absolutely terrifying. It was impervious to all evil and impenetrable. Truth be told, if junior brother Xiao Han was in the same state as he was 3 days ago, it would be almost impossible for him to defeat this abnormal opponent. Crap. It's terrible now. Xiao Mingchu's heart was completely clenched. Fine and dense cold sweat burst out from the pores of his skin. In a breath, his entire body was soaked in cold sweat, as if he had taken a cold bath. In the arena. Ha 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 ha. Li Xiaotian was still laughing wildly. His laughter shook in all directions, causing the air to collapse and peel off. Just this laughter alone was enough to shake many true energy experts to death. It could be seen how terrifying his physical strength was. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth moved slightly, then he sighed and smiled. Li Xiaotian, are you done laughing? Yes. The battle of the top 16 to the top 8 is more dangerous than the battle of the top 32. You probably thought that encountering me was the best result, right? Because I seem to be the weakest. Besides you, the other people in the top 16 also want to encounter me the most, right? Now that you've gotten your wish, you're so excited. Yes. Li Xiaotian stopped laughing. His emotions had also calmed down. He looked at Xiao Han and said slowly. Good. At such a young age, you've already developed the bearing of an expert. There's a sense of being indifferent. Encountering me, Li Xiaotian, with no chance of survival, you actually have the guts to talk so confidently. Even I can't see your fear. Yes, not bad, not bad. What a pity. In the previous battle of the top 32, the guy I met had the same idea as you. However, he died in my hands. Alright, let's do it. Xiao Han's fighting spirit rose bit by bit. His eyes were like torches, and there was a flash of lightning in his pupils. However, Li Xiaotian didn't seem to have the intention to attack immediately. He gently waved his hand and sneered. I'm not a short-sighted person. Kid, if you think that I'm so happy just because I met you, I'm so lucky to meet a weakling and advance without worry. Then you're underestimating me too much. Ha! Xiao Han didn't understand. Kid, you have a special physique. In the entire universe, in the countless ordinary planes, it's extremely rare. And I also have a special physique. Li Xiaotian looked at Xiao Han proudly. Yes. Xiao Han couldn't help but nod his head. Li Xiaotian, I've seen the images of your battle. Indeed, you also rely on your physical strength to crush everything and defeat your enemy. Strictly speaking, we're the same kind of people. Li Xiaotian stared at Xiao Han. Kid, when I see you today, I actually feel a sense of sympathy for you. Say. In the vast universe, countless planes, people with special physiques in the true sense are rare. And you and I, two people with special physiques, the probability of meeting here is extremely low. If it wasn't because this arena battle is a life-and-death battle, we could probably become friends. Li Xiaotian's mouth suddenly pulled into a cruel and strange arc. Of course, even if we can become friends, I'll still kill you. Xiao Han was stunned. He didn't understand what Li Xiaotian was trying to say. Because. Li Xiaotian looked at Xiao Han coldly. Kid, you're the key to my breakthrough to a higher realm. This is the real reason why I wanted to meet you and lost myself in ecstasy just now. You're the key to my true rise. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. What does your breakthrough have to do with me? Ignorant junior. Li Xiaotian scolded coldly. However, seeing that you're about to die, and that you're going to help me rise, I can tell you some things. Li Xiaotian wasn't in a hurry to kill, and he was talking non-stop. This made Xiao Han not anxious, and he looked at Li Xiaotian with interest. Kid, you must be a person with a special physique of the thunder attribute. And I, Li Xiaotian, am a person with a special physique of the earth attribute. Li Xiaotian said proudly. Thunder attribute? Earth attribute? Xiao Han was at a loss. You still don't know this, right? Li Xiaotian glanced at Xiao Han with contempt. Before you die, I can tell you. In the vast universe there are countless planes, and there are many types of special physiques, and they are also divided into various types of physiques. Oh. Xiao Han couldn't help but nod. It should be like this. Generally speaking, special physiques are divided into several types. Fire attribute. Attack fast, invincible. Earth attribute. Amazing defense. Invulnerable to all evil. Unbreakable. Wind attribute. Unpredictable, ethereal, fastest speed. Water attribute. Softest. But it represents life. Thunder attribute. The most unstable, the most difficult to control, but the most explosive, the most destructive. Li Xiaotian said almost everything he knew. Every physique, when reached the extreme, can be condensed into an immortal physique. Fire attribute. Yen Emperor immortal physique. Earth attribute. Starry Sky Dominator physique. Wind attribute. Wind immortal physique. Water attribute. Water God physique. Thunder attribute. Thunder God Tyrant physique. Of course, other than these few basic special physiques, there are also some special physiques that are even more difficult to appear in the mortal world. For example, Divine Light physique, Darkness physique, Poison Demon physique, Wood Emperor physique. Every physique, when condensed to the extreme, can create an immortal physique? Xiao Han nodded subconsciously. In his heart he said, as long as I consume and refine 10,000 Thunder God body-quenching pills, I can create a perfect immortal physique. There is no doubt about this. Ha ha ha. Kid, it is not easy for a mortal to condense an immortal physique. People like us with special physiques are also limited by the bloodline genes. When the physique grows to a certain extent, its potential will be exhausted, and there will be no more breakthroughs. People with special physiques in the mortal world, the bloodline genes in their bodies are still very far away from a true immortal physique. For example, my celestial meteorite physique belongs to the Earth attribute special physique. If the genes are perfect, I can condense an immortal physique. However, the Earth attribute gene in my body is still about 80% away from being perfect. There's still an 80% difference. These words made Xiao Han completely puzzled. Simply put, the special bloodline genes in my body have been exhausted. If my physique is converted to an immortal physique, then I am at most 20% of an immortal physique, which is 80% away from a true immortal physique. Li Xiaotian explained. Xiao Han immediately understood. This is a vague concept, but it can be roughly deduced from the data. Assuming an immortal physique is a complete number 10, then there is 10% immortal physique, 20% immortal physique, 30% immortal physique, and finally 100% immortal physique. If I consume 10,000 Thunder God body-quenching pills, I can achieve 100% immortal physique. Now that I have consumed 4,000 Thunder God body-quenching pills, I seem to have 40% immortal physique? I seem to understand a little. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Li Xiaotian, in other words, you'll never be able to create a perfect Earth elemental celestial body. That's because you only have 20% of the Earth elemental genes in your body. You don't have any more potential. Xiao Han looked at Li Xiaotian. Chapter 494. Indeed, my potential has been exhausted. Li Xiaotian didn't deny it. A 20% immortal body isn't even a half immortal body, let alone a true immortal body. I can only do whatever I want in the mundane world. Of course, I can also cultivate true qi and become an immortal. However, the chances are slim. If one's potential is exhausted, one should be able to use immortal pills and external forces to achieve an immortal body, right? Xiao Han blurted out subconsciously. Tisk, how ignorant. Li Xiaotian snorted disdainfully. Yes, immortal pills can indeed defy the heavens and seas' fate. For example, if I use the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill, I can indeed break through the shackles of my bloodline and create a 30% immortal body, 40% immortal body. Theoretically speaking, if I have enough Earth Emperor's body refinement pill, I can even directly soar into the clouds and create the perfect Earth element. The Starry Sky Dominator body. That is a true immortal body. I can soar beyond the 9 heavens and ascend to a higher level. From then on, I will be immortal and indestructible. Li Xiaotian's eyes shone with a dreamy and hazy light. There should be many Earth Emperor's body refinement pills in the treasure vault of the Genius Zone, right? Xiao Han frowned. Wouldn't you be able to create an immortal body if you use thousands of them? Idiot! What a fool! Li Xiaotian roared. How can a mortal use an immortal pill? Yes, there are all kinds of immortal pills in the treasure vault of the Genius Zone. I have also exchanged for a portion of the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill. However, I am still immortal. Although I have a special body, I can't recklessly use the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill. Even one will cause my body to explode. A mortal using an immortal pill is courting death. There is no doubt about it. I have to leave the Genius Zone first. I have to return to my hometown and find the strongest alchemist in my plane to refine a neutral medicine. Only then can I use the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill. However, I'm afraid such an alchemist can't be found in my plane. I couldn't find it anywhere. Heh! I, on the other hand, can consume immortal pills as I please because I possess the immortal golden body technique, a body refining technique that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. TSK, the profundity of the immortal golden body technique is becoming more and more vivid. In the beginning, I only thought of it as a divine technique that can take a beating. But now, it actually manifests the heaven-defying miraculous ability of refining immortal pills and creating an immortal body. Xiao Han could not help but feel pleased with himself for not being able to refine it. Just then. But, brat, even though I, Li Xiaotian, have exhausted all of my Earth attribute potential, you still possess the lightning attribute. You are young, but you have a lightning-type bloodline gene in your body. Li Xiaotian stared at Xiao Han with a crazed look on his face. It's definitely stronger than my Earth bloodline. You've improved so much in such a short period of time. The lightning-type bloodline genes in your body are extremely pure. However, due to your young age, you have yet to perfectly develop this gene. Ha 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 ha. As long as I kill you, then I'll refine your corpse. After absorbing and refining the lightning-type bloodline genes in your body, my genes will mutate. Ha 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 ha. Gene mutation? Xiao Han's expression changed slightly. Yes. Gene mutation. Absorb your lightning-type genes. My physical body is tyrannical enough, and my physical strength has reached 1,000,000,000,000 cauldrons. Although I can't covet the medicinal power of the immortal pill, absorbing your bloodline genes is not a problem at all. But absorbing your genes isn't a problem at all. I can accept it. If that's the case. Ha 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 ha. In my body, I will have the earth and lightning attributes. I will become one of the few people in the human world with a special dual attribute physique. In this way, I will be invincible in the human world. The probability of becoming an immortal and creating an immortal body will also increase by a lot. With a dual attribute physique, defeating a demon of the same age, even if it's that cold-blooded Naga, will be as easy as flipping his hand. Ha 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 ha. Brat, tell me, are you my fortune? Isn't this my lucky chance? What luck? Originally, the potential of the earth attribute genes in my body had been exhausted, but now, I've encountered a fellow with the lightning-type bloodline genes. You are my Li Xiaotian's tonic. Ahahaha. I'm going to completely refine your genes. Hearing this, Xiao Han finally understood Li Xiaotian's ambition and thoughts. This fellow actually wants to refine my thunder god tyrant body. Make him a heaven-defying expert with a dual attribute physique. But, stupid. Really stupid. He said a lot. In fact, although there is a trace of reason, there are many places where he is completely wrong. Xiao Han's mind kept flashing. I, this young master, have taken thousands of immortal pills. Inside my body, immortal light is circulating, and there is a trace of being able to communicate with the lightning of the immortal world. But you can't even take a single immortal pill, and you still dare to refine this young master? Hee hee. I'm afraid that even a drop of this young master's blood can make you explode alive. Yes, this Li Xiaotian was indeed completely wrong. He actually wanted to refine Xiao Han alive and obtain the lightning attribute in Xiao Han's body. However, he never thought that Xiao Han had already taken thousands of immortal pills. His body was filled with the medicinal power of the immortal pills. It was far from what Li Xiaotian could covet. At this moment, a vague thought suddenly gripped Xiao Han's mind. Wait. Dual attribute special physique? So there is such a thing as a dual attribute physique in this world. This Li Xiaotian wants to refine the lightning attribute in my body. Then, is it possible for me to obtain the earth attribute physique in his body, thus making me a dual attribute physique as well? Or, I might as well find the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill and use the indestructible golden body to refine the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill like how I refined the Thunder God's body refinement pill? In short, is it possible for me to create a dual attribute physique? This sudden thought suddenly occupied Xiao Han's mind. However, before Xiao Han could brew this thought, Li Xiaotian's entire aura rose infinitely. All right, kid, that's all I have to say. You will be the cornerstone of my rise. You should feel honored. Then die. Suddenly, a strong wind blew violently from Li Xiaotian's body. From every pore cell, a tornado that could shatter mountains sprayed out. Li Xiaotian's body began to expand at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. His flesh and blood became purer, and his breathing became more condensed. His aura became even more berserk. The strength of his body, explosive power, endurance, defensive ability, all of them were rising steadily. Very quickly, Li Xiaotian transformed into a terrifying giant spirit that was dozens of feet tall. His entire body was suffused with an earthen yellow color like the earth, emitting a strong aura of earth. There was a flow of air swirling around his entire body. It was like an ancient statue that had existed since the ancient times. In the next moment, his muscles twisted again. Inch by inch, his skin turned into armor. Faint earth god inscriptions faintly flickered on his body. Kid, die. However, I will try my best to leave your corpse intact. Li Xiaotian opened his bloody mouth. There was a rumbling sound. Beneath his feet, streak after streak of talismans appeared as well. They were all ancient formations, their surfaces containing extremely faint immortal energy. Transformed. Xiao Han's body did not move at all. He raised his eyes and looked at Li Xiaotian, who had transformed into an ancient giant. This is a special physique of the earth attribute. It is indeed magical and extraordinary, revealing a kind of terrifying defensive ability. It seems that it is the earth attribute. The biggest characteristic and the biggest advantage is defense. Ha 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 ha. Kid, release your thunder and lightning attribute. Let's fight head-on. Li Xiaotian burst out with a thunderous voice. His current voice did not sound like that of a human. Instead, it was like that of an ancient devil, a giant. I like the way of fighting with fists to flesh. Your true chi cultivation base is lousy. It is a special physique and a tyrannical flesh shell. Just what I want. Come on. I will let you die with dignity. The strength of your flesh shell is 700 billion cauldrons, plus your special physique. In terms of defensive ability, there is a certain blessing. Then, I will use 60% of my strength to play with you. Ha 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 ha. As soon as his voice fell, boom, Li Xiaotian's palm slammed down on Xiao Han's head. This palm contained 60% of Li Xiaotian's strength, reaching a huge force of about 1.6 billion cauldrons. With a palm strike, the wind and clouds surged. In all directions it was the color of earth. A thick aura of earth pervaded everywhere. This palm of his suppressed the heavens, broke through the void, and obtained reality. On the arena, the yellow war flag danced, smoke rose everywhere, and the space collapsed. It was as if there was an eye of the wind in his palm, sucking in the air of the entire arena, forming a terrifying vacuum zone. In Xiao Mingchu's wooden house, his entire body was covered in cold sweat. He was restless and worried as he stared at the light screen. Suddenly, as Li Xiaotian struck out with his palm, the entire light screen violently shook. It seemed as if the light screen was about to explode. Then, a dazzling golden number rose up. 1.6 billion cauldrons. 1.6 billion cauldrons. This Li Xiaotian has unleashed a violent force of 1.6 billion cauldrons, crushing ghosts and gods. And 3 days ago, junior brother Xiao Han's maximum attack power was only 700 billion cauldrons. Can he withstand it? Moreover, this Li Xiaotian's strength is far more than 1.6 billion cauldrons. Luo Tianyou's wooden house. Luo Tianyou's body could not even stand steadily. With one hand supporting the light screen shook, causing Luo Tianyou's body to also sway. He said in a trembling voice, 1.6 billion cauldrons against little brother Xiao Han's 700 billion cauldrons. Although little brother Xiao Han has a special physique that increases his defense, Li Xiaotian must also have a special physique. For Li Xiaotian to be able to transform into an ancient giant, he must also have an extremely powerful special physique. At this moment, many of the spectators had also noticed the duel between Xiao Han and Li Xiaotian. When they saw Li Xiaotian unleash a power of 1.6 trillion cauldrons, they all broke out in a cold sweat for Xiao Han. The duel between these two had nothing to do with technique, true chi, or comprehension. It was purely a fight of strength, using violence to curb violence. Whoever was stronger, who was more resilient, who had greater stamina and explosive power, would be able to defeat their opponent. This was a simple and violent match. It was also a shocking match. In the arena. Boy Dai. You have a special physique, so I don't think that this palm of mine will be able to directly smash your body into pieces. However, you will definitely die. Leaving your corpse intact is also a form of respect for you. Li Xiaotian's wild laughter was filled with confidence. He believed that a strike of 1.6 billion cauldrons would definitely be able to kill Xiao Han. You want me to die? Not necessarily. At this moment, Xiao Han's entire body released the spirit turtle true chi, and the aura of the thunder god tyrant body gushed out. Endless lightning intertwined, and the thunder god's inscription swept across the sky. A faint immortal quality bloomed from Xiao Han's body. Within Xiao Han's body, not only was the sound of thunder rumbling, but there was also celestial music drifting out. Do you think that 60% of your strength can kill me? Good. I will also only use 60% of my strength. Explode for me! Xiao Han's body straightened, and his figure was perfect and invincible. He also used 60% of his strength and struck out with his palm. Boom! Xiao Han struck out with his palm, and his palm suddenly enlarged. Moreover, the color of this palm was almost transparent, pure and flawless. It was the color of jade. One could clearly see that every blood vessel and meridian under the palm, and the inner walls of these blood vessels and meridian had condensed into a spatial crystal wall. Within it, thunder and lightning from the immortal realm, and all kinds of inscriptions were constantly being born and destroyed. Suddenly, the power of this palm caused a large area of the void to condense. In the light screen in front of a large number of spectators, another burst of data appeared. 1. 8 billion cauldrons. Chapter 495. It was a battle of life and death. Xiao Han versus Li Xiaotian. Both of them were people with special constitutions known for their strength. Their battle style was simple and violent. Li Xiaotian had the earth attribute, and his defense was impenetrable. His body could transform into a celestial body and dominate the starry sky. Although Li Xiaotian was still many times away from the great success stage of the immortal body, once he attacked, he would definitely be able to destroy thousands of troops. Just 60% of his strength had reached a terrifying 160 billion ding. Li Xiaotian thought that this palm could kill Xiao Han directly. However, he never expected that Xiao Han's strength would not lose to him at all. Moreover, the Thunder God Tyrant body, through the refinement of immortal pills, was definitely better than Li Xiaotian's celestial meteorite body. Xiao Han also attacked. 60% of his strength had reached 180 billion ding. The two of them were tit for tat, and they were going all out. They fought with reason, and did not give an inch. Boom! 160 billion ding against 180 billion ding of strength. Boom! The entire arena seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed. Countless cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the surrounding space. It was almost breaking. Boom, boom, boom. Following Xiao Han's attack, the fine and dense electric light wriggled like dragons and snakes, penetrating into Li Xiaotian's body through every opening. It caused Li Xiaotian to feel numb for a moment. Roar! In this direct attack, Li Xiaotian did not gain any advantage at all, but was defeated. On one hand, he underestimated Xiao Han's strength. He did not expect Xiao Han to improve again in just 3 days. On the other hand, his constitution had not been refined by immortal pills, and could not be compared to Xiao Han's constitution. Moreover, the earth attribute's defense was strong enough, but in terms of tearing and explosiveness, it was completely defeated by Xiao Han's lightning attribute. For example, the same 1 trillion ding of strength, when the lightning attribute burst out, the lethality was definitely more terrifying than the earth attribute. However, the earth attribute's defense was slightly stronger. Pooh! Li Xiaotian suddenly spat out a small mouthful of blood. His giant body, which was hundreds of feet tall, was like an ancient giant, and retreated quickly. Streaks of lightning arcs, and waves of power lingered. Li Xiaotian guided them to the ground of the arena to reduce the damage as much as possible. The arena rumbled and collapsed. Smoke and dust billowed and billowed. Kid, your strength has actually skyrocketed again. What kind of freak are you? What kind of physique do you have? Roar! I, Li Xiaotian, have been famous for thousands of years. My earth physique is mighty and awe-inspiring. It is impossible for me to lose to a brat like you who is still wet behind the ears. Furthermore, your strength will be depleted in 3 days. It had increased from 700 billion ding to almost 2 trillion ding. This was definitely abnormal. You have a special physique, and your bloodline and genes will allow you to ascend. At the very beginning, your strength was less than 10 billion ding. 3 days ago, during the top 32 battle, your bloodline ascended. Raising his strength to 700 billion ding meant that he had successfully ascended. Perhaps, your bloodline will have a second chance. The third time. Multiple bloodline ascensions. However, it is absolutely impossible for you to complete a second bloodline ascension in such a short period of time. You can increase your strength from 700 billion ding to almost 2 trillion ding. 2 consecutive bloodline ascensions in such a short period of time will cause you to explode. Right. I know you must be forcing yourself. Right now, you are exhausting your life potential, exhausting your bloodline genes, and stubbornly resisting. Ha! I know. You can't hold on much longer. Die! 80% of your strength. As his enormous figure retreated, Li Xiaotian, who had been so confident all this while, finally let out a roar of panic. However, he was still unwilling to give up. He did not believe that Xiao Han had the strength to fight back. Suddenly, his body expanded again, and he transformed into a giant spirit like a demon god. Once again, he launched a palm strike toward Xiao Han. This palm strike contained 80% of Li Xiaotian's strength, reaching a total of 2,100 billion ding. As the palm strike was thrown out, the arena was filled with a bleak yellow aura, and it was as if dusk had fallen. Time flowed like water, and time was like a song. An ancient and desolate aura was revealed. 2,100 billion ding. As for Xiao Han, although he couldn't expand as much as Li Xiaotian, he was still surrounded by crackling lightning, and countless mysterious magical designs appeared behind him, as well as a projection of the god of lightning. His aura was just as shocking as Xiao Han's. Furthermore, although Xiao Han's body had suffered from the recoil of Li Xiaotian's attack, this violent recoil hadn't harmed his body in the slightest. However, it only caused Xiao Han's internal organs to tremble for a moment. Humph! I've swallowed so many immortal pills. How can my body be compared to a barbarian like you? Die! I won't waste any more time. Full strength. 3 trillion ding. After fighting with Li Xiaotian, Xiao Han's confidence was boosted. Moreover, Xiao Han believed that this battle would not be too complicated. This was a collision of strength against strength, and physique against physique. There was no skill, no calculation, and no battle experience. It was just brute force. Boom! Xiao Han did not waste any more time. He immediately unleashed 3 trillion ding of strength. This power was simply all-encompassing, condensing the void, obliterating the past, and destroying everything. The invincible power enveloped Li Xiaotian. Lightning from the immortal realm surrounded Li Xiaotian. Countless lightning bolts condensed into thick and powerful lightning dragons, and lightning tigers. They all pounced on Li Xiaotian. The earthy yellow aura, the aura of the earth, was washed away into nothingness. Ah! In Xiao Mingchu's wooden house, a shattering sound came from the light screen. The first thing Xiao Mingchu saw was Xiao Han striking out with 180 billion ding of force, neutralizing Li Xiaotian's first attack. Then before Xiao Mingchu could recover from his shock, Li Xiaotian in the light screen rallied and started his counterattack, striking out 100 billion ding of force. But Xiao Han was even more tyrannical, striking back with 300 billion ding of force. In the light screen, one after another, horrifying numbers were rising. Finally, BAM! The light screen shook violently and exploded with a loud bang. Then, all the images disappeared. It's destroyed! Junior martial brother Xiao Han and that Li Xiaotian's strength destroyed the light screen. Xiao Mingchu let out a shriek. In Naga's wooden house, Naga had perfectly defeated his opponent. He smoothly entered the top 8. He had a cold smile on his face as he calmly observed the other matches. At this time, when he saw the battle between Xiao Han and Li Xiaotian, his light screen was also destroyed. Such a strong brute force? Even stronger than Li Xiaotian? Interesting. It's really interesting. It seems that Li Xiaotian is going to die. Naga smiled strangely. Then, he turned around and walked away from the light screen with an indifferent expression. An ant that is slightly stronger than Li Xiaotian. In the arena, Li Xiaotian was heavily injured again. He used 80% of his strength too. 1 trillion ding. He thought that he could directly kill Xiao Han, but he didn't expect Xiao Han to unleash 3 trillion ding of strength. This had already exceeded Li Xiaotian's limit of 7 trillion ding. Furthermore, Xiao Han's lightning-attributed attack was too ferocious. It only lasted for a short while. Not only did it send Li Xiaotian flying, but the earthy yellow armor on Li Xiaotian's body. Cracks appeared inch by inch. Pooh! Li Xiaotian spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face extremely ferocious. Impossible! How is this possible? In 3 days, his strength has surpassed mine. Li Xiaotian couldn't believe it. Didn't you want to refine my bloodline gene? You really don't know what's good for you. Die for me. Xiao Han didn't spare him. Straightening his body, he had already caught up with him. Once again, he struck out with his palm. 3 trillion ding. Xiao Han's palm struck out with all his strength, and his entire body began to expand. Although it didn't expand to the terrifying extent of Xianxia's, it was still half the height of a person, and his aura was even more like a giant spirit. A god descending to the mortal world, every pore of Xiao Han's body spewed out thunder astral energy, faintly conveying ancient songs praising the thunder god, connected to the immortal world, and even surging earth, fire, wind, and water, as if there was a supreme thunder and lightning world quietly brewing in Xiao Han's body. Ultimate strength. 2. 7 trillion ding. Meteorite armor to protect me. Now, Li Xiaotian was really scared out of his wits. All of his confidence, his past pride, and his ambitions were all shattered by Xiao Han. At the same time, in his heart, an ominous premonition like a beast on the verge of death surged. He tried his best to reverse the situation. Li Xiaotian also struck out with his ultimate strength, and his entire body was filled with the aura of the earth. In a breath, a layer of dark yellow armor condensed on the surface of his body. At this time, Li Xiaotian seemed to have become one with heaven and earth, showing an indestructible and terrifying defense. Li Xiaotian's earth physique was originally known for its defense. In his realm, as long as he defended with all his strength, even the tower master of his realm couldn't hurt him within a few moves. However, Xiao Han's attack was not as simple as strength. The thunder god's tyrant body supported the bombardment of the divine lightning of the immortal world. Traces of thunder and lightning bombarded the surface of Li Xiaotian's armor, swallowing, destroying, and disintegrating inch by inch. Poof! Li Xiaotian blocked Xiao Han's attack, but he still couldn't stabilize his momentum and was forced to retreat again. Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all. He straightened up again and struck out with his palm, sweeping across all directions, covering heaven and earth, swallowing the sky, and destroying the starry sky. In Xiao Han's attack, there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar, shaking heaven and earth. The airflow in all directions was first distorted, then caved in, then expanded, and finally exploded. Go away! Go away! The yellow horn helmet on Li Xiaotian's head was shattered, and his long hair was disheveled in the wind, making him look unprecedentedly embarrassed. He waved his hands, trying to block Xiao Han's attack. Bang! 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 Xiao Han continued to beat him violently. Inch by inch. Each strike was a full 3 trillion ding, and each strike was the eruption of his strength to the extreme. He beat Li Xiaotian to death. Xiao Han's expression was a little ferocious. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Bang! 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 Xiao Han continuously threw hundreds of punches, and Li Xiaotian blocked hundreds of punches. The armor on his body showed signs of cracking. However, the earth defense was indeed tyrannical to the extreme. Logically speaking, Xiao Han had consumed close to 4,000 Thunder God quenching pills, so his physique should be much higher than Li Xiaotian's. He should be able to defeat Li Xiaotian in a few moves, but Li Xiaotian relied on the defensive advantage of the earth physique to resist stubbornly until now. Of course, Li Xiaotian could only defend now, and he had no chance to counterattack at all. Explode! Suddenly, Xiao Han let out a roar, and his fists rained down like a storm. His legs also kicked out in the air. His fists were like heavy hammers, and his legs were like guillotines. Xiao Han's attack speed was several times faster than before. Several times faster. Moreover, the power of each attack was still 3 trillion ding. Xiao Han's physique was really abnormal. His body didn't have any burden on it at all, and he could completely bear it. One had to know that such a fierce power, if he used all his strength every time, without this physique, his body would have exploded long ago. However, Xiao Han was still more and more energetic, and the more he fought, the more excited he became, and there was no sign of decline at all. On the other hand, Li Xiaotian was like a lamp without oil. In fact, there was even a hint of breathlessness in his voice. At this time, after Xiao Han increased the speed and frequency of his attacks, the void around the battle stage suddenly split open, and countless thick lightning bolts rushed out. These lightning bolts were not of the mortal world, and there was a chaotic aura that came from the immortal world. Thunderous rumbles sounded, as if the immortal world was brewing within them. Ah! There's the aura of an immortal. There's the aura of an immortal in your body. You're creating an immortal body. Roar! How did you do it? Finally, Li Xiaotian burst into a howl of despair, and in the next moment, countless lightning wrapped around Li Xiaotian, who was hundreds of feet tall, and then, exploded. The entire arena seemed to have turned into a chaotic color, and strands of 3 trillion ding of violent power exploded on Li Xiaotian's body. Bang! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The earth armor on Li Xiaotian's body was blown up inch by inch, and shattered into pieces. His tall and sturdy body was like a punctured balloon, deflated and condensed to an extreme degree. His skin, flesh, and blood were all blasted apart. Even his bones were blown apart and splattered everywhere. His whole body was directly blown up by Xiao Han's endless violent attacks. Broken. Destroyed. Chapter 496. The battle between Xiao Han and Li Xiaotian did not have any technical content at all. It could even be said that this was a battle that could be seen at a glance. Both of them were acting recklessly. Whoever had greater strength and tyrannical physique would defeat the opponent. Without a doubt, in terms of strength and physique, Xiao Han completely surpassed Li Xiaotian. As a result, the arrogant Li Xiaotian was now completely destroyed by Xiao Han. The earthen meteorite armor, which was known for its supreme defense, was also smashed into pieces by Xiao Han's wild hammering. When the arena returned to its calm state, Xiao Han had completely retracted the ancient thunder god's berserk demonic aura from before. His entire person had become quiet. His temperament was elegant, like a god holding a flower. As for Li Xiaotian, he had already been destroyed. There was not even a complete corpse. The ground was filled with wriggling flesh and blood, pieces of muscle tissue, and pieces of bone fragments. Congratulations, outstanding young demon. You are getting closer and closer to the final success and victory. You have taken a solid step forward into the top 8. You are also one of the strongest mortals under the age of 10,000 under this starry sky. According to the rules, you will receive a reward of 10,485. 76 million immortal stones. Junior, 1 billion immortal stones can be exchanged for an immortal card. After entering the second floor of this Emperor's treasure trove, you can use the immortal card. The battle to advance to the top 8 has ended. Junior, you have 3 days to rest. After 3 days, you will once again randomly draw an opponent to advance to the top 4. As Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's voice echoed on the arena, countless immortal stones rolled into the light yellow brocade bag floating above Xiao Han's head. Furthermore, the dozen or so immortal cards in Li Xiaotian's brocade bag were also taken by Xiao Han and automatically entered Xiao Han's brocade bag. I entered the top 8. Xiao Han secretly nodded his head. At this moment, Xiao Han lowered his gaze and saw that a storage ring had fallen from the arena. It's Li Xiaotian's storage ring. Xiao Han's heart was slightly moved. He reached out and grabbed the storage ring through the air. He grabbed it. After dripping his blood to recognize the owner, Xiao Han's mental power seeped into the storage ring and carefully examined it. Finally, Xiao Han took out a brocade bag from the storage ring. From the brocade bag, he poured out a large amount of pills. This was a khaki-colored pill that gave off a feeling of the heaviness of the earth. Furthermore, it was emitting dense immortal qi. It's an immortal pill. That's right, it must be the Earth Emperor's body-enhancing pill that Li Xiaotian exchanged for. Xiao Han was well aware of this. Then, he put away the storage ring. Before leaving the arena, Xiao Han put Li Xiaotian's dismembered corpse into his storage ring. We have 3 days to rest and reorganize. I'm going to study the dual attribute physique that Li Xiaotian mentioned. He returned to his wooden house from the arena. Xiao Han only casually chatted with Xiao Mingqiu and the rest before going into seclusion again. In the storage room of the giant hall, there were no more Thunder God body tempering pills, so Xiao Han's seclusion wasn't to temper his Thunder God tyrant body. During his battle with Li Xiaotian, he had learned many things about people with special constitutions from Li Xiaotian. Now that he knew about the dual attribute physique, Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind clear of all distracting thoughts. His expression was one of deep contemplation as he muttered to himself. There are many types of special physiques. The most basic special physique. There are the earth physique, the lightning physique, and the fire physique. The wind physique, the water physique. By developing every special physique to the limit, one can create an immortal physique. However, the bloodline genes of people with special physiques in the mortal world are definitely not enough to create an immortal physique. For example, Li Xiaotian has the earth physique, but it's still far from an immortal physique. His potential has been exhausted, and at most, he can only act like a tyrant in the mortal world and ordinary planes. Unless he relies on an immortal pill to defy the heavens and change his fate. But in the end, Li Xiaotian is still immortal. It's impossible for him to enjoy the elixir. Even if he found a neutralizing medicine, he would only be able to consume 1 or 2 elixirs. It's absolutely impossible for him to consume thousands of elixirs like I did with the Thunder God body tempering pill. And me? Because I cultivate the indestructible golden body technique, I can use the indestructible golden body technique to refine immortal pills. Li Xiaotian originally wanted to kill me, refine the bloodline genes in my body, and obtain my lightning attribute. But now, I have killed Li Xiaotian and obtained his corpse and flesh, but I don't really know how to refine his corpse. But when I was refining the Thunder God Tyrant body art, I didn't refine other people's bloodline genes. In other words, I have the Earth Emperor's body refining pill in my hands now. If I use the indestructible golden body technique to refine it, would I be able to perfectly refine and absorb the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor's body refining pill? Just like how I refined the Thunder God's body refining pill? If my indestructible golden body technique can really refine the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill, then I only need to find a few other types of immortal pills, and I can become a person with a tri-attribute or quad-attribute physique. Thinking of this, Xiao Han gradually became excited. I'll give it a try. I should be able to succeed. Even the violent medicinal power of the Thunder God body enhancing pill can be refined by the indestructible golden body technique. So why can't I refine the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill? In comparison, the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill is more stable and solid. It's not that domineering. Xiao Han was eager to give it a try. With a flip of his right hand, an Earth Emperor body enhancing pill was already in Xiao Han's palm. The Earth Emperor body enhancing pill was bright and had a soft luster. It was like a gem, and its entire body was an earthy yellow color. Countless earthy yellow rays shot out continuously, and the fragrance of the earth lingered in the air. Celestial chi rose in spirals, and rays of celestial light revolved around the pill. Thick and solid earth essence chi was released violently. As expected of an immortal pill. It's indeed extraordinary. This Earth Emperor body enhancing pill is not inferior to the Thunder God body enhancing pill at all. It's an immortal pill of the same level, Xiao Han exclaimed sincerely. When Xiao Han's spiritual energy permeated the Earth Emperor body tempering pill, he was even more astonished. There was actually a small world inside the Earth Emperor body tempering pill. When Xiao Han probed it with his spiritual energy, he discovered that there was a small world inside the pill. It was filled with majestic mountains that were boundless, and it was impossible to tell how deep and how far they were. Mountain after mountain rose from the ground. Some of them were tall and towering, some of them were beautiful, and some of them were rugged and surrounded by waterfalls. It was a place with excellent feng shui. An immortal pill. A world. Such a miraculous immortal pill will definitely be able to refine a celestial body. There's no doubt about that. Let's see if my indestructible golden body technique can refine the medicinal power of this Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. Xiao Han no longer hesitated and directly put the immortal pill in his mouth. Right now, Xiao Han's Thunder God body had already begun to take shape. Therefore, he wasn't worried that his body would explode the moment he swallowed the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. At the very least, he still had the indestructible golden body technique to protect him. The moment the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill entered Xiao Han's mouth, it immediately dissolved. A thick medicinal power. Along with a thick earthy fragrance, it directly dispersed. It dispersed into Xiao Han's internal organs, meridians, and bones. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Han's body inflated like a balloon. Soon, he felt as if he was going to explode. Xiao Han didn't dare to be careless. He activated the indestructible golden body technique to the extreme, and a tidal wave of golden light washed through Xiao Han's body. The warm, comfortable, and brilliant golden light enveloped him. In an instant, it enveloped the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor Body Enhancing Pill. Refine! Xiao Han refined the Earth Emperor Body Enhancing Pill just like how he refined the Thunder God Body Enhancing Pill. The golden light started to break down the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor Body Enhancing Pill. At the beginning, the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor Body Enhancing Pill was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. Like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, it surged and swelled in Xiao Han's meridians, pores and cells. However, as soon as the indestructible golden body was activated, a golden light enveloped him, and the medicinal potency started to break down. Gradually, the medicinal potency was soothed and transformed into streams of heat that fused into Xiao Han's genes. I can refine it. It feels exactly the same as when I refined the Thunder God Body Enhancing Pill. Xiao Han was ecstatic. In an instant, the Earth Emperor Body Enhancing Pill was completely tamed by the heat of the indestructible golden body technique, and it started to merge with Xiao Han's blood and genes. This caused Xiao Han's body to feel heavy and sturdy. However, at this moment, when the medicinal power of the immortal pill was absorbed by Xiao Han's body, it was instantly repelled. It was forcefully dispelled. What? Xiao Han was shocked. What repelled the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor Body Enhancing Pill was not Xiao Han's will, but the powerful lightning gene in Xiao Han's blood. The Thunder God Tyrant Body forcefully dispelled the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor Body Enhancing Pill. It feels like two tigers cannot share one mountain. Xiao Han was stunned. Immediately after, he did not believe it and took a few more Earth Emperor Body Enhancing Pills. Just like before, the indestructible golden body could indeed refine the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor Body Enhancing Pill. However, as soon as Xiao Han's body absorbed the supreme medicinal power, the Thunder God Tyrant Body Enhancing Pill came out and squeezed out the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor Body Enhancing Pill. Wisps of precious medicinal power shot out from Xiao Han's pores and cells. What's going on? Xiao Han stopped trying and frowned as he pondered. After a while, Xiao Han murmured to himself. Repelled. Because my body does not have the earth element in my blood and genes. Instead, I have the lightning element. Therefore, the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor Body Enhancing Pill was repelled. I can't absorb it at all. In other words, if I had obtained the Earth Emperor Body Enhancing Pill previously, I would definitely be able to create an earth element body. However, it is impossible for me to create the Thunder God Tyrant Body Enhancing Body. Relying on the indestructible golden body enhancing technique, I can only create one out of the few special body constitutions. It seems like it's not that easy to become a person with a dual special body constitution. If I want to create an earth element body constitution, I have to dispel the lightning element gene and give up the Thunder God Tyrant body that I have painstakingly created. This is obviously impossible. Is there any way for me to forcefully absorb the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor Body Enhancing Pill without being repelled by the Thunder God Tyrant Body Enhancing Body? Xiao Han fell into deep thought. After a long time, Xiao Han's eyes lit up. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it will work. Chapter 497. After Xiao Han killed Li Xiaotian, he obtained a number of Earth Emperor Body Refining Pills from Li Xiaotian. This made Xiao Han want to use the Earth Emperor Body Refining Pill to try to create a dual attribute special physique. However, when he used the Earth Emperor Body Refining Pill, there was a rejection phenomenon. Xiao Han's indestructible golden body technique could indeed successfully refine the Earth Emperor Body Refining Pill and break down the supreme immortal pill's medicinal power for Xiao Han to absorb. However, Xiao Han's Thunder God Tyrant Body simply did not allow the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor Body Refining Pill to stay in Xiao Han's body. The moment the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor Body Refining Pill spread into Xiao Han's bloodline gene, it was dispelled and forcefully squeezed out, spraying everywhere. Rumble, 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 rumble. Streams of earthy yellow air shot out from every pore of Xiao Han's body. The air condensed into a thick city wall, and yellow sand stretched for thousands of miles. At this moment, Xiao Han did not give up easily. After thinking hard, Xiao Han's heart suddenly moved. The Thunder God Tyrant body forcefully expelled the Earth attribute Immortal Pill's medicinal power because there is no Earth attribute in my bloodline gene at all. Bloodline gene? Suddenly, Xiao Han flipped his right hand. There was actually a small piece of flesh in his hand. It was a small piece of flesh from Li Xiaotian's corpse. Xiao Han held his breath, and his mental power suddenly swept towards this piece of flesh. This piece of flesh was completely different from the flesh of an ordinary martial artist. In fact, it was only a very small piece of flesh in his hand, but it was incomparably heavy. This small piece of flesh weighed at least 100 cauldrons. At least 100 cauldrons. So heavy. It's really more than 1,000 catties. Xiao Han concentrated his mental power, and strands of mental power, as thin as gossamer, penetrated into the piece of flesh in his hand. Very soon, Xiao Han saw that in this piece of flesh, there was a boundless land. Yellow sand and thick soil. Rivers and cities. There were even towering mountains and precipitous ridges that rose and fell continuously. This is the flesh of a person with a special physique. For example, my flesh and blood cells are densely covered with lightning, and the inner walls of my meridians have formed a spatial crystal wall. Xiao Han was also not surprised. Using his mental power, he carefully scanned Li Xiaotian's flesh and discovered that there were countless faint yellow spots of light within it. These spots of light seemed to be the source energy of the Earth attribute. Faint yellow spots of light. Xiao Han immediately understood the secret behind Li Xiaotian's body structure. It's the origin energy of the Earth attribute that forms every cell, every meridian, every bone, and even every drop of blood in Li Xiaotian's body. This is the bloodline gene that Li Xiaotian was talking about. Refine. All I need to do is refine some of these earthen yellow spots into my body. That's why I have a tiny bit of Earth-type genes in my blood. Perhaps the Thunder God Tyrant body will no longer reject the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body refining pill. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. However, how should he refine the Earth attribute source energy in Li Xiaotian's flesh? Swallowing Li Xiaotian's flesh like a celestial pill? In fact, it even ate all of Li Xiaotian's remains? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Xiao Han's stomach twisted and wriggled. He felt like retching, feeling disgusted. His hair stood on end. Xiao Han shook his head abruptly and couldn't help but say fiercely, "Swallow Li Xiaotian's flesh and remains? This is no different from eating a human. He's completely an uncivilized barbarian who eats raw meat and drinks blood. If you really want me to eat a human, I'd rather not cultivate this Earth physique." Xiao Han directly eliminated the method of eating a human. He once again pondered. Other than eating Li Xiaotian's disgusting flesh and tissues, is there any other way to plunder the Earth attribute gene in Li Xiaotian's flesh and blood? As Xiao Han pondered, he played with a few Earth Emperor body refining pills in his hand. At this moment, Xiao Han's body was emitting a golden light. The invincible golden body technique was circulating naturally. The Earth Emperor's body refining pill was emitting a thick medicinal aura. Each strand of medicinal aura was as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on Xiao Han from all directions. However, when the medicinal aura pressed down on Xiao Han's body, the golden brilliance glow would naturally dissolve the medicinal aura of the Earth Emperor's body refining pill and refine the medicinal aura into Xiao Han's pores. However, as soon as the medicinal aura entered Xiao Han's body, it was immediately repelled by the aura of the Thunder God before it could transform Xiao Han's body. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Xiao Han's mind. Invincible Golden Body Technique. Invincible Golden Body Technique can refine the Thunder God body refining pill. It can also refine the Earth Emperor body refining pill. Then, can the Invincible Golden Body Technique also refine the Earth attribute gene in Li Xiaotian's flesh and blood? Xiao Han's heart palpitated. In the next moment, Xiao Han carefully held Li Xiaotian's piece of flesh in his hand. His mental power penetrated it and directly locked onto the yellow spots in the flesh and blood. At the same time, Xiao Han's body emitted a golden light. A pillar of golden light shot directly into the piece of flesh in his hand. Under the precise control of his mental power, the golden light successfully penetrated into the flesh and blood and wrapped around the yellow spots. Boom, boom, boom. The golden light produced by the Invincible Golden Body Technique burst out with a surging sound like a tidal wave. It was incomparably domineering and wrapped around the yellow spots, forcefully refining them. The yellow spots began to struggle and resist. Buzz, 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 buzz. In the flesh and blood, the golden light and the yellow spots began to fight fiercely. The entire piece of flesh and blood was wriggling violently. Not long after. Bang! The piece of flesh in Xiao Han's hand directly exploded and scattered into nothingness. Countless dust-like yellow spots scattered in all directions. I failed. Xiao Han frowned. Those yellow spots of light, the source energy of the earth attribute, are extremely rebellious. My invincible golden body technique can't easily refine them. However, let's try again. Xiao Han took out a small piece of flesh that weighed about 1,000 cauldrons from his storage ring. Mental power fluctuations and the golden light beam. At the same time, the yellow spots of light in this small piece of flesh were even more dense. As soon as the golden light beam entered, it began to encircle and annihilate. However, pang! This piece of flesh exploded into nothingness. Xiao Han didn't believe it. He became ruthless and continuously took out pieces of Li Xiaotian's flesh from his storage ring. He used the invincible golden body technique to refine the earth attribute energy within. After repeated failures, finally, on the 23rd attempt, the yellow spots of light in the piece of flesh in his hand began to yield to the golden light beam. Surrender! The next moment, shio, 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 countless tiny yellow spots of light were sucked out by the golden light beam. As soon as these yellow spots of light left the piece of flesh in Xiao Han's hand immediately decayed. From a weight of more than 1,000 cauldrons, it became as light as a feather. Xiao Han hurriedly threw away the rotten flesh in his hand. His mental power was highly concentrated. He saw that the densely packed yellow spots of light were wrapped by the golden light beam and moved toward Xiao Han's body inch by inch. Whew! Xiao Han's breathing. He became nervous. He suddenly restrained the aura of the Thunder God Tyrant body into his pores and cells, absolutely not letting it leak out. Very soon, the golden light and yellow spots of light that lingered around Xiao Han's body began to enter Xiao Han's body one after another. Please don't be repelled. Those yellow spots of light, the earth origin energy, please don't be repelled by the Thunder God Tyrant body. Xiao Han prayed in his heart. Time itself seemed to have stopped moving. Finally, all the golden light and the yellow spots of light, like tired birds returning to their nests, all converged into Xiao Han's body. The golden light beam was Xiao Han's original cultivation technique, the invincible golden body technique. Once it entered Xiao Han's body, it naturally circulated through Xiao Han's limbs, bones, meridians, and internal organs. It was protecting. After being refined by the invincible golden body technique, the pale yellow spots of light merged with Xiao Han's body. There was also a close connection. At this moment, once the pale yellow spots entered Xiao Han's body, they began to disperse into Xiao Han's blood. Xiao Han nervously looked inside his body. In Xiao Han's blood, there were densely packed thunder attribute genes. Every drop of Xiao Han's blood seemed to be able to brew a thunderstorm. And at this moment, the pale yellow earth origin energy particles also dispersed into Xiao Han's blood. Moreover, these earth origin energy particles actually began to fuse with Xiao Han's blood. The current situation, for example, was like Xiao Han already had a legal wife in his home. Thunder attribute genes, explosive personality, and would not allow a magpie's nest to be occupied by a dove. And now, Xiao Han had a concubine. Earth attribute genes. This concubine was gentle and soft, and she tried her best to please Xiao Han, wanting to be a husband with the thunder attribute genes as his legal wife. Xiao Han was so nervous that he was suffocating. Once the thunder attribute genes in his bloodline and bone structure rejected the pale yellow spots of light that had been refined by the invincible golden body technique, just like the Earth Emperor body tempering pill, the earth origin energy would reject them. Then, Xiao Han would never be able to have dual attributes in his lifetime. Fuse. 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 The pale yellow earth attribute genes were slowly fusing with Xiao Han's blood and bone structure. The thunder attribute genes were watching from the side, as if they could expel them at any time. Xiao Han's body was covered in cold sweat. During this process of bloodline fusion, Xiao Han could not exert any strength. He could only watch quietly. Time seemed to be stretched out. He did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was very long, perhaps it was very short. Finally, The pale yellow spots of light completely dissolved into Xiao Han's bloodline and bone structure. They had fused with Xiao Han's life genes. The thunder attribute genes did not expel them. All of a sudden, Xiao Han felt as if he had a very intimate connection with heaven and earth, with the starry sky. This seems to have succeeded. Xiao Han was completely excited. He directly jumped down from the bed, took off his boots, and stepped on the ground with both feet. A very solid feeling, as if he had fused with the ground, directly gripped Xiao Han's heart. At the same time, a pale yellow light continuously rotated on the surface of Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's heart moved, and thunder and lightning flashed again. However, the thunder and lightning and the pale yellow light intertwined, complementing each other. They did not clash with each other, but instead fused as one. Extremely intimate. I think I have become a dual attribute special body. Xiao Han's body trembled with excitement. Chapter 498. Xiao Han had finally managed to refine the earth origin energy contained in Li Xiaotian's flesh into his bones and life genes. As a result, Xiao Han finally had one of the basic special body constitutions, the Great Earth Physique. In Xiao Han's body, the lightning and earth elements did not conflict with each other. Instead, they coexisted with each other and were extremely close. Water and milk intertwined. However, the lightning element genes in Xiao Han's body were far more abundant and powerful than the earth element genes. For example, if the lightning element genes in Xiao Han's body were as many as an ocean, then the earth element genes were just a small pool of water. Such a small amount of earth element genes could not change Xiao Han's body at all. Xiao Han stood barefoot in the room. He could feel the rhythm of the earth and the breath of the earth. The fragrance of the earth drifted in from the window and came from the mountains far away, captivating Xiao Han. This great earth physique is indeed special. Xiao Han sighed with satisfaction. However, it was far from enough for Xiao Han to activate the earth origin energy in his body for battle. This little bit of earth physique could only allow Xiao Han to be more harmonious with the heavens, the earth, the rivers and the stars. However, Xiao Han had his own plans. After pacing around the wooden hut, Xiao Han returned to the bed and sat down cross-legged. He flipped his right hand and took out a round Earth Emperor body tempering pill from his storage ring. Now, I will do what Li Xiaotian could not do. I will use the Earth Emperor body tempering pill to refine my body. This will allow the little bit of earth physique in my body to grow into a true immortal physique, the Starry Sky Dominator physique. I will be able to enjoy the immortal pill unscathed. However, Li Xiaotian could not do so in his entire life. Therefore, in terms of earth physique, my achievements will completely surpass Li Xiaotian's. Moreover, the body that I have created in these 3 days will definitely surpass Li Xiaotian's. It will definitely surpass Li Xiaotian's lifetime accumulation. Xiao Han was completely confident. Consume. Suddenly, Xiao Han put the Earth Emperor body tempering pill into his mouth. Boom! The pill dissolved in his mouth. It dispersed with a loud bang. The thick, heavy, and stable medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body tempering pill surged into Xiao Han's blood vessels, bones, internal organs, and life genes. As the medicinal properties were absorbed, the earthen yellow motes of light in Xiao Han's bloodline genes let out a carefree cry of joy. Like a gluttonous whale, it began to swallow the medicinal energy. At this moment, the lightning element finally stopped rejecting the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body tempering pill. That was because Xiao Han had successfully obtained the Great Earth Physique. Right now, the berserk nature of the thunder element had already allowed the absorption of the Earth Emperor body tempering pill's medicinal power. Moreover, because of Xiao Han's current form, the indestructible golden body technique had been cultivated to the extreme. Therefore, in the next moment, Xiao Han grabbed a large handful of Earth Emperor body tempering pills and swallowed them all. Hong, hong, hong. Inside and outside of Xiao Han's body, golden light surged. The immortal golden body incantation was helping Xiao Han's body absorb the medicinal energy. He consumed a large amount of Earth Emperor body tempering pills. This caused the surface of Xiao Han's body to glow with a yellow light. His entire body had undergone a new transformation. Li Xiaotian didn't have the fortune to enjoy this Earth Emperor body tempering pill, so he didn't know its profoundness. Now that Xiao Han consumed a large amount of it, he crazily absorbed the source energy of the earth from the celestial realm, causing the source energy of the earth in his body to soar. Ascend. Ascend again. Moreover, the medicinal energy of each Earth Emperor body tempering pill was many times superior to Li Xiaotian's great Earth physique. The tiny bit of the great Earth physique in Xiao Han's body had already undergone a great transformation, entering a new level. In Xiao Han's blood and bones, the earth and yellow motes of light were increasing in number and density. Vaguely, they were catching up to the thunder element gene. Li Xiaotian had exchanged a total of about 2,000 Earth Emperor body tempering pills in the storage of the giant hall. Now, all of them were being consumed by Xiao Han. Xiao Han swallowed large amounts of immortal pills, and the terrifying medicinal energy completely erupted in Xiao Han's body. Waves of medicinal energy condensed into earth dragons, earth snakes, earth flood dragons, earth birds, great walls, towering mountains. These earth dragons and earth snakes revolved around Xiao Han in a chaotic manner. Powerful life force and immortal aura were injected into Xiao Han's body. In an instant, Xiao Han's flesh and blood actually glowed with an intense earthen yellow color. Every piece of his flesh and blood was incomparably strong and sturdy. Xiao Han's entire body shone with an earthen yellow luster. It was as if his body, cells, meridians, and blood vessels had all evolved into celestial bodies, starry skies, meteorites, stars. It actually gave off a feeling of indestructibility. In the end, the blood vessels and meridians in Xiao Han's body also shone with a holy luster. Every drop of his blood seemed to have evolved into a yellow crystal. His blood seemed to have solidified into a solid state. It was as solid as gemstones and heavenly crystals. The surface of his skin was even more dazzling, and it released a terrifying defensive ability. Moreover, the current Xiao Han not only had his defensive ability increased, but his strength was also rising steadily. The strength of his body broke through the shackles and continued to soar. 200 billion ding. 3,300 billion ding. 3,400 billion ding. At the same time, the lightning attribute in Xiao Han's body also roared. Rays of lightning from the celestial world and the light of the earth intertwined and shone, forming a perfect combination. The two attributes of lightning and earth were perfect and harmonious. As a result, Xiao Han's current body not only possessed the tearing and explosive power of the lightning attribute, but also the stability, defense, and size of the earth attribute. Once this earth attribute body was created into a celestial body, his entire body could transform into a planet. Its power was definitely not weaker than the thunder god tyrant body. However, even in the celestial world, there were not many celestials who had a special body with two attributes like Xiao Han. Lightning refines my divine soul, and earth refines my body. Xiao Han was still crazily swallowing the Earth Emperor body strengthening pills. Inside his body, lightning would burst out one moment, and yellow light would spread the next. His body was also expanding and pulsing. His heart erupted with a violent rhythm, like a heavy hammer, tearing the air apart. His left eye was lightning, and his right eye was earth. His aura became more and more terrifying. Outside the area where Xiao Han was lodging in the wooden house. In the garden, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others looked at Xiao Han with astonished eyes. Looking at Xiao Han's wooden house, junior brother Xiao Han successfully advanced into the top 8. Unbelievable! He actually used brute force to defeat Li Xiaotian. That's 300 billion cauldrons of strength. He directly destroyed the light screen. Too tyrannical. Moreover, junior brother Xiao Han improved to such a heaven-defying degree in just a few days. What did he do? Xiao Mingqiu said in a daze. The top 8 battle will begin in 2 days. Little brother Xiao Han is in seclusion again. I don't know if this seclusion will be like the previous 2 times, and his combat power will soar again. If he can obtain another heaven-defying improvement. That's too monstrous. Luo Tianyu said in a trembling voice. Inside another garden. Naga. The bewitching man with reddish-brown skin sat beside a stone table. Naga leisurely looked at the colorful butterflies dancing on a cluster of flowers. His eyes surged with a kind of divine light that comprehended the great Tao of nature. As for the bewitching man with reddish-brown skin, he seemed extremely nervous. Li Xiaotian is dead. He died in the hands of that young man. He shouldn't have died. Oh. Naga smiled faintly. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Why shouldn't Li Xiaotian die? He was not as skilled as others, so he deserved to die. No! The bewitching man with reddish-brown skin screamed in shock. Something's wrong. That kid. In less than 10 days, his strength soared twice. From less than 10 billion cauldrons, it soared to 700 billion cauldrons, and then reached 300 billion cauldrons a few days later. He's not an immortal. How could he improve so quickly? In such a short period of time, his body accumulated such a violent power, but he acted as if nothing had happened. Naga, that kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Nah. The top 8 battle is about to begin. You might encounter him, and I might also encounter him. What should we do? If it's in the next battle. If he improves again we might not be able to resist him. What should we do now? Naga said nonchalantly. No matter how much he improves, I will only need one sword to kill him. After a pause, Naga's gaze drifted far away. On the contrary, I don't want to encounter him so early. Instead, I want him to become more and more bewitching, stronger and stronger. Let him improve as much as he wants. This way when I kill him, it will have a different taste. A relatively stronger ant can make this boring battle a little more interesting. In a garden at an extremely high place, a white-browed youth stood with his hands behind his back. His aura oppressed the starry sky and universe, and his eyes were filled with arrogance and defiance. This person was also one of the top 8 in this time's Immortal Stone competition. Senior Martial Brother. A group of beautiful, elegant, and otherworldly girls surrounded the white-browed youth like a host of stars surrounding the moon. Senior Brother, this time, you are aiming to obtain the purple immortal key and become the strongest person under 10,000 years old in the current universe. Senior Brother, you are really ambitious. One of the young girls flattered. Humph. The white-browed youth snorted coldly. Senior Brother, looking at the top 8, there are only 2 people who can pose a threat to you. One is that terrifying Naga, and the other is the kid who killed Li Xiaotian. A young girl with eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn water said with slight worry. Forget about Naga, he is indeed a genius. Killing people above his level is like cutting melons and vegetables. However, how can the kid who defeated Li Xiaotian be this young master's opponent? He is the same as Li Xiaotian, they are both barbarians. Boorish. Nothing to worry about. The white-browed youth said disdainfully. But Senior Brother, that youth's improvement is very fast. Ha 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 ha. The battle with Li Xiaotian must have exhausted all of his potential. He has a special lightning attribute physique. If this young master's guess is not wrong, he should have used the immortal pill, Thunder God's body tempering pill. This young master discovered that the Thunder God's body tempering pill in the storage has been exchanged twice. The timing of the exchange of the Thunder God body tempering pills was extremely coincidental with the time that the kid had improved. However, the storage of the Thunder God's body tempering pill has long been exhausted. This time, that kid will not improve an inch. However, it is strange that he can enjoy the immortal pill. If this young master encounters that kid, this young master will definitely capture him and interrogate him properly. The white-browed youth said proudly. Inside Xiao Han's wooden house, all of the lightning and yellow light were absorbed into Xiao Han's body. At this moment, Xiao Han was strangely stable. His entire body seemed to be one with heaven and earth. 2108 Earth Emperor body tempering pills have all been consumed and refined by me. Xiao Han smiled slightly. I have finally become a person with a special dual attribute physique. Now, I will need around 6,000 Thunder God body tempering pills to create the Thunder God dominating body immortal physique. I will need around 8,000 Earth King body tempering pills to create the Earth Immortal Physique and the Star Dominating Body Immortal Physique. Once I successfully create both immortal physiques, I will have a dual attribute immortal physique. My strength has skyrocketed to 5 trillion cauldrons. My defense is incomparable to before. Moreover, my body was created with the nourishment of the immortal pill. Its quality is definitely 10 times higher than Li Xiaotian's celestial meteorite body. The current me would dare to fight against a pagoda master in the entire mortal world. Xiao Han's calm eyes glowed with a domineering divine light. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.